step into the ring. The final leg of Panda Cup's online qualifiers places the spotlight on the Pacific Northwest, with the regional finale featuring the best of Washington, Oregon, and Canada's western seaboard. Samuel, the Steve main ranked 11th in British Columbia, emerged as one of the top threats in this regional finale, taking first in both of the first two qualifiers. Their run to the finish line boasts a healthy amount of competition, however. This includes Aaron, North Dakota's current best player, and Robin Me sword fighter co-main, who pushed Samuel to the brink of elimination in grand finals of qualifier number 2. Lightning Quiz 7 earned their spot by winning qualifier number 4 in clean fashion with Solo Cloud, joining fellow Oregon player Psionic in their trio of Mario, Sheik, and Lucina. Washington Min Min main Justice should also be expected to do some damage on game day, following a second place finish in qualifier number 3. Northwest NA is showing a healthy amount of competition for this regional finale, and it's truly anyone's guess who will end up on top.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the very last leg of the online qualifiers for the Panda Cup, the North American qualifier, presented by the lovely folks over at Grubhub. My name is Fang, joined to you by Smash's most ecstatic caster, Lyric. How we doing, Em?
That's a title. I don't know if I'm very deserving of that title, but I appreciate it nevertheless. I'm super excited to be back on the Panda Cup, especially here in the last regional finale. Let me tell you, Fang, I've been watching a lot of these. I've been noticing who's been getting into that Panda Cup finale that we have coming up next month, and what a character spread that we actually have across the board.
Yeah, today we got Steve, we got me, Sword Fighter, I saw Sheik in there, DDD, like, well, I don't know where all these characters are coming out of, but I'm excited to see each and every one of them here today. It looks like a good amount of people are already checking in as well, which I'm always excited to see. So we got a pretty crazy bracket going on here today. I mean, we saw the likes of Samuel pretty much crushing most of the qualifiers that they entered with that Steve. It just goes to show once you put the character known as Steve in the hands of someone above the year of the age of 18, that character can still do some crazy stuff, man.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you there, Fang. And Samuel coming out as the top point earner for this region as well. Followed in by Aaron, who is going to be on the Meads Sword Fighter. They're going to be another person that I actually am going to be looking out for. And also Sparkle, one of the best heroes that we have in North America as well. It's going to be very interesting to see, but here are our top seeds for today. And Fang, we got to talk about this character spread. There are tons of characters from all over the tier list on this one slide itself.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has a partner. Here, you got Ike with Lucina, you got Samus, Dark Samus, you got me, Sword Fighter, and me, Brawler, Cloud, and Sephiroth. I mean, everyone just seemed to have their homie and paired up with them here. I always like to give what players I'm most excited to see throughout the duration of whatever qualifier it is. Unfortunately, usually the ones I'm always the most excited to see are always the ones that end up DQing out of this leg of the bracket, sadly. I'm very curious to see what the likes of Justice and Lightning Quiz 7 are going to be able to do. I mean, they're the seeds 2nd and 3rd for this tournament. Lightning Quiz, pretty big name on Wi-Fi, I'd say, has been entering online quite a long time with that Cloud. And Justice as well, very, very talented player coming out of the West Coast, I believe Washington, if I recall correctly. So I'm ready to see some damage. Also Psionic with that Sheik before, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice recap.
You're looking at the top row. I'm looking at the second with, as I like to say, the Me's in arms here. I mean, Me's have been the characters that people have hated the most playing. But let me tell you, Aaron and Fire the Pyro, both some of the top level representation for both of these characters. I had the pleasure of meeting Aaron at an offline tournament a couple months ago, and the way that they're able to loop all these hits together is really impressive. But also Fire the Pyro definitely doing it on the Brawler for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what these two are capable of this bracket. I'm actually going to check real quick if they're checking in. Aaron has yet to check in, unfortunately, and also Fire the Pyro as well. So hopefully both of them make it to their setups very soon. But we do see all of the previous qualifiers. If you guys tuned in yesterday, you saw that nail-bitingly close Game 10 Grand Final set between Anarchy from Canada and Gaius from, I believe, the Tri-State area. Quite an insane grands right there. We also got the following qualifiers as well. We got Chag coming through from Mexico, Sen coming through for the Southwest, Death Spade qualifying in a very, very scrappy South Central qualifier, Jake from the Southeast, MPG, Philly/Delaware's very own, qualifying from the Mid-Atlantic, and we got Raven King taking up the Heartland. So quite a star-studded cast, if I do say so myself, Lyric.
Yeah, this is definitely not the kind of 8 or the 7 characters I would expect to see in an online qualifier. I have to say, though, for knowing a couple of these people on the graphic itself, I'm super excited to see what they're going to be able to do at the finale. It's part of what makes the Panda Cup really special is that we're giving a highlight to a lot of these players that may not get highlighted, in a lot of these offline tournaments. A lot of people don't know that Deathspade actually was playing on a single Joy-Con as a Bayonetta player for a long time and then switched over to the Pro-Con controller. But, kind of hero stories like this, we get to kind of see kind of unfold itself here in Panda Cup. And I'm super excited to see what we're going to be able to see on December 15th through 18th in LA.
For sure, we also believe have the last slots, so don't worry if your favorite player did not qualify through this leg. There's still the LCQ that Lyric just mentioned, as well as the panel spots. I'm very curious to see who is going to get voted in because there are 2, I believe, panel spots up for grabs. Personally, one of my votes has to go to Zamba. I mean, dude has gotten so close time and time and time again, just being 1 spot shy. I'm sure the panel's going to give him some love, but that second panel spot, I'm very curious to see who's going to get voted in by the Panda panel themselves. Either way, I believe the finale is going to contain about, 64 players total or something like that, or pretty sizable number. So they're going to be some of the world's best, or at least some of North America's best, present at the finale in LA. Definitely make sure you register for that. It's free also if you want to enter the LCQ.
Yeah, it's kind of unheard of to have a Smash event as stacked as it would be and as big as of a size as it would be, and it's free. Something like that is truly something very special because a lot of the times traveling these days is getting more and more expensive. So thank you for Panda for, pouring one out for the community.
For real.
Listen, put some money back in the Smash players' pocket so they can come out and enjoy. There's also going to be tons of side events that weekend too, which I always appreciate because I'm never making it to the end of bracket. I'm usually out on the first day, first couple rounds in, and I'm like, well, what do I do for the rest of the weekend? And you got side events to do. So I am super excited for that finale next month, and we are essentially 1 bracket away from finding out who's exactly going to be there.
Yeah, for real. I think we do have our first match that we are seeing getting reared up right here, if I recall correctly. I believe it's going to be Panda's very own Cantrip, very big social media guy for Panda, versus Big Ouch fan. So someone who's a very massive fan of the Canadian player known as Ouch. Phenomenal Wolf player. But hey, if even the fans can qualify here too. Curious to see when they're going to be getting going. I think we're getting that all cooked up for you guys right now. But guys, once again, thank you so much for joining us here at the Panda Cup. Do not miss it because literally this is only the beginning of the end right here, for real. We got these online qualifiers. We still have, I believe, a couple of more tournaments, including Court Priority and other pit stops on the Panda Cup stop, to be getting those last few spots punched in, all leading up to that fat LCQ coming up. That is going to be a bloodbath. I always love watching LCQ tournaments.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy, but I'm excited for this set, actually, especially because we've actually seen this matchup happen before. We got Cantrip on the Bowser Jr. I had the pleasure of meeting Cantrip at the Almost Pro Panda Cup Open at PAX West, and what a very fun player to watch.
He's a funny guy also.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, and you're playing even a goofier character like Bowser Jr. too, going up against Big Ouch fan, who we're going to assume plays Steve, but I love to point out right below the character portraits, you have the win percentage rates versus characters. I've never seen this before. I've casted a lot of tournaments with the slide on it. A 0% win rate versus Steve, but a 100% win rate versus Bowser Jr. on the other side, Fang. Things don't look too good for Cantrip.
Yeah, also some history between the two as well. Last set going to Big Ouch fan, a convincing 3-0 as well. So we're going to see if Cantrip can bring one home for the Panda boys. I think there's already a couple Pandas that have qualified. Many Pandas have tried, but also many Pandas have fallen, including staff as well. So shout out to all the Panda staff. I saw King Curb on the graphic yesterday. Shout out to King Curb. Lovely Panda individual in their own right. But Junior Steve, man. I mean, both maybe two sides of the same coin, maybe one a little dirtier than the other. I mean, Panda did just put that video out about Bowser Jr. and how this character is waiting for new life to be breathed into them. Steve, on the other hand, keeps aging like a fine wine as a character. This character is only becoming more and more, or rather, has been adding more and more saturation to the meta as we've seen. I mean, what was it, 8 Steves in top 64 of Let's Make Moves Miami? Like, that's kind of nutty. That's kind of crazy.
That's nuts, Fang. And anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate to hail from the part of Tri-State where we do have one of the best Bowser Juniors in the world. So I actually do get to see this matchup quite often and quite frequently.
2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of the thing with Bowser Jr. is that Bowser Jr. can be very slippery, but also kind of the good part is that Bowser Jr. can be a little bit heavy too. So we'll see how this one's going to go. Cantrip going to start it out with the Wendy here. A lot of times, some people, rotate through the Koopas depending on how they're feeling. So, Cantrip feeling a little cute with the Wendy. Starting out on FD, I don't know if I agree with this thing.
It might be a very interesting pick right here. I mean, we have to see what, there are luckily many different styles to be able to play Bowser Jr., but Steve is just that all-arounder, man. Like, the character makes himself at home on whatever stage whatsoever. I don't know which material in particular is actually favored, because each stage has, like, a different material you can be more likely to farm. I'm not sure what FD's is, so I'm assuming Stone, maybe?
This is an Iron Class stage, I believe. So this is why I'm a little bit concerned that we're coming here. But I do want to kind of point out what Big Ouchman is doing. I like the way that they're setting up the blocks where there's a little bit of a hole in the middle to try and bait Cantrip coming on in. So far, though, it's looking pretty okay. Cantrip, though, going to be able to escape the minecart clutches here as Big Ouchman trying to find the back air, but big punish opportunity, and there it is, jab back air, looking good.
Wendy looking absolutely flabbergasted being put in the minecart. She's like, wait, this isn't mine. This one feels wrong. This one feels a little too square, a little too blocky. But big first stock right there from Big Ouch Fan. Already though, a little bit of firing back from Cantrip. We have that gold online, so that powered minecart is going to have to be something Cantrip is aware of. And there it goes, first one already out there, and we got the diamond up, so this is going to be a little bit hairy for Cantrip. We got to see if we can get this Steve dispatched with haste so we can get that diamond off the board.
Still just feel like we're all trying to figure out what beats Steve. I feel like we're still trying to, figure it out. Are we saying that we want to box with Steve, but then Steve can get set up very quickly? Or do we want to let Steve get the materials? But Big Ouch Fan, speaking of materials, has the diamond in hand already and making a seriously big gap now between them and Cantrip at this point. Cantrip, though, I like trying to hit Steve out of the minecart. That's kind of how you have to play it here. But I don't know, every single trade is just going in Big Ouch Fan's favor.
It seems like Cantrip is overshooting these aerials just a little bit, and they're trying to, they have the right idea with fading back to try and hit Steve out of the minecart, because that is where he is most susceptible to getting counter hit. Before that powered minecart kind of just tanks through everything. And I think fair is a perfectly safe tool for Cantrip to use as well, kind of a fade back fair. They keep overshooting though, they're going to keep getting clipped. Finally, that first stock being polished off, but we do got that VVS, those diamonds on deck, so there's going to be no shortage of kill power here. And did the Anvil footstool actually make that weaker? I felt like Cantrip was cooked there.
2-18 and still up and running. Cantrip needs to find a way to close the gap. I mean, Rage will definitely help you out here, but for how long? The up throw is going to seal that stock. I love the way that Big Ouch Fan is kind of protecting themselves with the build here, but diamond down throw into forward air. It's not going to be enough here, but now great parry, and now the combos are just continuing here. Great air dodge out, though, by Cantrip. It's looking possible, Thing, but it's just looking like all of these trades are going in Big Ouch Fan's favor and in Steve's favor, essentially, which is just never good.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. It's just unfortunate because it seems like the on-hit mileage that Big Ouch Fan is getting is so much greater compared to Cantrips. I mean, just getting comboed absolutely into oblivion, so much damage being piled up as well. You still also have the trouble of that powered minecart being on deck. Cantrip is going to have to play out of their mind, although we are seeing glimmers of a good start here.
Yeah, absolutely. The best part about all of these sets that we're seeing today being best of 5 is that we have time to adapt. We have time to figure it out, maybe make some different stage decisions, as that is going to be Big Ouch Fan finding the down smash right on the ledge, taking us into game number 2. No sweat on Big Ouch Fan's side, let's just say it.
Yeah, I mean, there you have it. Cantrip, though, again, like you mentioned previously, a lot of time to adapt here. You know, this is all these sets are going to be best of 5. I'm very curious to see what Cantrip is going to cook up from here on out. And I think you're right. I feel like collectively, everyone is still trying to figure out what the best strategy is for their particular character against Steve. Steve definitely has a few weaknesses, and we definitely see some players who excel very, very well at the matchup. But those are still very few and far in between, I feel like.
Yeah.
The character's weaknesses, he's kind of sucky at mid-range. He doesn't really fold or shift when his hurt box is hit, so you can get him in disadvantage. When you do have him in disadvantage, you can keep wailing on him a little bit. He does have some reversal tools you have to look out for. And without gold, his mind card is kind of useless. So those are definitely things Cantrip has to be cognizant of. I saw a lot of good attempts to counteract a lot of Steve's stuff. But you also have to avoid getting hit in the process. And unfortunately, Bowser Jr. is not a very good character at not getting hit.
Don't get hit. That's one of the first signature Smash phrases that came out of, you know, any of like Smash community slang. Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. And that's kind of, it's so difficult in this game not to get hit when Steve is such a boxer and a zoner all at the same time. Really just kind of encompasses multiple circles on the Venn diagram of play styles. So let's see how Cantrip's going to be able to kind of trip things up. I do think going to FD, an interesting start. Maybe we need some platforms to mix up the movement just a little bit more.
Yeah, perhaps. I think definitely some additional escape tools for Cantrip could be definitely good here. I think platforms would probably help quite a bit as well with those up air combos.
Right.
You know, and all Cantrip, you know, Bowser Jr. does have some really impressive combo game. So I'm curious to see how Cantrip is exactly going to approach this going here on out. I feel like this bracket is going to be running pretty rampant with Steve's, as we do see Samuel also checked into this bracket as well. So if there's any time to learn the Steve matchup, it's right here and now.
Yeah, honestly, if you learn how to fight Steve on, especially Wi-Fi, I really think you're better off learning how to fight Steve in that kind of environment, because there are so many different types of Steve players. Some play a little bit more aggressively than others. I have a Steve player in my region that just doesn't farm materials and just kind of runs at you with whatever kind of the flavor of the week is on the weaponry at the time. So like if it's iron, it's iron. If it's stone, it's stone. And getting to play different types of matchups, especially learning what works and what doesn't work versus that character, can definitely help you out. But it is going to be big Ouch fan just waiting in the arena, kind of wiggling the fingers like, all right, let's go, let's get it started.
Yeah, maybe Cantrip thinking real long and hard about what Koopa League am I gonna pick this time? Do I go with Wendy again? Maybe Larry. Maybe it's a Larry day. Maybe a Roy day, perhaps. I like Roy. Roy has the clout goggles. My boy is out here looking stylish.
I think my favorite, it's either Ludwig or Lemmy. I like Lemmy's hair.
He's
Lemmy's
goofy.
hair is cool.
He's a goofy guy.
Yeah. It's true. Very true.
I like Larry just because he's got blue hair.
True.
Blue.
True.
I don't know. Blue's my favorite color. I like Roy too. Roy looks sick.
I will never forget that like when it was like, oh, Bowser Jr. is in the game, and then all of them appear next to him.
Yeah.
Or reveal trailer, and it was like, whoa.
There's 8 of them.
I thought there were 8 spots. I was like, what?
Bowser Jr.
Like
himself is also pretty cool.
Yeah.
So he's a little guy. He's a little goofy, funny guy.
Little dude, if you will.
He is a little dude.
Just to give some bracket updates, though, while we are waiting, Justice is going to be taking it 3-0 over Pokenap. Justice was one of the min-mins that we were definitely looking out for. Definitely one of the best min-mins in North America, in my opinion. And also Big Daddy Nom Nom, 3-0 over Coffeefield for the one. You always have
what
a
a
DDD.
tag.
You always got a DDD in one of these things. They're always just somewhere. I think, just to continue the conversation about DDD Fang, and you can check me if I'm wrong, I think DDD is one of the best ledge trappers in this game. It is so hard to
especially on
get back.
Wi-Fi.
Yes!
Especially on Wi-Fi as well. This character's ridiculous. I mean, we were seeing it a couple weeks ago in one of the regional qualifier finals. There's a player by the name of Hispanic at the Disco.
Yes!
Who took out both Vendetta and ESAM out of winners bracket that tournament. So that character's spooky scary. Yeah, I know October's
also at Let's Make Moves Miami too. So was actually there.
Wow.
So there's nothing scarier than your local DDD player. High key. You never know when they're gonna just like turn around and like win. And I feel like DDD falls into one of these like, oh well, it's a heavy. Who cares? All you have to do is combo it. It's like, no, you don't just combo a heavy.
It's true. I'm also seeing a Ganondorf dub in the bracket as well by the likes of Major taking over Metanoia and Ganon Ridley and Ganon Snake. So I can only imagine the horrors and atrocities of what happened during that set as well.
Once again,
A Ganon dub. Who would have thought?
So far also in round 1, we did have a couple of DQs, but that's totally okay. Major, a Ganondorf did take it over Metanoia, who plays Snake and Ridley, and now fighting Samuel, which we will probably be seeing as it is marked for stream. And that is Ganon Steve Fang. How do you feel about that matchup?
Probably badly, I feel like. I mean, Ganondorf may arguably be the worst character in this game at the moment. This guy, I think so. I feel like enough people have put enough love and care into a lot of the bottom tier characters in this game where they have achieved viable results with them. There are only a handful of Ganon players who are still killing it, like Seabass from New Jersey. I think Matt Bro is also really good. Yeah, that guy's good. But as far as Ganon stonks, they are falling. They are crashing, burning. Steve like sucked all the remaining life force out of Ganon in the meta, I feel like, because you don't really see Ganondorf anymore, man. All the Ganon lovers have just vanished off the face of the earth, or they just maybe stopped playing. I don't know. We don't see this character as much anymore.
A lot of the Ganon players I know now play K-Rool, and they're like, well, he's better. And I'm like, where did that even come from? But okay, like, heavies in this game are so interesting to me.
Yeah, they are.
You have a character like Incineroar, right, who's a heavy, and has this insane combo weight, and then all of a sudden, you know, you knock him off stage and boom, you're dead. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. I mean, then again, they're all bad dudes, which is weird, right? Except for Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is like, you know.
He was technically the bad guy in the beginning.
He was. He's reformed though. He's a good guy now.
Yeah, we need a good guy heavy, like a cheerful heavy. Big the Cat would have been perfect. Perfect. Just saying.
He summons Froggy.
Best projectile ever. That's all I'm gonna say. Well, it looks like we are going to be switching sets from Cantrip and Big Ouch Fan. We are just going to let them play off stream for a little bit. We are going to transition into another set, and I see that we're potentially asking for Samuel. So let's talk a little bit about Samuel Fang, #1 point earner in this region. But what is this? Major has actually taken a set before.
Oh yeah, against the Samuel Falcon of all characters. So, and 2-1 in losers bracket as well. So Major's got to be nice with it in some capacity. I feel like if you're getting this close to Samuel, who is the 1 seed. Samuel, not the greatest win rate against Ganondorf, 37%, which is quite jarring. Honestly, I don't know how anyone is losing to Ganondorf in this day and age, but you know, in the wonderful world of online, anything may be possible. Major also finding his own struggles versus Steve as well, which is definitely a little bit more believable just by how I feel like Steve Ganon would interact with each other. I could see this going potentially not too badly for Major. I mean, Ganon's got these huge sweeping hitboxes. He easily knocks Steve out of a lot of his stuff. He's big. If he gets a couple of hard reads, you're getting Steve out of there in like 3 hits. You know, that dude, Steve might be a swole guy, but he's not the heaviest. Not the heaviest in the roster.
Last slide as well also had that both of them have like about a 36-37% win rate on each other's characters too, which is going to make this very fun to watch. I feel like a lot of the times if you have a heavy problem, it's because you're psyching yourself out. You don't know how many times I've had to tell people, stop jumping away from these guys, especially Ganon. Ganon has a crazy strong back air that can send you off flying if you're jumping out of panic. But the thing is, we know that Samuel's really good at this game. I know that all of their conversions are really, really based off of the up tilt kind of ladder. I call it the stairway to heaven, because you just go up and up and up and up, and then you eat an up smash, and then you're boom in the blast zone. But regardless, I am very excited to see Ganon here on the regional finale. This character definitely needs a spotlight.
Imagine if Ganon qualifies for the Panda Cup finale. I think I'd literally eat my controller. That would be insane. I would love to see that. And we're going to see what Major does. I mean, if you're still playing Ganon during this point in the meta, you must love playing Ganon or hate yourself a ton. I feel like Ganon, though, really sick. I enjoy seeing good ones out there. We've seen some insane moments in Smash history with Ganondorf himself.
That's very true.
I'm the sky's the limit, you know.
If you're still playing your mid tier or your low tier and you have not even touched a DLC character in this day and age of Smash Bros.
Favorite.
Yeah, you are a dedicated character main.
Yeah.
I know, at least for me, I love Zelda. Zelda's like she will always be my tried and true. I've played Zelda in every single Smash game. But, you know, Pyra and Mythra, they're very, very fun. And, you know, they also help me win a little bit more.
That's a good way to put it. And I'm curious to see, though, I mean, given that these two have had 2 sets with each other previously, I'm very, very curious to see how this is going to pan out from here on out. Maybe, you know, Major does have 1 victory, albeit on Samuel's Falcon, which definitely might be the weaker of his character pool. But you never know. To take down the first seed is always such an amazing feat to do in any bracket you enter ever. I mean, that is usually a first seed is not misplaced in a bracket. Usually everyone is able to read the room and be like, yeah, this guy is the best player in this room right now. He is able to win this tournament, probably the easiest out of anybody here. So,
but then you have the people that kind of, you know, they have what I'd like to call just like that protagonist power up, where they really like walk into a set and they're like, yeah, you are the number 1 seed. I am the 16th, 32nd, the 64th seed. Does not matter. Like, let's go. And speaking of let's go, it looks like we got both players in the arena. We are going to be seeing the Steve and the Ganon, Samuel and Major, round 2 here of the Northwestern Regional Finale. Once again, best of 5, Fang. We're starting on Battlefield.
Yeah. Battlefield, interesting first pick right here. I mean, for Ganon, you know, you're kind of hoping and praying at that point, but we're already seeing a little hot start out of the gate here for Major. I already love how Major is opting to just try and keep center stage control majority of the time. Then again, we do see the Samuel combos coming out already a hot 60 off of just that first up tilt right there. That is pretty much going to be the mantra for most of the set. I do, however, think that Ganon being pretty heavy is gonna help Major out more than harm him majority of the time. Steve does have kill power plenty, but if you can just live and tank those hits for as long as you can, you're not in the worst position.
I like how Major is also using a lot of this Nair to break minecart or attempt to break minecart. Seems to know this matchup pretty well, just based by the fact that Major's also using the down tilt to break blocks. It does a pretty good job of breaking dirt blocks, but doesn't kind of help you when an empowered minecart is getting flown your way.
Oh my gosh, and more combos coming out already. We do have the diamond in reserve as well as the powered minecart and a heaping amount of iron right here. So Samuel has already slated themselves for victory here. And yeah, if you do try to overshoot, I guess Ganon's hand is so gosh dang big that it hits the pressure plate on the way up and just blows him up while he's trying to get back to the stage. That's some crazy anti-Ganon tech right there. I didn't even think you needed anti-Ganon tech, but here we have it.
You never really know. Sometimes somebody like comes up with a tech and they like name it just this crazy like name or like a ton of just letters. But speaking of a ton, Samuel just ate a ton of foot to the mouth and just now going to lose their first stock. I mean, Major on their last, but like we talked about in the last set, I mean, there is time to adapt, but how do you adapt versus Steve?
It's hard, man. This character is a shapeshifter in terms of where he wants to be at all times. I mean, this character has so much versatility in the kit. I think it's why so many players are able to pilot him however they wish. And up smash almost going to be claiming Samuel's second stock right there, but Major looking a little worse for wear as well. Can he get back to ledge safely?
We can see why we're coming to Battlefield, right, Fang? We're seeing, you know what, let me just follow up. Let me just make you feel like you're safe on this platform. But Samuel's tool is going to break, so going to have to find another pickaxe here if you're going to want to see a back air. Look at the material bar, though. It does not matter. The F smash right to the face. Just a gold bar and a diamond left, but it does not matter. That's all that Steve needs. We're going on to game 2.
Sometimes you just got to use whatever's on you at the time. You know, you got no more materials left. Oh well, I got a sword in my hand still. I got a pickaxe in my hand still. It's okay. We're good. That honestly, moments of brilliance for Major right there, but still Samuel looking so solid and advantage. One hit, he just took it so far. Every single connection, every single interaction. Something Major is definitely going to be cognizant of. Unfortunately, when you do run the risk of playing a character like Ganon, you do have to take a lot more risks. You have to make sure you go for those hard reads against your opponent. Even if you played the best fundamentals of your entire life, if you're not going to be on even footing with your opponent, you know, you're 2 people evenly matched in terms of skill level. One's playing a better character, one's playing a worse character. The one playing the worst character is probably going to lose most of the time. So Major has to go big or go home here.
Yeah, this is what you have to do. You can't let Steve set up, and that's the thing. Steve with a full material bar is just as happy as a clam, just going to do whatever he needs to, really. And it's just, I like the way that Samuel plays like this, like, tease game. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna go and farm and make you feel safe, but just kidding, I have combos. The dirt not going to be enough to get the extension off the anvil. The anvil could have actually dropped there. I love the side special to try and get back onto the stage, but still, it's 20 seconds in. Major almost has 100%, Fang. What happened?
Got hit once by Steve. I mean, that's what happened. Also, the edge guarding is so potent as well. I feel like if Samuel actually kept going with that right there and down tilted, he would have still kept Major off stage, because that down tilt drops off stage as well. So even if Ganon can have that great ledge hang, it even has a decent ledge grab as well. If you're getting hit right below the ledge, it's so hard to make it back. Ganon's recovery is not the greatest.
Way also that Major is reading a lot of these tech rolls back with the up smash that Ganon has. Ganon does have an insane amount of range, but that is going to be Samuel finding the empowered minecart hit to take Major's first stock here. Only at 90 though, but I don't know. You're going to have to get a lot of jabs to the face and potentially a stock loss. The down air though, not going to be enough, but okay, Major going to fire back with a down air of his own. Looking for it, can't find it. Still, Samuel always just an advantage.
That's the thing too, you have to make sure your SDI is on point against characters like Steve. Even if your character is as big as Ganon, the only way Major was able to survive that combo was because he was SDIing out pretty much for the majority of that. For Major hit, yeah, he ate a lot of damage. Did that back air just claim that stock at 71? The Steve Rage plus the Diamond. Such a powerful tool.
Yeah, and still now going to stack on a couple of more pieces of damage here, going for the F tilt. And like we talked about, you have to make openings happen, but it seems like Samuel is just ready for it all. Samuel, though, going to lose the first stock to the Ganon forward air, but it is going to be Major now trying to fight back. But you got every single time you respawn with Steve, you are going to get some of your materials back. Samuel, though, not really working with too much.
Okay, these kicks coming out right here, though, from Major. Looking pretty good. Still, though, Samuel was always able to hit these reversal options. We're seeing the minecarts pay such dividends when Samuel's using them out of the corner. Major's trying to call them out, but luckily that gold, that little stick of butter that you see in Samuel's arsenal, always going to give him that powered minecart to power through those situations.
Kind of look like a stick of butter, right?
Yeah, it does, right?
You pull up the crafting table and then you start making like steak, but it is going to be empowered minecart right under that crafting table. Going to take game number 2 for Samuel. Our number 1 seed is looking pretty darn good right now, Fang.
He's looking like number 1 for a reason, and just the minecart play as well. I mean, Major was trying to find answers to it every time, but Samuel was doing them in such close quarters to Major that Major couldn't react fast enough. You know, Ganon does have a little bit of startup on a lot of those aerials. So Samuel's going to be winning that trade most of the time as well. And again, Samuel looking very polished, I got to say. These combos are great. The way he knows when to disengage as well to just mine for more materials or craft something on the crafting table or build like a little house for himself. He always seems to know what to do in these situations. And Major is forced to approach every single time. And when you're forced to approach Steve, Steve is going to have a good day.
Yeah. I feel like Steve never really has a bad day. Does Steve ever have bad days?
We all do. We all do. You know, he runs into Herobrine.
There's gotta be a bad day somewhere.
He's mining. I mean, they just added that mob to Minecraft, the Warden. That's like unkillable or whatever. Like he kills you in like 2 hits or something like that. So I'd imagine that's a pretty bad day for Steve if he sees one of those things.
Okay, here comes Major, though, hitting like a truck currently. Samuel, though, no diamond, though, to work with as of right now, but still just doing it all with the wood. Going to pull the stone and try and get something started, but it is going to be the up tilt backer. Major is just stuck off stage right now, Fang, and going to get hit by the TNT, and that's going to be first stock on.
That was so cool. He triggered the pressure plate right there with that up tilt. These combos keep going, and you do see that gold out, meaning it's going to come out a little bit faster. The frame advantage is going to be a little bit better. So Samuel is just feasting right now on Major. Oh, it keeps going too. This is going to be an edge guard for sure.
Okay, one get propped up. Nothing quite yet. I think Samuel just instinctively drops down that anvil. I think with a little bit more placement, it will hit every single time. Maybe just kind of rushing the edge guard just a little bit, but you're going to get stuck on those platforms and going to eat an up smash for it. It's even stocks, Bang. I mean, to give Major credit where credit is due, Major has been doing better and better each game. It's just that Samuel will start because of, you know, the character archetype of Steve. I mean, it happens, but Major right now really playing well.
Yo, he's cooking. Major is cooking right now for real. Already lapping Samuel in percent for the first time. Do see the attempt at the back air. I like it. And the down tilt actually being faster than the F smash right there. Major is tapped in right now.
A couple of up tilts here. Samuel going to pull the diamond, trying to bait Major to come forward. You saw that, right? Pushing the back away, saying, you know what? Yeah, it's safe to approach. And then boom, the diamond. But Major going to be able to mash out in time. Looking a little bit scary, but going to get the follow-up as well off of the empowered minecart tracks. Things are looking great for Major still.
One little micro adjustment I want to make note of for Major is that he's started doing most of these aerials in place or retreating as opposed to drifting forward with them. It's giving him a lot more time to react to the minecart and kind of stuff Steve out for spacing poorly in front of it. Still though, we got the diamond. The up tilt combos are starting. That was all. That could have been the stock right there if that minecart had hit. That thing hits like a truck, man.
Absolutely. And honestly, this last stock looking so close here. The empowered minecart's going to hit. Samuel is going to have advantage here. But the magnet hands are going to help empowered minecart Major, who was so close. The forward air
jump.
And the air dodge too. This is all going wrong. Just placing the wood block there. That's going to be Samuel taking it in our second set of the day, 3-0. But bang. It was so much closer.
It was so close.
Yeah.
He was so close the whole time. Honestly, doing a really great job of outplaying Samuel in neutral a fair amount there. But again, the Samuel advantage so strong every single time. Dude, also the edge guarding was perfect as well. We saw these wacky, crazy setups with the anvil. We saw the blocks trying to block him. And again, if you clip Ganon's jump, he's done. His goose is cooked at that point. And Samuel had really good awareness of that right there. So, going to be a pretty handy-dandy 3-0 for Samuel right there, but I don't suspect this will be the last we'll be seeing of Major, judging by how they only got better after each and every game that entire set.
Absolutely. I am super excited to see how the Northwest finale is going to play out, because I feel like we just got to see the front runner, right? We just got to see kind of Samuel in the prime, why Samuel exceeds in the places that they do with the setups and the minecarts and, you know, making things happen. But we are going to be actually moving in, and we are going to be commentating, Fang, the 3 winners quarter set. So we are going to be seeing who actually makes it into the top cut here. We got Waitrix versus Lamb, I believe, coming up next. Waitrix a Cloud and Lamb a Lucario. When was the last time you casted Lucario?
Yesterday.
Okay, before that.
I get to cast some of Armadillo's sets. That guy is cracked out of his mind, but Lamb looking pretty good so far. Though, I am feeling a little bit thirsty, so in the meantime, we're going to take a quickie little break before this very next set. Guys, do not go anywhere. If you guys are enthralled by the Smash already you're seeing today, there's only more to come. So we'll see you guys real soon.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Yo, welcome back to the Panda Cup, Northwest, North America, regional finals presented
Order. That's okay.
by Grubhub. I can't read, but I know someone who can. Is Lyric, my wonderful co-caster. Welcome back to everybody.
Yeah.
I want to talk about those PG stats ads real quick, man. I mean, if you guys have been checking out the PG stats content lately, it has been absolute fire. The most recent video with Bowser Jr. I think is the most fun one I got to watch and got to kind of see how they made it. If you guys are interested, I believe they do have a Patreon or something like that.
You could be a member on YouTube.
There you go. Oh yeah, you can be a member on YouTube. That was what
I'm
it
a
was.
member.
That was what it was. You know better than I do, and I'm on Panda. But
Regardless, though, make sure you guys go and support the PG Stats team. I had the pleasure of meeting so many of them at PAX West, and everybody. It's such a big passion project. I don't think people remember enough in this community that a lot of the things that people do for this community are passion projects. At the end of the day, they are just trying to like spread the word about Smash, make Smash super, super accessible. So I am just very grateful to PG Stats and Panda for everything that they've done. But we were talking about this a little bit earlier, Fang. We got Waitrix versus Lamb coming up, and you had just casted Lucario yesterday.
right. One thing I do know about this character is goofy, wacky, silly, crazy. This character is the clutch mode character. You will not see another character that will force last stock games like this one. This character has the clutch gene. He has the dog within him, so to speak. If you push this character to his brink, he will be able to kill you in like one hit with back air. It is insane. And with a character like Cloud at the helm of Waitrix, I'm very, very curious to see how this set is going to go, because Cloud does need to work for his kills just a little bit. There's no kill confirm you can really set up. You're almost always going to be getting your stocks off of straight hits a majority of the time. With a character like Lucario at the helm of Lamb, I'm worried how that's going to go for Waitrix, because if you put, Lucario is not the lightest character. He takes a while to have that stock erased off of him. So if you push that character to the rage point, the aura point, it's going to get real scary. So I'm very curious to see how Waitrix is going to take it. Let's get into it. The winners, quarters, finals, 5-game set potentially. Best of 5. Whoever wins this sinks themselves one spot closer to that Panda Cup finale and top it.
You tell how confident Lamb is in this major already, just coming out of the gate saying, you know what, hey, what's up? Let me just build this aura right away. Waitrix, though, now going to get something started, too. This is peak Smash Bros. For me. Let's just fight. Let's just throw ourselves at each other. And I mean, they're both glowing at this point. Somebody's got aura, someone's got limit. They're both already just like have so much of their power spikes together, and it's looking so great for both players so far, but it is going to be Lamb still kind of picking it in advantage here.
Whoa.
And Aura Sphere Gimp as well. Great stuff from Lamb. I do want to point out before I throw it on over to you, on the seed performance slide and the head-to-head slide, we saw that Waitrix actually has no recorded data versus this character. So this could be the first time Waitrix is playing against someone like Lamb, who has played against Cloud before.
I'd believe it too, honestly. I mean, you think of Cloud, you think he's pretty common in the meta even still. Everyone loves their anime sword fighter characters, but not everybody loves Lucario. There's a very dedicated crop of Lucario players, and all of them are nasty with this character. Character's very execution heavy, very technical as well. I mean, look at that down tilt into Rar Bear. I have never seen that combo in all my years as a Smash Bros. Commentator, so I'm learning new things each and every time I witness this character. But Tiger Woods golf swing right there is going to take that first stock off of Lamb, but this is looking tough, Lyric. Lucario, you do not want to be in a deficit against Lucario at all.
You ever want to be anywhere near Lucario, because Lucario also scales with how much they've lost as well. We called that the Anubis effect. So it's just kind of a weird spot to play against this character. I'm loving the way that Lamb is playing, though, finding a lot of these ladders up too, but it is going to be Waitrix has the limit too, just going to have to blow it. I want to see Waitrix kind of get up close and personal a little bit more with that limit, try and bait something out here. The cross slash is going to be a good sign, though. Ooh, okay, trying to go for a little bit of the down special there, but it's not going to be enough.
Charging limit right in front of Lamb. Very bold right there for Waitrix, but this is getting scary. Luckily, Lucario is one of the only character in this game who is doing worse the more he's down, or the more he's up, I should say. He does get noticeably weaker. It takes a little bit longer for that aura to charge up as well, which is why this character thrives most when they're playing from behind, because that aura, that Anubis effect, all of that stuff culminating into a time bomb of a character in Lucario.
Lucario's side special at this point can definitely take it. Waitrix has done a fantastic job of bringing this back, but now Lucario, last stock charging up aura is insanely strong, and you can see that Lamb is already kind of looking for it too, but Waitrix using the cross slash right in the face, it's definitely doing a good job of breaking Lamb's offense. Just
whoa!
Read the spot dodge in the what?
Did you?
What? All right.
Cross slash one into blade beam into up smash. That is a custom combo if I've ever seen one. And Lamb, I don't think, was ready for it all, as they kept trying to press buttons out of that disadvantage right there. Really, really good playing on Waitrix. Waitrix almost in like the optimal spot. I feel like Lamb lost that game because they were too far ahead the majority of the time. They didn't have the extra shotgun blast of aura in their arsenal at that point. So you saw how teeny tiny those aura spheres were. Even when max charge, those were not going to really harm Waitrix too much. And Lucario kind of has to work for those stocks in those instances. He does have some powerful aerials at later percents, but in the early percents as well, you have to get a pretty strong hit to take that stock off. So the win condition almost lined itself up for Waitrix, and some good neutral in tandem with really unorthodox move choices blew open that entire game one right there.
I always like to say, how well, if you've never played a matchup before, can you recover from getting shell-shocked? Because it felt like that's what the beginning of that game was. Just Waitrix kind of getting tossed around, saying, I don't really know exactly where your weaknesses are, but just that last combo of saying, you know what, all right, cross slash one, and follow up and swing up. I mean, up smash was the taker all three stocks last game.
Wow, that's kind of funny.
For Lamb to really think about, especially because the second stock was just a hard get up into that move too. And Cloud with rage and limit, things were just gonna kind of toil out of control at that point. Waitrix, though, doing a really great job of bringing it back. Lamb, though, we know how well they have control over their character. They were very, very, very prominent in a lot of their combos. It was just, like you said, Lucario doesn't start thriving until, the bitter end, and just, I felt like the momentum was opposite, just kind of so strong in the beginning and then just kind of lost steam at the end.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of players like Armadillo take a really aggressive approach to Lucario, right? I mean, they will throw themselves. I feel like Lamb was almost playing it a little too safe. You have to be eager to kind of scrap with Lucario. It just can't be at a disadvantage a majority of the time. I felt like Lamb at the beginning had really good aggression and really nice combo game as well. Towards the end, they'll start to play it really, really safe and close to the chest. And that's kind of not I feel like Lucario is the only character in the roster you really don't want to do that with. You can throw yourself into danger. You most likely won't lose your stock pretty early, and you only get stronger as the game goes along. So don't be afraid to just tack on as much damage as you can and just swing for the fences every single time.
Swinging for the fences, that's exactly what we saw. 3, 2, 1.
Just what Waitrix is doing.
Yeah. And everybody was swinging. Everybody was blinking colors. Like
everyone was blue.
Everyone was blue. I've always said in my first starting days of commentary, and I've ceased this joke for now until I find a way to make it funnier, that Shulk does not change arts, he changes flavors.
All he does is change colors. That's my favorite tweet.
Strawberry. Look out for strawberry.
Look out for strawberry.
We're going to Battlefields, which I actually think is a great stage for both characters. So I'm interested to see how Lamb is going to be able to bring it back, maybe changing up the playstyle. But you can already see Waitrix is like, you can come to me first, I'm okay with that, or still just going to find the opening themselves.
Cross slash also such a powerful move. I mean, there's just so much consistent damage you can rack up with that one move. But already we're seeing the combos being early dispensed by Lamb right here. These two just kind of trading back and forth at the moment. Both of them are glowing bluer and bluer as this game progresses thus far. I tried to go for it all right there.
It's like that song, Blue.
Yeah.
From the 90s. Regardless, though, I mean, this first stock is being a little bit more pesky than last game here. I'm loving the way that Waitrix is moving around this stage as well. Clim Hazard 1, it's not going to be able to combo into 2, but with the missed up smash on Lamb's side, that is going to be free punish. He needs to jump around up smash. Waitrix looking fantastic.
Big check right there on Lamb's part as well. That back air is going to be safe on shield 9 times out of 10 if it's spaced correctly, and Cloud can recover very quickly out of it. So Lamb trying to jump over, trying to bail themselves out of harm's way, and they clipped by it right there. Still, though, we do have the Anubis active now. We finally see Lamb in a deficit early game. That's only going to help Lamb more and more as they strike Waitrix even more. So playing back ain't always the worst part of playing Lucario.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that
it's
is
the best.
kind of your win condition at that point. The Aura Sphere, though, is not going to be enough. But unfortunately for Waitrix is going to get clipped by the second one. For 2 stocks to 2, Lamb going to be able to find a down air into Aura Sphere combo, going to shield the Clim Hazard as well. Things are looking much better for Lamb right now, but Waitrix, what I love about this player is that they're constantly resetting neutral, not just forcing advantage into their favor, because that doesn't work versus a lot of characters, especially like Lucario, but still Lamb looking for the air dodge in, but Waitrix going to go to air dodge up on the platform.
I do like also that you noted how often Waitrix likes to reset neutral quite a bit. I feel like with Cloud as a character, you have to reset neutral all the time. You don't really have any of these long, crazy combo strings to rely on for your early damage. So you are going to be playing a fair amount of neutral. So being comfortable with that, especially against a character like Lucario, definitely going to be only more favorable outcomes coming for you. But Lamb is so much rage online. Aura Sphere sounds like a truck engine right now. I'm getting terrified the longer this second stock lasts.
Absolutely, and this was kind of the anticipated outcome from game 1 too. Lamb though 130% on the second stock, Waitrix full limit, but Aura Sphere is not going to be enough. I like how Waitrix trying to shift their hurt box by using the cross slash out, very smart. But it is going to be Waitrix finding the up tilt, but Lucario's a little bit slippy. But back there for sure, that's it.
Great call out right there, and if there's any way to find advantage on Cloud, it's calling on the strike. Dude has the best trampoline in his house. He just loves jumping all over the place. So if you can call out any of those short hops or full hops successfully, which Lamb did perfectly right there, you're going to be finding yourself in a really good spot against Cloud. And yeah, game 2, Lamb cleaning it up. Oh, again, it's so weird how game 1, Lamb was winning most of the game and then lost. Now this game, Lamb is losing most of the game and then they win. It's just like, it's just the nature of Lucario. This character, the players of this character and the character itself live for the clutch moment. They love having that high blood pressure of always being in a last hit situation at all times.
Lucario players now have high blood pressure when they play.
do.
I love that. I'm stealing that.
They're terrified, dude.
Well,
Every Lucario, you see them get up from their sets. I see Vivi get up after they play Lucario, wiping the sweat off their brow. They look like they just fought for their life. And they have. It's terrifying. Any moment could be your last while playing this character. This character is just built like that.
it's very true. I thought today we were going to see 3-0s across the board, and I am very glad to be wrong. We are at kind of this 1-1 Wild West standoff. I mean, you always want the advantage going on into game number 4, but I feel like we're thinking about this stage a little bit long here. Where do you think we're going?
Big thinks all around. The one stage I don't want to see Waitrix counterpick to is Kalos. Kalos is, I think, easily Lucario's best stage. You have way more recovery mix-ups, way more ways to play around. If you can get to that wall safely to use that Lucario wall cling, you're going to make it back every single time. And the character is just really good on flatter stages as well sometimes. You know, we did see it last game, though, Battlefield panning out very, very well for Lamb. So they do seem to be a bit comfortable on platform stages as well. It's such a good stage for Cloud, too. I really don't know what stage we can see here next from these two, honestly. I think it's going to be more so factoring in how these two adapt to each other from here on out, because now Waitrix may have to get a little bit more greedy. I mean, we saw him comfortable with playing neutral, but sometimes you just got to go for the death blow on Lucario. You got to make sure you get those stocks out of there quickly, because as we saw, Lamb was living pretty high percentages every single stock, and the aura was potent.
Very true. We will see, though. I don't think either of these players play another character. I actually think it's going to be Lucario and Cloud the whole way through.
Yeah, I think so
It's
too.
a little bit to think, but we are going to get right back into the arena. It is going to be the same exact matchup. We'll see exactly where we're going, what adjustments are going to be now made on the Waitrix side of these things. We'll see, but Lamb coming back game 2 a little bit more aggressive. We'll see how it goes.
3, 2,
Up into town. Okay, very interesting counter pick right here, I'd say. I mean, could pan out well because maybe Waitrix has the mentality of I want to erase this Lucario stocks before he can erase mine. But it's also a double-edged sword, I feel like, because you're going to be losing those stocks pretty early, especially if Lamb is down bad.
So I want to kind of like phrase it like this. If Waitrix was getting a majority of their stocks by up smashing, going to the stage with the tallest ceiling may not exactly be
That's
the
true.
right here too.
That's true. I feel like every stock Waitrix has taken has been with up smash as well. I feel like we've rarely seen any other move kill so far.
It's also the fact that Lamb has really good aerial ladders up with the up air too. So with the up air, you can take that pretty far out, but it is going to be Waitrix fighting their way back in with the cross slash. No punish though on Lamb's side on a lot of these Clim hazards, which is how you beat Cloud a lot of these times. Just getting in on a couple of these end lag moves, but it is going to be Waitrix finding the dash attack here, looking for the back air, but Lamb, we were talking about this before, Lucario is a little bit slippery, can take their time coming down.
Oh yeah, no double jump left on Waitrix. I think this might actually be the stock right here.
Sure.
Yeah, almost close, but no cigar. Fortunately, Cloud just cannot have it without that limit in the arsenal. And now we see Lamb at a lead, pretty high percent though, so the aura is still going to be pretty potent as it goes. And Lucario's early percent combo game is really, really solid.
Still, I mean, Waitrix, we could see it again, looking for the punish on the jump over with the up. It's going to be enough. Nice down tilt in, slide down tilt. A lot of these down tilt attacks in Snaffle's going to do a really good job of sliding on the move. I think Snape also does the same thing. That was a beautiful ledge jump back here by Waitrix. Finally, we're seeing something else other than the up smash.
I feel like every Smash player needs to learn ledge trump back air, or just how to ledge trump correctly. It is such a good tool for some, at least the more scrappy characters in the game. If you're a zoner player, probably not going to end up in that situation a lot of the time. But if you play characters like Greninja, Cloud, definitely consider learning that tech because you could be nailing some really, really nice stocks off of those.
Speaking of nice stocks, that's going to be Lamb finding a little bit of the Gimp as well. And still now just laying on the pain to Waitrix. Waitrix now, though, going to get the signature Cloud juggle. Just a quick F-tilt there, going to send Waitrix all the way off. A great get-up attack. Trying to find the up smash. It's not going to be enough here. And now Lamb just has aura kind of all charged up here. But it is going to be Waitrix finding a little bit more of this aerial success than Lamb is at this point. Lamb just trying to get some more aura charged up. But it is still Waitrix fighting back as strong as possible and finding the back air.
Very excellent back air there by Waitrix. Now this is pretty much do or die for both of these guys at this point. This game is going to be a huge break point in the pacing of this set. And Waitrix, while looking good with a lot of these hits, it's looking like a real slobber knocker right now. These guys are just taking trades to left and right. And trading with Lucario is scary because as your percentage climbs, so does his. That F smash is going to do it though. Excellent read right there by Lamb on the roll. That was nutty. How do you think of that?
I mean, you got Town and City, which is smallest sides, right? And then you have a Lucario charged up with Rage, and then Aura as well. And you could be at 40, and that's going to KO you. I mean, that was really great coverage by Lamb. So now Lamb is going to be up 2-1 here. Waitrix has to figure it out. That was Waitrix's counter pick.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we're going to go back or if we're going to go to a more neutral stage. Maybe a small battlefield, maybe a Pokemon Stadium too. Maybe a Smashville even. We haven't even seen Smashville today.
It's true. Interesting that just the counter pick right there because I feel like Waitrix was doing well, but was also forced to kind of shift how they played. I mean, we saw, again, like you mentioned, up smash pretty much claimed so many stocks in this set thus far. Now we're seeing some back airs coming out here and there, which is good. We're diversifying the game plan, but still, those up smashes are not going to be as prevalent anymore. I mean, how do you really get a character like Lucario, who's so slippery, so many movement tools at his disposal? How do you pin him down? How do you take the stock? And again, the last stock was just not looking favorable because, again, those trades just kept coming out. That big Lucario F smash came out. The aura was looking mighty ripe to put a hurting on Waitrix right there. I don't know. I think Waitrix just needs to firmly outplay Lamb at this point, or else that's going to be the winner's bracket life.
Yeah, totally agree with you there. And just to kind of put it in perspective of the bigger bracket, Waitrix and Lamb, the winner of this will be fighting either Samuel or Cheems. Cheems is still in this bracket. Cheems on the Ike too. which once again, I always love these tournaments because the character spread across the board is so interesting to look at. Ike has done extremely well in Panda Cup, especially on all of these online qualifiers. You have Raven King from Heartland who actually qualified throughout that region with Ike. So I want to see what Sheems is going to be able to do as well. But Waitrix and Lamb, we're still deciding on a stage here. That's totally fine. When you're in this pivotal game 4, you have to take a little bit of a moment to kind of stop. Maybe even, you know, take a second to breathe, because that could throw off Lamb's momentum a little bit as well.
Gotta ice them out, you know. Maybe get the momentum back in your favor. Take a minute to. 'Cause that's the good thing about online tournaments, is that you don't have the dude applying IRL pressure right next to you. You just do your little, do your little smash shot GG test. Think about it a little bit. But we are succumbing from one game's previous DLC to this game. We are succumbing to the $5.99. Cash your ticket out. Get that better character in your arsenal. But you now have to refigure out an entire matchup. Yes, you're switching to a better character in Pyra and Mythra. However, you now have to learn the Lucario matchup on the fly while playing Pyra and Mythra. Whereas Lamb is still playing the same character. He doesn't have to really adjust. He just has to adjust to the character itself and Waitrix's particular game 1 habits with this character.
Mythra, as well as a character, is also extremely light, so I'm concerned about some of these like hard reads that Lamb has been getting away with as well, even getting a lot of the off-stage gives too. And I mean, the Aegis, both of them do kind of struggle off-stage a little bit unless you are recovering so close to the stage. But now it is going to be Waitrix, who has taken a lot of percentage here, will find the down throw, will not find the up air. And that's the thing also, we've been pointing out that Lamb has been getting a lot of airtime. The side special almost did it. Switching to Pyra, it's not going to be punished all the way, but the Blazing End is going to at least save. The dash attack won't be enough either, as now Waitrix stuck going coast to coast.
Oh, the read! And the air dodge read perfectly on the platform, getting that down air into up smash off. Probably the most satisfying combo to hit with Pyra. I love hitting that move. I think it's so cool. But already we're seeing a complete shift in momentum right here. It just seems like Waitrix is very confident with the movement of both Pyra and Mythra. And Lamb is having a very, very difficult time getting this finishing blow on Waitrix.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Lamb right now. I feel like that entire first stock really kind of that one pace, and then the moment that Waitrix was able to get the follow-up with Pyra, it was a completely different game. But now it is going to be the Pyra stacking up damage. I know for a lot of the times, Aegis players really, kind of think of Mythra as the one to like take all the damage, and then you send it on Pyra, who's a little bit heavier than Mythra, and you get all of that rage going. But now it is going to be Lamb now trying to fight a way back into this, going to find the down air first, but now Waitrix, the air dodge on stage was so risky.
Yeah, for real, so risky indeed, and Waitrix is spending a very impressive amount of time off stage thus far. Lamb finally starting to utilize that extreme speed a little bit in that up B. We haven't really seen it too much this set, but it's such a good mix-up. The move also has a hitbox on it as well. That will be a stock, though. Waitrix actually catching with the end of the neutral B right there. And Waitrix looking like they're about to claw themselves potentially into a game 5 if Lamb doesn't go sicko clutcho mode right now. Because we do have a Lucario on last stock. We do have the Anubis charged up. If Lamb keeps taking this beating, there's going to be a lot of rage and a lot of aura on this character.
Finds the back air, getting the Aura Sphere charged up. Great air dodge above by Waitrix. Going to at least have Mythra live out for a little bit longer. The stall will essentially save Lamb from taking more percent here. But so far, the MVP of the team today, you can tell just Waitrix is so much more comfortable on this Pyra so far. Oh,
no.
You are risky. You risked
That could have been it.
Yeah. That was so...
not...
Yeah, crazy. We're both thinking the same thing.
For real. Oh man, I'm scared for Waitrix here though, of all people. I mean, you have. I know Lamb is the one with the more red percent and the last stock, but I'm pretty scared right now. One back air could seal Waitrix's fate here. Oh, the extreme speed sent him in the wrong direction. Now how do you get off the ledge? You can't.
You waited too long! Your ledge invincibility actually just went away. You thought it was the right idea to just wait for Lamb to throw the Aura Sphere, but your ledge invincibility was actually up. That's going to be Lamb taking it. And like you said, Fang, red numbers
Scared.
don't mean anything.
Don't. Sometimes they mean more good for you than bad, honestly. If that you know, in most fighting games, you're on that magic pixel, you're still in the game. With the rage at your disposal, man, and especially with a character like Lucario, it gets scary. It gets so scary. Great stuff to Lamb right there, taking it 3-1. Waitrix, I want to see more of that Aegis. That Aegis was looking mighty good. We've seen a lot of really great things and a lead for most of the game as well. It's just unfortunate that extreme speed did hit Waitrix off stage, and my man's was trying to do calculus or something on that ledge because he was thinking way too hard about how to get off, and he just that stock just went away. So it is what it is. Lamb, though, top 8 winners side, looking impressive. I always love seeing Lucario players do well. That character is a blast and a half to watch.
Absolutely. But speaking of having a blast, we gotta talk about our friends over at Grubhub. Panda Cup is, of course, delivered by Grubhub.
That's right, delivered.
You can order this month while you watch and use the code 5PANDA to receive $5 off your Grubhub order of $10 or more. And I have to say, Fang, obviously terms apply, and the offer is only available until November 30th. But my favorite bubble tea place actually is only available on Grubhub. So I've I've used 5Panda a lot in the past couple weeks. And of course, they have such an easy delivery app as well. It comes right to my door. And it's really just kind of the solution for me because I actually work remotely at home. So sometimes it's a little bit hard to go out and get yourself food. But Grubhub always has my back and delivers it right to me.
That's right. You know, make sure you definitely use that code 5PANDA. Good up until November 30th. And just want to remind you guys, the previous codes were for first-time diners. This code is not. So you can use it even if you've had Grubhub for 1 day or 1 year. It is such a good deal on your part. Thank you so much to Grubhub for delivering us wonderful Panda Cup finals, regional finals, and helping out the Panda Cup as well, helping Smash be strong and grow more. Come a long, long way. For sure. Now we got Grubhub. A couple of years ago, I was in the back of a comic book shop. So.
Oh yeah.
We're out here now, but we do got our next set gearing up right here. We got Lightning Quiz 7 versus Ness, and we're just seeing some good old Smash Bros. We got Cloud, Samus. I'm loving the amount of like solo mains, the amount of people, because this is the most solo mains I've ever seen. Usually in the stats we see these pocket characters that a lot of these guys have. I love seeing players who have 100% faith in their character. There's a beauty in that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I always like to say, going back to card shop tournaments, it's what age of FGC locals did you start with? Did you start with basement locals, card shop tournaments, and now people are starting to get into the era of like, wow, this venue is like made for like gaming tournaments, and it was like, it was never like this. It was, you guys are so lucky. Like,
I think it came at the perfect time. I was in that in-between point where we weren't like in the basement of like an abandoned building, because there have been some interesting venues for tournaments back in the day.
The parking lot, and you're like, am I here? And
am I at the venue right now?
And then you see somebody carrying in the monitor, and you're like, oh, all right, I'm in the right place.
That's where we are.
It's so scary.
I see people play pizza shops, like malls, the back of their car. Like, it do not matter. We will be playing Smash wherever we can. But today we're playing online from the comfort of our own home, which is always honestly cool. I like that we got, you can play your favorite game with 80+ characters online, pretty much anywhere you are. It's pretty fire.
You were playing it right before this broadcast.
I was playing a lot of Pyron Mithra. Very cool character.
Another person who has fallen.
I've fallen
Mr. Ness Payne.
Fallen for the anime girl charms, man.
You also qualified for your regional finale.
I did. Correct. It was yesterday. I could not compete because I was casting, but it was cool to see me getting my butt whooped in the bite-sized recap by Unleashed. Literally, I was in there because I entered one of them. I got in grands, and then I just got worked. And then they put two of me just losing my stuff.
I casted that. I was
you did. That's right. You were Jackie. It's so funny. Oh man.
Lightning Quiz 7, this was one of our kind of players that we needed to look out for. Another Cloud player. So the flavor of the week up in the Northwest is the Cloud, which is something that we really haven't seen. Going up against Samus, though, the classic zoner.
It's always interesting because I feel like each region has like their specialty characters. And we're seeing a lot of Cloud, a lot of sorties. So the West loves their sorties in America. It's always cool to see, and in Canada, I guess, as well. Lightning Quiz 7 also, I believe, one of the qualifier champions, taking it over Big Daddy Nom Nom in the last qualifier before this whole shebang started. So definitely someone I want to look out for. Very, very big frequenter of online tournaments as well. And my man is repping the Xbox Live default gamer tag.
Love it. Gotta love it too. There we go, though. I mean, so far it seems like Lightning Quiz has a pretty good handle on it. The Samus zoners are very hard sometimes to get in on just because they have a nice little flowchart of how they like to play their game. And it's easy to kind of fall into that trap. But Ness doing a really solid job of finding a lot of these landing nairs. Samus has a very interesting nair where it kind of hits left and right, and sometimes it looks like a forward air or a back air, but it's actually just a neutral air, and it does a really good job of controlling space.
Samus is also a really dominant character. I believe from what I saw most recently on the most recent edition of Barnard's Loop statistics, Samus is like a top 10 character in the meta right now in terms of results. So this character, while being rather unassuming in a toolkit standpoint, has so many kooky, crazy tools to really dispatch a lot of opponents. And that charge shot, namely being one of them, you can combo aerials out of it, is such a good projectile as well. Samus is crazy. Look at that! A sniper, not afraid to go off stage with it. That's going to be taking that first stock off of LQ.
That's the thing with Samus, right? I feel like a lot of people give zoners a lot of a hard time, and I feel like you have the choice to play the zoner aggressively. The drop off the ledge instantly. Hard shot was insanely nice, but it is going to be Lightning Quiz 7 finding just this straight up F tilt and say, you know what, let's bring this back to even. As Limit charged up and ready to go, let's see what Nez is going to be able to do to kind of invalidate that, but it is going to be the Blade Beam getting a little bit more damage, and now Lightning Quiz has brought this back into their favor.
Yeah, these uppies out of shield have been paying a lot of dividends, though still we do have an edge guard situation. Luckily, Lightning Quiz saving that jump for the snap to get back. I love that right there. It's so tricky to recover, especially as Cloud sometimes against characters like Samus who are ledge trapping monsters.
Okay, Nez does have charge, but Lightning Quiz does have limit. This is the battle of the win conditions here. Great grab into back throw. Are we going to see limit cross slash potentially? Nez, great job! No! The Blade Beam looking great from Lightning Quiz.
You worked really hard for that edge guard. Here, let me help you out here with that one. Jumping right into it. Very unfortunate for Ness, but really good for Lightning Quiz. Pretty much tit for tat so far in this set, as we are seeing last stocks apiece on both of these guys right here. Both these guys have just been getting slugged. Uppies coming out of both of them right here. We are sharing one brain cell. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, but it's stock for stock right now, and this is what makes really good Smash. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, I was expecting 3-0s across the board, but the way that these two are playing right now, they're both adapting to each other extremely well. Great parry on the first hit, and finds the charge. That's the follow-up. That's that good stuff with Samus for sure.
That wall jump too from Lightning Quiz, almost putting them in precarious spots. Still though, this could be, I think, one well-placed back air could really net it right here for Lightning Quiz. Tried to go for the pivot grab off of the neutral getup. Very close. Just huge neutral going on right here. Tries for the up B, but there was no prompting for it. Just tried to go for it. You tell these guys are getting a little bit antsy to finish these stocks off right here.
Okay, it is going to be Lightning Quiz with advantage here, but still, these Samus Nairs, Fang, have been so pesky. Nez does have the charge shot, will let it fly, it won't be enough, finds the forward air, looking for the Zair to poke Lightning Quiz off a little bit more. The Crash Bomb is only going to ensure safety just a little bit more. Lightning Quiz once more. Advantage here on the left is going to be the dash attack. Beautiful opener for Lightning Quiz as they are going to be able to take game one. That dash attack was fantastic. Great placement.
We're getting some banger sets here today.
Absolutely.
That was very, very close. One thing I want to note that saved Lightning Quiz's bacon for a majority of that game were those get-up attacks on the Morph Bomb.
Yes.
If Samus is doing the Morph Ball and retreating with it, doing get-up attack to hit yourself into that blast will not only prevent you from getting ledge guarded, but it will actually deal with Samus doing that to you. Sure, you will take a little bit of damage, but Samus isn't ledge trapping you anymore. And that was really, really pivotal to getting Lightning Quiz off the ledge a majority of the time that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great stuff from both players. Honestly, I love when you can feel the momentum shift. Like,
It's palpable.
well. Yeah, it's palpable. It's what makes it really exciting because we're seeing the adaptation live going back and forth. And with long sets like this, like we said at the beginning, best of 5, you have time. I want to point out stage here. Stage was really important. Battlefield, you have that very high, tall platform in the center of the stage, and you saw Ness use a lot of that up special to get out of a lot of those combos that Lightning Quiz was doing, and Lightning Quiz not able to follow it up directly. It was essentially kind of like an escape route, and Lightning Quiz was doing a fantastic job of still bringing it back and chasing Ness around, but Ness used that top platform a lot to get out of there.
Yeah, for real. I like that you noted it as well. That top platform, we saw a lot of play on it for that first game right there. I'm curious to see if we are going to go back to Battlefield. Really, that could have gone either way. I feel like it was just about who outplayed who at the end. Lightning Quiz getting that stellar dash attack at the end to cap it all off. I guess only time will tell where we're going to go from here on out. We are jumping right into this game 2. Ness looking pretty good. We are running it right back. I could totally see that happening as well, right? I mean, these guys were so close that game 1.
Yeah, see, using it as kind of the escape route that we talked about. Lightning Quiz, unfortunately, picking the wrong option there, but you could see how they're actually trying to chase up there now. Also using it for the Clim Hazard. I mean, the top platform's going to work out really well. I feel like a lot of times now players are like, nah, I don't really like Battlefield anymore. But Battlefield was the tried and true, and it still is like the most neutral starter in Melee. Oh, it's interesting to see how both communities kind of play around their stage lists at this point. But so far, it's so even.
I feel like we still haven't figured ours out yet. We are seeing, though, very aggressive approaches right here from Lightning Quiz, but the spacing is looking potent every time. I love the preservation of these limit charges, just all of them staying, because it does give Cloud a slight stat boost. Cloud does get a bit faster when he's glowing blue. I love the way that Lightning Quiz is using that to just extend this pressure, extend this advantage. Ness has had a really hard time getting off the ledge so far.
Ness, though, going to be in advantage starting out now, going to be able to find the dash attack and will find the charge shot as well. That's one of the things that you have to do as a zoner, and as somebody who plays a partial zoner like you, Fang, you know that waiting out the option and then getting your projectiles in is something that's kind of key to the play. But I mean, like we talked about, Lightning Quiz not going out without a fight here. I feel like Lightning Quiz is always first to lose the stock, but always first to bring it right back.
Yeah, they're really scrappy with it. They just find themselves right back in. They are not missing a beat when it comes to pacing themselves back into the game. I mean, we saw so much damage already being done by Lightning Quiz, but Ness has been the one every single time to kind of find the last few hits.
Jab, 1, 2, 3, at least still going to stack up the damage. We were talking about Lightning Quiz holding on to limit a little bit as well. It's really interesting. That was crazy.
That was a cheeky combo.
Clim Hazard 1 into the 1-2 jab, and sure, it didn't KO, but it was just like, nope, my platform. It's always been this fight over the top platform. No, not enough. Great DI out by Ness, saying, you know what? Nah, I'm just gonna get rid of this aggression real quick.
The top platform must be covered in sauce or something, because Lightning Quiz is looking insane on it. All right, though, really, really scary spot for Ness right here. One clean back air will be enough to seal their fate. Very risky option to go for that side B right there. I'm not sure if that's what Ness wanted in that situation. Maybe a mix-up. That move is laggy as heck, though. You don't really want to use that in those situations. I feel like a lot of players, when they're at their high percents, really get pressured into going for like really unsafe stuff. A lot of characters that like have tethers like Min Min or Samus will try to go for their grab, or they'll try to go for a slow option because they like, oh, I'm in a pressured situation and I haven't won any of my interactions. Let me do something crazy and maybe it'll get me out of this situation. And that can end up really having you lose your stock a lot more often than you want it to.
Ness looking for the down smash, won't be able to find it. Down throw by Lightning Quiz, and now potentially going for the Clim Hazard spike, the air dodge all the way around the up smash. Lightning Quiz looking a little bit slippery like Lamb a little bit earlier, just not getting caught out by anything. Ness, though, does have the charge shot. I'm loving using this cross slash in the air to stall out the movement. Great stuff, but going to get hit by the morph ball into the charge shot. Ness, last stock here, both sides, but Ness kind of bleeding out a little bit.
I saw very, very scary glimmers of something at that next up air connected lyric. You know, that still exists. We still got the Samus ladders in this game, and Ness having Lightning Quiz in a really hard spot right here. Lightning Quiz whiffing these uppies, though. This is going to give Ness all the room that they need to kind of blow open the lead on this game. Still the tether grab off the ledge, maybe anticipated some sort of neutral getup of some sort. This is looking better and better, though, for Lightning Quiz now. So you do see Ness at the ledge. Limits on deck. Just one good blade beam, or... Oh, this is going to be a cross slash.
No! Burn it. You know what? I appreciate the effort, but still going to get the follow-up onto the platform with the up smash. Great stuff coming out from Lightning Quiz. I feel like in the middle of that game, I was thinking to myself, man, Lightning Quiz is really kind of starting to pull ahead here in terms of momentum. And then Nez was like, yeah, no, I'm just taking a little bit this game to kind of figure it out.
You could also see just the movement on Lightning Quiz's part. I mean, we saw all those mix-ups. Like, you could tell they're starting to get into it just a little bit in terms of all the mix-ups, how they're avoiding. They've also picked up, I think, on the tempo Nez has been putting out. I mean, a lot of the times we're seeing these high committal options or just big swings to try and get Lightning Quiz in further disadvantaged spots, but I love how Lightning Quiz is just saving all the recovery resources and also picking their landings and mixing up their timings enough to where they're like, all right, you're going to throw a move out here, you're going to miss if I just do this right here.
Yeah.
So Nez needs to slow it down a little bit, take it a little easier perhaps, wait for Lightning Quiz to throw out the moves some of the time first. Start relying on those execution tests, you know, more up B out of shield, maybe less risky side Bs and stuff like that, but either way, Lightning Quiz looking very good. Ness has to make something happen here.
I mean, I feel like we're seeing this so often, right? Like oh yeah, it's 2-0, but it's so much closer than that. And we're still going back to Battlefield. This is definitely if it were to go to Game 5, Battlefield all games. Great parry, though, on the up air. Things are looking really good for Lightning Quiz, but Nez now doing a really good job of mixing up the movement to try and close the gap here. Will be able to find the grab into the forward air, as now Nez going for the down smash on the potential roll in, but Lightning Quiz not giving anything.
Yeah, these uppies giving so much mileage right here for Lightning Quiz. Still, though, we do see Nez in a good ledge trappy spot, but I like that, using the additional speed and just that full double jump just to get themselves off the ledge right there. And if they need it, they still got the uppie in the tank as well. Although we're going to see the blade beam actually coming out to provide them a way to not only get back on a stage, but also regain center stage control. Lightning Quiz just looking super crazy with the mix-up game.
Absolutely. You kind of have to, right? I mean, you've already played this player now for 2 games in a row. Kind of have to get a little bit saucy here, but Nez going to be able to find the Nair, which will get it started right into that down smash that they were looking for a little bit earlier. It's going to be the first time that we're seeing Nez actually pull ahead, but let's see how much extra credit they can actually get.
And, oh my gosh, the down air into the up smash. I guess no mileage whatsoever, unfortunately. We've seen this situation so many times, though, right? We've seen Ness take the first stock after Lightning Quiz has done a beating to them, and then Lightning Quiz just comes right back and just fires back in spades. It's like this dude needs this first stock every time to wake him up a little bit.
Do you think that's like an active passive? I like to call that, like, certain players have like their active passives, right? Some players just play better at their last stock when they've been throwing the entire game. Some players just have a really strong start and are not finishers, and I feel like Lightning Quiz just has played a very like calm game, and then is like, oh, okay, hold on, I know exactly what to do. Great air dodge through the charge off. That's the first time I think we haven't seen Lightning Quiz get hit by that off stage like that. But still, now ledge trap by Nez. Up smash not going to be enough, but the Clim Hazard unfortunately too far away to pick up.
All right, Nez now starting to respect Lightning Quiz. We're seeing like more distance options being taken. We're seeing a lot of these short hops threatening these options, and now Lightning Quiz is having a much harder time of getting in, as opposed to when Nez was kind of just staying grounded a majority of the time. Still, though, the finishing touch, going to be putting the finishing touch on that second stock right here. How many times do you see that move ever hit? I feel like never.
It's not even how many times have you seen this move hit, it's how many times have we seen that end games, and it's so hype when it does end games. Lightning Quiz, though, doing a really good job of now mixing up the get-ups. I feel like before they were getting up very aggressively, and now it was just a standard get-up. Now just like, hey, yeah, you know what, let's just chill out. Has to burn the limit to try and get some space to recover, but it is going to be Nez finding the forward air. Now we're on last stock again, Fang. Could we see a 3-0?
We might be able to at this juncture. You know, Lightning Quiz looking really, really sharp. this game 3 thus far. And Ness, again, has had moments of brilliance, but it's the inconsistencies, I feel like, in what moves they're picking in certain situations that are giving Lightning Quiz the mileage they need to keep pressing this advantage forward.
Ooh, we almost could have saw it there, but the forward air will give Lightning Quiz the rage that they need. Looking for it, the cross slash not going to be enough. And now Ness, second lease on life here. You need to get this stock in order to maintain your winner's side life here. Ness going to recover right to stage, trying to find the backer, the landing there on the platform. Actually do it. Great up by Lightning Quiz into the dash attack. That's gonna be it. Lightning Quiz 3-0, but man, Fang, every last stock was so pivotal on both sides.
I mean, you know what they say, Lyric? They say patience is a virtue, and the patience is the entire reason why Lightning Quiz was able to close that last game out right there. We saw the movement in neutral. Even that last moment right there where things could have gone really badly if the charge shot was bigger, or if Lightning Quiz decided to use... Because if you roll forward, if you roll backwards, if you neutral get up, you will get clipped by that charge shot. But Lightning Quiz specifically chose to just stay on the ground in knockdown to make sure they could avoid that because they knew Ness was not going to approach with a normal option. They were just going to go with the charge shot right there. So it's really just smart, methodical play. But man, that was a close set. Ness had beautiful flashes of brilliance throughout that entire set. It's just a shame that, you know, someone's got to win at the end of the day and someone's got to lose at the end of the day.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. But that is going to be Lightning Quiz, who is going to be heading on into winter semis. That's our second seed of the day, and so far has only lost one game, and that was to their round 1. And that's very interesting. Has not dropped a game since. So that goes to show what we could be seeing just a little bit later on. But that's it coming from the That's Nuts analyst desk. Let's talk a little bit about wonderful pistachios, because we actually have them, you know, right in our backgrounds here. They're the perfect game time snack because you can pour them just straight from the bag and there's no mess, right? No mess from the keyboard or the controller.
That's crucial.
Yeah, it's crucial. Especially, you know, I spend a lot of time at my desk, and I know Fang does too. And you never want to get anything all over your keyboard. And they're available in 6 different flavors. So I have 4 here. You have roasted and salted, you have lightly salted, honey roasted, chili roasted, smoky barbecue, and sea salt and vinegar. Can I just say the green one is my favorite? There's 6 grams of protein per serving, and wonderful pistachios can help you fuel your body and is a great snack to help you power through long gaming sessions. Pistachios are one of the lowest calorie and lowest fat nuts. Ooh. And compared to potato chips, pistachios offer 3 times as many pieces per serving. Pistachios give you about 49 nuts per serving compared to just 15 potato chips. And I came correct. 15 potato chips.
You came with the nut facts for sure. I was just gonna say they're yummy. They got all these wonderful flavors. They're a good source of protein from plants as well. You came at me with the data. You came at me with the nut frame data. So bless you, Lyric, and bless anybody else who's having these wonderful pistachios right here. I have cleared out all of these bags. I see you got 4 right there as well. I am unfortunately without any more green ones. All my family and friends have taken them from me, and I'm so sad. That's the one flavor I didn't get to try yet. I did not get to try that one yet. I'm so sad, but you can always buy more.
My favorite one. But I also like honey roasted as well. Honey roasted gives me like that New York City, like, you know, cart feel. Like, oh,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's a tri-state thing. You have to be from tri-state to understand. But we love our nuts here in tri-state. And thank you so much to Wonderful Pistachios, of course, for partnering up with the Panda Cup to provide us the That's Nuts analyst desk. And of course, for providing all the commentators too who have been commentating finales, pistachios, because this is insanely sweet. Like, this is so cool.
Yeah, honestly, shoutouts to people over at Wonderful Pistachios for sending every caster that did not have a nut allergy 7 pounds of pistachios. I was so happy to be like, to tell all my family and friends, yo, do you guys like pistachios? And they're all like, yeah. I'm like, do you want free pistachios? Do you want like free bags? Like, I got a bunch right here. And they're like, whoa. And then they've all complimented the flavors as well. So guys, these are the real deal. You can also find them in your local supermarket, most likely as well. Definitely check them out. You will not regret it. If you're looking for a good snack while gaming or something to eat before the gym, consider eating it. Speaking of eating, we got Big Daddy Nom Nom versus Justice, a very, very powerful player coming out of, I believe, Seattle. Why don't you tell us a little about the stats, Lyric? Lyric is dying right now.
Hey, Wi-Fi is my favorite place, and
I
for
love
one thing and
Wi-Fi.
one thing only, it's tags. Let me
The
tell
tags,
you.
yeah. People get wild out here. With
Yeah,
tags.
the Big Daddy Nom Nom playing the DDD up against Justice. Justice, though, we gotta talk about it. Playing the Min Min, a 64% win rate on DDD, which is great, but Big Daddy Nom Nom,
Oh, stats are
100%
crazy.
win rate on Min Min as DDD. That is the unicorn of the bunch. That is the craziest stat I've ever seen.
Indeed, like especially, and this looks like someone who has entered a fair amount of tournaments as well in their time. So I'm very, very curious to see how this is going to go. I believe both of these dudes are Washington natives as well. So I'm surprised there isn't a little more set history, but it may be because of their locale. So Washington do be a big state. They got like 8 million tournaments in the Seattle area, the metropolitan area of Seattle. So shout out to Seattle, shout outs to Washington as a whole.
When I went to
yeah.
Seattle a couple months ago, it was beautiful, and
It's
everybody
gorgeous.
there was so nice.
Everyone's so nice, and it's
everyone's
just so chill.
nice. The only complaint I have about Seattle, I'm sorry, and I just have to say, everyone's like, oh, it's like New York, it's so walkable, and I'm like, okay, and then there's like a 180-degree hill that you have to walk up, and I'm like, I can't do that, so I called a couple Ubers, if I may, kind of throw that out there, but regardless, it is going to be Justice, who is definitely one of the biggest names in this bracket for sure.
Someone who offline has also put in a lot of work as well with Min Min. Still a very, everyone kind of forgot about Min Min players as Kazi and Steve have begun to pervade things, but
I didn't.
Min Min's still here. Min Min's still potent. There's still some results. I mean, you got Proto Banham out here still getting some insane results with the character. You got the Buzz still picking into the character whenever he so pleases, and Justice is no exception. I'm very curious to see how this is going to go, how Big Daddy Nom Nom is going to play this matchup, because I do see great things in certain situations, but for neutral, I can only imagine what this is going to be like right here as we take it to Smashville for game one.
This is the first time that we're seeing Smashville, and I was calling this out a little bit earlier. The thing is, though, I feel like Justice is going to have a heyday on Smashville. Let me tell you why. The positioning already. You have the center platform to go to just in case you ever feel unsure. But it is going to be Big Daddy Nom Nom finding a way back into this. The F-tilt will actually still take Justice off. Justice having a hard time recovering right now, but going to use the get-up attack to knock the Gordo back in and getting a couple hits of the arms here. Already Megawatt is out, and as I always have to say, Fang, Megawatt is out with never good intentions at all.
It's true. They're every player is always on demon time as soon as they pull out that giant yellow meatball. They're just ready to go. I do wonder why we decided to go here for game one. Maybe Big Daddy Nom Nom thought they would be able to close in space quickly, but Justice has been employing jumping with Min Min very well, and Min Min's arms covered literally the entire length of this stage. So I'm very curious to see what the rationale was as Big Daddy Nom Nom already rapidly approaches the last stock. They gotta definitely start making something happen here, but this matchup's looking so brutal so far.
We were talking about this concept when we were talking about Major a little bit earlier. We were talking about the heavy tax, where yes, you get to hit hard, but you are combo food, and that is going to be standard get up right into the Megawatt. Justice, no sweat at all, not even 100% taken on that first stock, and that is exactly what we have coming towards us.
Yeah, an absolute clinic right there for sure to start this set off, and I'm worried. That this could be a sign of the times in terms of how we're gonna progress from here on out. Justice already showing such a clear shutdown of airspace for Big Daddy Nom Nom. I am very curious to see how they're gonna find their way out of this one. I think they are gonna need a little bit more real estate to work with, because I don't think Smashville was the pick.
Absolutely. I think we gotta try something else. But the thing is, we have to try something else with an asterisk, right? We have to not go to stages with small sides. Kalos, I don't know how I feel about that one, Fang. I don't know how I feel about Town and City either, especially because Megawatt can extend so far out. It's already pushing you into the blast zone enough. So where do you go? Where do you feel like is the safest option?
It's tough. I mean, just in terms of just also neutral too, like the moments where there were solid ground, being made by both players. Gordo is just a non-factor for this entire matchup thus far. I mean, those arms are disjointed, so Min Min is not going to get harmed in any way if it does clip her. She's going to trade every single time. And when you take away one of DDD's most powerful tools in neutral, that is going to be what do you have after that? You just got a heavy guy with a big hammer, which can be good sometimes, but against Min Min, a character who just wants to keep away from you at all times, DDD needs to get in there. DDD needs to start scrapping. And how is that viable? I don't know. All right, though, we have a little bit of start here.
All right, we're going to Pokemon Stadium 2, which is a more neutral stage, which I'm a little bit thankful for here. I think this is going to at least let Big Daddy Nom Nom figure it out just a little bit faster, but also giving some time for Justice to kind of chase down. But already you can see Big Daddy Nom Nom choosing a different direction down here, floating around a lot of these platforms, taking a little bit of time. But how do you get in on this character? Like you were talking about, the arms are going to reflect DDD's biggest help here, and this roll onto stage is going to get punished by the Megawatt. Already, though, I mean, Big Daddy Nom Nom down air! Gordo hit into forward air, down air. All right, Big Daddy Nom Nom, we're not going down without a fight.
A big error from Justice right there as well. Thought they could go low to escape the pressure, but Big Daddy Nom Nom one step ahead. One thing I do want to see, BDNM, as I'm gonna maybe abbreviate them, or we can just keep calling him Big Daddy Nom Nom. That's pretty funny.
Oh, I'm calling him the whole thing.
You got it right, the whole tag.
Yep, the whole
Say
thing.
the man's full name.
Say his name.
He's Heisenberg, but in this game. One thing I want to see Big Daddy Nom Nom doing is keeping the hands off the Gordo at a long range. I feel like every time they have gone for the Gordo, that has been Justice's green light to just send those arms flying to reflect that immediately. If Gordo is going to be used, it needs to be in situations where either Justice and Big Daddy Nom Nom are not on the same level height-wise, or at a distance where Justice is not going to immediately be able to stuff it out. But so far, Big Daddy Nom Nom has found the breathing room they need to keep progressing in this game so far.
So unfortunate, because they had the right idea on how Justice wanted to come back up from the stage, jumping. They even did, Daddy Nom Nom actually did the full hop up back air to try and read it, but it was so unfortunate because Justice just had the arm ready to go as the combo breaker, but just chasing Justice off there with the forward air. I mean, Big Daddy Nom Nom, I'm thinking the stage is a better way to go, Fang.
For sure. I mean, we went from one of the smallest stages horizontally to the biggest stage horizontally in terms of distance right here. I'm not surprised at all why we're seeing better results out of Big Daddy Nom Nom. They do have more breathing room to work with. And also, they are not afraid to edge guard Min Min, which is what I wanted to see. You know, it's 2022. We need to see every single player jumping off stage versus Min Min. Oh, I play a zoner. Oh, I play a heavy. It do not matter. Get off that stage and edge guard her, because if you let her back, there will be something to pay.
A weak hit from a lot of characters will actually do it. Her arms extend, but they don't extend that far, especially in the recovery here. Big Daddy Nom Nom, though, 147, looking for the up tilt to extend the combo. Will get the forward air, but unfortunately going to eat the Megawatt once more. But I have to say, Fang, the adjustments made from game 1 to game 2, we could be seeing more than just 3 games.
That could have been Big Daddy Nom Nom's game too if they caught Justice's recoveries a little more aptly there. You know, just pick the wrong option at the wrong time, and sometimes it's a little hard to react online as well. Though that looked very close, still though, you know, the matchup archetype pervades this matchup super hard. Justice was doing such a good job of just mopping up those stocks, and every single time Big Daddy Nom Nom wanted to get off the ledge, Justice had 1 or 2 arms ready for them every single time.
Absolutely. Let's see how this one is going to go. I think the PS2 pick was perfect. I don't even think
gorgeous.
we don't even go small battlefield, we go right back. We go
I need to run back, yeah.
Yeah. But I have a feeling since Daddy Nom Nom did leave the arena, there's probably a stage switch. I don't want to see a Kalos and I don't want to see a Town and City. If we're going to small battlefield to feel a little bit more comfortable, you know what? Sure. But if we see like an FD,
Yeah, indeed. I'm very curious to see where we go from here. I don't know. You know, Big Daddy Nom Nom is doing all they can. Really, they're doing the right thing in edge guarding Min Min. It's just you have to play perfectly in a matchup like this, and you know, playing perfect. Yeah, looks like we don't have a choice. We gotta take it to town. I love that from Big Daddy Nom Nom already to start this off right here. Still a lot of space. I think more space always the best course of action here. I'm just worried about how early these stocks may fly off Lyric Keys, how narrow those side blast zones are on this stage.
Megawatt is so unforgiving, and you can already tell Justice trying to figure it out. I mean, we're talking about Megawatt. We also have Dragon Laser, too, that can also steal a stock pretty early. Justice, though, about 30 seconds in, still no stock take, or still no percent even taken. Big Daddy Nom Nom, though, getting right up into the megawatt. And this is what we were concerned about, Fang. And unfortunately for Big Daddy Nom Nom, you can't even get Justice off stage for a little bit longer because already stacked on 64% in about a couple seconds.
This is looking mighty scary. Justice without a scratch upon them thus far. Of course, probably as I say that, they're going to get one because that's just how it goes as your commentator. But this could be a big opening to be pushed. You know, the ledge getting off game is also kind of difficult for Min Min. She does have that one mix-up. Oh, this is scary. A little too much dip on your chip there, Justice.
I like that term. I think this is why we're going here, though, Fang. We have the megawatt Nair. That's not exactly KOing super early, but it's Justice is finding all of these out of shield options with the up smash, and now Big Daddy Nom Nom potentially on their last stock here in winner's quarters. I mean, not going to find the flopping fish, as I like to call it, but now going to find a little bit of a different combo going all the way out there for the down air. Still will be able to recover, but now here comes Justice trying to find the double dash, but still Big Daddy Nom Nom just eating so much percent.
I mean, you gotta go for broke at this point. You know, you're knocking on death's door of winner's bracket right here in a matchup that's incredibly unfavorable. Big Daddy Nom Nom has to be going for these X Games levels combos, and we are starting to see the ledge trapping come out a little bit finally after so long. It's just always been hard because Justice has conditioned Big Daddy Nom Nom to not want to throw Gordos out in ledge trap situations because of the fact that Min Min can still swing while she's off stage. This is looking scary already.
Ram Ram 2 getting a little bit of the spotlight as well. Big Daddy Nom Nom, though, 1-12 last stock. Justice, though, now has Rage, so Megawatt Nair could be doing some damage. The Gordo, though, is finally going to get some time. The up air will be enough. We're on last stock. Fang, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The adaptation from Game 1 to Game 2 to now Game 3 is great, but is it a little bit too late? Daddy Nom Nom, 145.
Potentially one mistake could prove very, very fatal for Big Daddy Nom Nom as they're on the ledge once again. And again, those two arms, even if you get past the first one, the second one is still ready for you. I love the delay on the double jumps right here. And just weaving through both these arms, Big Daddy Nom Nom is fighting for their life at this time. This could be huge, though.
It hit behind!
Splash zone!
Oh, the down air was so risky by Justice. Justice, all you need is one megawatt there to do it. Charge it! You will actually find it! What?
Could have just landed with an aerial right there. Justice had already committed to the smash attack, maybe in there. But Big Daddy Nom Nom forced to do that multiple choice question in the air. How do you land safely? And you can't. There's just no way. Well, there was a way there, but unfortunately, Big Daddy Nom Nom did not decide to press the A button right there. And Justice taking that 3-0, but great adaptation. Like, we're seeing so many 3-0s where things are just getting better for the losing player as the games progress. So I want to see these players come back and losers. I want to see them do some damage. I mean, Big Daddy Nom Nom did make it to grand finals of one of these qualifiers as well. So I could totally see them come back.
Yeah, I mean, here on the That's Nuts analyst desk, I mean, we got to talk about every game got closer and closer. I think Town was like an okay stage, but I feel like if we were on PS2 and that adaptation had happened on PS2 for Game 3, we would have seen a potential Game 4. I think going to Town and City versus Min Min is very, very, very scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite. I mean, Town and City, always a gamble pick, especially against Min Min, right? I mean, those blast zones are always super scary to deal with. But that will wrap up this leg of the That's Nuts analyst desk, and also that leg of our last top 8 qualifiers. We do have in winners. We got Samuel, the Steve player, Lamb, the Lucario player, Lightning Quiz, the Cloud, and now we got Justice repping Min Min. So we've got a good crop of players coming here. But before we bring you some more Smash action, I said that completely wrong. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll see you guys real soon.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Really? Okay, anyway, I'll bring us back. Faye and I were cracking some jokes before we came back, and welcome back to the Northwest Regional Finale. I'm Lyric, joined by Fang here. We are getting into our winners semis. I am super excited to be casting these two matches with you, Fang, and then we'll actually be passing into a brand new set of casters after that, which is Koopa and Laird, I believe, which is a very hype combo. We got Tri-State all around.
For real. Bless. No other way to do it, right? Tri-State is some fire casters, honestly.
Absolutely. We're too stacked. Regardless, though, we are going to get started with Samuel and Lamb. Look at these win percents on Lamb. What is going on?
Yo, wait, what are these characters? Hold on. Have these two just never played against these characters?
I
no
feel
way.
like Samuel has never probably played against Lucario, and Lamb probably has had some Wi-Fi bracket fun with Palutena, Link, and Dr. Mario. I mean, everybody has Dr. Mario, let's be honest.
Where's Steve? Where's Steve?
Vaughn. Never played as Steve before.
I'd love to meet someone who has never played as Steve before.
Dude, I'm serious. Like, imagine you're what, playing this game for now? Steve's been out for a year? Year two? I don't know. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've never played this character. You know what? I'm going to do that next time I enter a bracket. You're like, oh yeah, I've never played this character before. And see how that goes.
I haven't played any top or like higher level ones yet, so I'm terrified for the day that happens. But it seems like the day of reckoning has arrived for young Lamb. Lucario Steve, I can only imagine the wacky goofiness this matchup will ensue with. Samuel, advantage was looking crispy this entire bracket so far, so I'm sure they're going to be taking all these hits super far. This could go potentially poorly, though, for Samuel. I mean, by nature of Lucario being a character who enjoys taking beatings, you know, the masochistic character in this entire roster who gets only stronger as he's down worse. If Samuel's not netting those stocks early, Lamb is going to have a lot of firepower to clap back with.
I feel like in order to beat Steve these days, you need a interesting factor of your own. And if it's somebody that has an interesting factor, I think it's Lucario, but it doesn't even matter to Samuel at this point. We are getting our little bridges across the stage here. 65%, and now you can play, but you can only play for a brief moment. I mean, Samuel now getting the materials charged up here. No iron, though, to deal with, and with that, no minecart stall and no wings up, and that's going to be Lamb taking the first stock in a very interesting way, but it doesn't even seem like Samuel's phased.
Nah, definitely not. Still getting right back into it. I mean, it is the nature of Steve, right? I mean, this character does have his own comeback mechanics built into the kit. They're just a little bit more unorthodox, as you can just find a new diamond each time you're mining. But so far, Lamb taking a very, very big advantage of the fact that there's still barely any iron in Samuel's arsenal, taking advantage of the fact that they have a lot of aura built up. Only now has Samuel found that powered minecart as well, so Lamb can just keep pushing this lead as far as they'd like. Fortunately, doesn't seem like we're getting that narrative after that first stock being taken by Samuel's minecart.
I mean, already now, Samuel definitely has the materials that they prefer, right? You got a little bit of iron, you got that stick of butter, and of course, the diamond as well. And you can already tell, not even phased at all. Good on Lamb, though. I feel like Lamb has not gotten hit by too many of these empowered minecarts. That's a little bit of a different story, but, you know, for the sake of the narrative, I'll keep going. Going for the F smash, though, I feel like Lamb definitely understands how to play this matchup, and I still feel like Samuel is just kind of, like, tiptoeing around it.
They're looking good, and Lucario inherently still has you know, a good time too. You know, your aerials and hitboxes also get pretty much, I think, bigger as well as Steve. Oh, this should be no, not getting the back air right there out of the Aura Sphere cancel. Going to be a huge lead on life right there for Samuel. Just barely dodging that Aura Sphere. Still does so much aura left. That back air is enough to get Steve out of that minecart right there. And yeah, I suspect we're going to be seeing last stock games every game here, Lyric.
Lamb is playing out of their mind so far. I'm loving the way that they're playing as aggressive as they are. I think their win condition has been let's break Steve out of the minecart and we'll figure it out as we go too. Using the side special as well to break apart a lot of the blocks. We saw this with Major earlier using the down tilt. Now Lamb is using side special, but you're going to jump right into that Steve back air. Samuel, though, going to get some much-needed resources, but the pickaxe is broken. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. It's going to take a moment to build it until that string is over.
Following the DI as well while placing blocks is something that never ceases to amaze me. I mean, you have to press a button to put the block down and make sure you're still holding in the right direction on the stick to follow these combos up. Still, though, Lamb at 100 right now. Aura is definitely alive and kicking. And with every potential last hit that could come up, it gets scarier and scarier for Samuel. One back air could end it, honestly, here. This is so scary. I mean, you just hear that aura sphere being charged up right there. I'm getting terrified.
Knocking Lamb out of the speed as well. Going for the side special that reaches so far, too. I mean, what's scarier? Lucario charging aura or Steve getting a diamond? It could go either way. This first ending, though, is going to make an exceptional cut. And that's going to be Samuel finding the stun of the minecart into the forward air. Great stuff from Samuel after they SD'd game one.
So Lamb waited to mash out there to try and potentially get it, so they were so far beneath the stage that Samuel would be scared of committing right there. He was not scared at all. He dove right off stage, did not hesitate to finish that stock off, and I like that a lot, because if Lamb did manage to get back with that much aura, I mean, Force Palm took up half the stage. Those side Bs were eating up those blocks in an instant. Samuel, we've seen some Dragon Ball Z stuff going on right there. So good stuff to Samuel for really silencing and defusing that time bomb before it went off. But Lamb looking pretty good, but still Samuel just kept hitting Lamb out of the extreme speeds every single time. I love how proactive Samuel is. You'll see a lot of Steves get very comfortable in the good things about Steve and forget to utilize their fundamentals when punishing their opponents. And when you mix good fundies with good Steve mechanics, this character is a disaster to deal with. So good stuff to Samuel right there.
Game number 2. Same matchup. We will probably not be seeing another matchup. You know what my favorite thing is? When I commentate Wi-Fi sets, we see a Steve and like somebody else who's like not playing Steve, and then game 3, it's like, oh, guess what? I also play Steve. And then you see that Steve Ditto game 3. Regardless, though, it is going to be
for the whole family.
Yeah, right. My mom plays Steve. Kalos, though, we're going to church. What do you think?
Whoa, great SDI right there, but Samuel is on point. The hit stun still, you still have enough time in the hit stun to react there. So while SDI will make it a little bit harder for the Steve player, if they have the basic reaction time of a human being, they should be able to keep capitalizing on those combos. Still though, Lamb already at 124, lots of aura built up, but you still need a lot of those early percent combos and hits before Samuel's even remotely going to be scared.
Alright, Lamb, though, going to find the up air, looking for the air, trying to get the aura sphere, but it actually gets scooped up by the...
You can do that?
I learned something about Steve every single day.
Character gets buffed every 24 hours, right?
Yeah. So crazy. Regardless, though, I mean, Samuel right now definitely has a much better grip on this match than last time, but let's see how Lamb's going to be able to bring it back. I mean, at this point, as I like to say, Fang, we litter the battlefield with blocks as Steve players.
It's true. I mean, you got to have it everywhere. It's just such a potent tool to make sure Steve can keep doing what he does best, which is mining those diamonds. And Lamb having a very, very difficult time pinning Samuel down this game too so far. I feel like the additional real estate that Samuel's been allotted, he's been running with in spades. But still, that up smash coming out right there, taking that first stock finally. Still an impressive amount of aura left on Lamb as well, so...
That was a little bit of a beefy up smash too. The down smash, looking for the roll in. It's not going to be enough. You have to watch the TFT or TFT.
TFT.
Linking on the other side. Or is your charge up into the 1-2. Samuel taking a trip, flying away.
I mean, I don't blame him. If I was up against Lucario, I would want an all expenses paid vacation away from him. Try to go for right there. Now, this is one of the aspects of Kalos that I was expecting right here. I'm very curious to see why Samuel decided to have Lamb go to this stage because, again, Lucario has such powerful edge guarding tools with these B reverses right into the wall. Also, the wall clings that are coming up as well. I don't know what just happened. That was ridiculous.
So funny, Samuel just like doing the little loop-de-loop over the Aura Sphere. I just sometimes you watch Smash, right? And you're just like, you ever just think about it? It's like Minecraft Steve is fighting Lucario from Pokemon.
So silly, dude.
So silly.
What a wonderful game we've been bestowed with. But no ledge invincibility left on Samuel. Gonna keep planking. The crafting table should be disposed of here because it keeps spawning on Samuel's end, and that's gonna run out his resources mighty quickly. I mean, we're seeing how little iron and now how no iron Samuel has for these reversals. So this is now Lamb's time at this point to get the stock up. But no, Samuel gonna be allowed to live with no pickaxe in hand either. I want to mention as well. Still digging those diamonds out of the core of the earth with his bare hands.
Samuel, though, going to be able to cash in the insurance diamond and get something started here, but it is going to be Lamb finding the first couple percentages here. You know, before I wasn't really a Kalos believer for this matchup, but I think I understand why. Lamb really got to put the match inside their own pace here. Samuel now getting something started. No iron, though, to work with, so I wonder if we're going to be looking for a little bit more of an aggressive play. Looking for the roll behind, but it wasn't enough still. I mean, Lamb just kind of getting tossed around a little bit, but now we'll find a little bit of the advantage. Up tilt won't lead into the back air or the F smash. We're back in neutral.
It's scary too. We do have the aura starting to be built up. Getting caught in the minecart again, and we're gonna see a repeat of game one's ending situation right there. That was super scary. I don't think the game even knew what it wanted to do right there after the block interaction that just happened.
Right, Samuel though going to This is what we were talking about. How do you beat Steve? Not letting Steve get set up here. Aura Sphere is charged up all the way, and there is no materials on the other side. Samuel going to reserve that one little... What? Minecart just beat out an entire ball of aura. I am sad.
We eat that? Apparently we do.
Good lord.
This character is ridiculous, man. I think I was like, oh, this is perfect from Lamb. Like, you can just fire those aura spheres on those grounded mine carts. Apparently not. Apparently it just eats that. It just tanks that move through. So, little yucky, disgusting interaction right there. But it goes the way of Samuel. Now game 2 is sitting firmly in his pocket right now.
What wins? One cart or a giant ball of aura? We're going dark though. I think this stage was great.
Yeah, for sure. This is Lucario's best stage, I think, easily. Just the amount of mix-ups he's allotted it, and as well as the stage he's allowed to play with, the amount of movement he can utilize here, it's all perfect. It's just so tragic because I feel like in my heart of hearts, Lamb guessed right, but still lost, and you know, Steve giveth, Steve taketh away. So
Absolutely.
Moving into game 3.
Already though, Samuel gonna get something started here, but it's gonna be Lamb pulling out of the gate just a little bit earlier here too. We're finding a lot of these chop 'em ups too. Lamb though is going to start getting punished for a couple of these dash attacks, and we know that Samuel. What was that? What? Yo, he's got tech, Fang. He's got.
Bro started building mid combo. That was insane.
Yo, that was insane. That was so cool. Can I just say,
so cool.
The fake him out, like the, oh, you think I'm building? Yeah, right. Extreme speed, though, not going to be able to find it here. Lamb, though, like we said, has to watch some of these dash attacks in. Samuel getting a little bit more mindful of it, too. But the forward air, not going to be enough.
All right, we're trying to look for those materials right there. First diamond on deck right here for Samuel as well. So Lamb has to utilize this aura to its maximum capacity, but that air dodge into the fair, going to be getting that first stock cleaned up. And now this is looking better and better for Samuel as this game goes. Samuel's got these combos down on lock as well, man. The advantage is so powerful.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. I felt
For
like
real.
Lamb was just kind of like, I'll throw out a hitbox if you come and approach me, but I don't know. Comes Samuel, though. Looking for the iron. Great parry. Has the insurance diamond just in case this stock is a loss. Both trying to fight their way back through it and going for the prop up with the recovery here. Samuel always taking a little bit of a trip, but there's that ledge from back air we've been looking for.
Yeah, there we go. Well, that was actually the reverse aura sphere in the back air right there. We saw Lamb do a B reverse right there off the ledge to just go directly into the stage. This is also one of the reasons why Kalos is so good, because it's completely flat on its side. So Lucario can just stick in the wall as much as he wants to, and that aura sphere is just a constant descending hitbox. And with that aura sphere cancel, man, crazy stuff can happen.
Samuel now recognizing where they kind of lie in this match, saying, you know what, I don't really have a lot of material. But the double jump is read by Lamb's back air. It's not going to be enough, but it's definitely great for the confidence here. Samuel taking a little bit more coming off the bat here. The back air is not going to connect, but now we're back into this little sticky neutral here, and Lamb's movement getting really, really tight.
Yeah, for real. Lamb looking really, really good so far. This is probably the best it's going to get at this point, though. Still hanging on to the second stock in Lamb. Samuel also knocking on death's door as well with the amount of aura that's charged up for Samuel right now. Very, very careful. No longer can you really mine safely, but still, again, as long as that stick of butter is in your arsenal, you can push as far as you'd like with it.
Okay, I mean, Samuel up 2-0 right now and is one stock away from punching their ticket into winners finals. Lamb needs to get this stock off, but the air dodge is going to get caught up by the up smash here, and Samuel said, no materials, no problem, let's keep going.
Okay, big aura sphere coming out. Is that actually going to be it? Yes, it is the up smash. Enough juice in the tank, especially for Rage on Samuel's part. Lamb tried their best, but Samuel was such a force with Steve, man. I swear to gosh, there's just a new Steve player that just comes out of the woodwork each and every day that is just so powerful. I know Samuel's also PR'd in their home region as well, so it's not like they're just up here for nothing, you know? So,
yeah.
Gotta make
Absolutely.
note of that.
All
It's
right.
pretty nuts if you ask me.
Welcome back to the That's Nuts Analyst Desk, featuring Fang and Lirin. Let's talk about that one. No, seriously. That was the first time that we saw Kalos all day. And like we were talking about, I feel like Lamb was doing such a good job of like getting in. But when Samuel was like, all right, I don't really have materials to fight you right now. Let me go grab some. That's when the momentum really halted.
I agree, yeah. It just seems like every time that Lamb was gonna get something started up, Samuel knew how to rip the wind out of the sails every single time. We just saw such a stopping power on the blocks Samuel was placing, how they were edge guarding the extreme speeds. Lamb was really trying their best a lot of the times too, and some interactions unfortunately just didn't go their way. But Samuel, again, the advantage, the consistency on hit. I mean, he got every time at low percent, Lamb found himself at 60 so quickly. Every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's looking really, really good from Samuel. I mean, it was really great adjustments, and that's going to be Samuel heading into winners finals, and we'll be fighting the winner of our next match. But first, before we head on into that, we got a couple of quick things to just show you real quick.
Oh, yeah. So we do got the Panda merch. I may be a little bit biased, and maybe you are too, Em, because you are wearing some of it right now. But
I'm super biased.
we do have the benefiting BCRF Wave 2 of the Panda merch. We've got all these lovely individuals. We've got Mr. Bobby Wasabi and also that kimono over there on the right. We're in the beautiful Panda
How'd
merch.
you know that? I didn't even know that.
I've been told so many times. It's great. I still know who's on the left, but yeah, all that merch, even though October is over, all of that merch and all the purchases from it, or rather 25%, I believe, from the income that comes with purchases does go back into the breast cancer research fund. I know, I know a lot of people that have been affected by breast cancer. I'm sure a lot of you guys do as well. So it goes to a good cause. So and you get kind of drippy out of it as well. I do see Lyric repping the sweatshirt right now from the Panda Cup lines as well. Hashtag hold forward. You get a shop.panda.gg. Got the backpack. I will say myself, the shirt is very comfortable, and I'm sure the hoodie is also extremely comfortable as well. So good colors too, man. Red. You can't go wrong with red and black and white. All great
Panda, when
colors.
do I get on a merch line? That's all I'm saying. When are we getting on merch slides? All right.
What's going on? What's going on, Mr. Panda?
You work there. You should be a little bit more.
Just a lowly intern. I'd be in the mailroom. Panda's awesome.
Ooh,
There's a lot of history between these two guys.
Yeah.
7-1 lifetime record in head-to-heads, and 4 out of the 5 last sets have gone to justice. And that seems to add up, at least with the archetype of both of these guys' characters, right?
Can we talk about the name of the first tournament? Basement tier Wi-Fi.
I like Mom unplugged the router 16.
Oh my
God. These are crazy. Also, Pack Street Legitimate Weekly #1. Hi, it's Pack Street: 3. Oh man, but yeah, a lot of history.
This is gonna be hard for Cloud. Let's just kind of call it where it lies. I mean, we were doing this kind of earlier with DDD with some added, hype. But how is Lightning Quiz going to make it back to stage? This is where Min Min is going to thrive.
Still though, there's a lot of experience. So we do got one set, 3-1 within recent memory, at least, of these two playing against each other. I am curious to see how Lightning Quiz will adapt here. I mean, 7-1 is super dominant, and Justice clawing it back as well, despite the one set that they lost, is also insane. So it just seems Min Min just thrives against a very specific archetype of character, and that is a character that doesn't recover easily. It seems like I feel like to beat Min Min, you need a character that has some sort of diagonal pressure tool, or is fast enough to be able to check her on a lot of her slower aerials. Because if you can close space against her quickly, you're sitting pretty. Which is why a lot of top tiers do very well against her. I feel like Min Min is the bad character oppressor. And
so this is really important to note. So Lightning Quiz and Justice, 2nd and 3rd seed here. You gotta look at Justice's run though all day in sets, 3-0 in games, 9-0, has not dropped a game, but Lightning Quiz dropped a game to their round 1 and has been perfect since. So if we want to think about, how seeds go into everything, we could be seeing a little bit of an upset here. Granted, wouldn't be by too much, it would just be an upset factor of 1. But it's an upset nevertheless, and Min Min in Grands would be very interesting. I don't think we've had a Min Min qualify yet, have we? We've had Steve qualify.
The Buzz, maybe?
Okay.
Maybe not online. Online, we haven't had a Min Min yet.
Can I be honest? A tri-main, when I think of DeBuzz, I'm thinking of Rosalina and Olimar. I'm not really thinking of Min Min. I'll be honest. I'm
bestie.
Real. I mean, he was the king of New York for a little bit. Now he's the king of New Jersey. But, he was the king of Long Island for a little bit, too.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm curious to see. Yeah, we yet to have a Min Min qualify, at least through the online qualifiers as well. And I think also maybe the main qualifier. You just don't see this character in deep bracket really too much anymore. No. It seems like the oversaturation is halted a little bit.
She's too gimpable at the end of the day.
An edge guarder.
Like, certain characters, right? Like, The problem is with an all-around Smash character is that there are some times where you will lose the off-stage matchup and then boom, there you go. Which is probably why Justice has had a lot of success in this, at least the head-to-heads online, is because, I mean, Min Min online is one story, but getting back to the Ledge versus Min Min is another, and those two books combined together make it insanely hard for Cloud to recover.
Yeah, we also see it at the topmost level for sure as well. I mean, we did see, I believe, Spargo versus Proto Banham at one point during Summit, and that Spargo tried so hard, but it just did not pan out. Just, again, the Cloud is a great character. I want to preface that. I'm not saying this character is bad in any metric whatsoever. However, the archetype of character or moveset you need to defeat Min Min is something Cloud can't really provide. Yes, in neutral, you might be pretty fine. Cloud has great speed. He has good aerials as well, as we're seeing Lightning Quiz to play right now. But edge guarding, man, when you don't really see Cloud go off stage too often, you do have that Blade Beam to catch some of those stray recoveries a lot of the time. But if Justice is shooting his recoveries low every single time, he's going to make it back. If Lightning Quiz does not snap ledge every time, Lightning Quiz is not going to make it back.
Lightning Quiz, though, doing a pretty good job already, though. Definitely getting the juggles on here and has to come out of the gate swinging. One thing I like about Lightning Quiz, not afraid to lose the limit. That's actually the first time that we actually saw nothing off of the limit there. And it's like, all right, you know what? It'll come back eventually. But Lightning Quiz doing a fantastic job of controlling the stages, which is what Min Min is really kind of known for here. Unfortunately, though, the arm will go through the Blade Beam, which now allows for Justice to take center stage. The dash attack, though, not going to be punished. Look at just holding the shield just as Cloud is jumping around you. So scary.
can see how much respect Lightning Quiz is giving Justice as well with all these run-up shields, you know. Cannot get clipped by one of these arms, especially at this percent. We do see the Mega Watt out as well, so Lightning Quiz is going to be very, very careful with how they proceed. But you can tell Lightning Quiz is trying to close as much space as possible. Still, though, going to get clipped by the wrong side of that arm right there. Drop that first stock, and now Justice is looking to extend this lead. We see the Ram back out. We want these stocks gone early.
Yeah, absolutely. We just want to throw Cloud off stage and then just do what we do best. But I do have to say, Fang, just to kind of like talk about what you were talking about before, saying that Cloud's not necessarily a bad character. It's the thing is that this game has so many characters now that sometimes your archetype of character just does not work. And this is what we were so concerned about a little bit earlier. Once you're off stage as Cloud, it's so hard to get back. And you can already see that Justice kind of pushing Lightning Quiz to the ledge there, saying, you know what, hey, like, let's go on that ride again. The F-tilt, though, will at least take them off. But Lightning Quiz, where are you going? All right, you're
Oh, that could be a stock, though, right here.
My heart just stopped.
Oh,
no.
my, that's it.
No.
That's all it takes. And where are you going, indeed? Right to the blast zone. It's so tragic. You know, Min Min is just carved out to kind of wreck a specific archetype of character, or at least a specific style of character in this roster. And like, again, there are characters that do pretty well against her. Unfortunately, Cloud is just not, like, the risk reward is just too heavily skewed in Min Min's favor. I feel like if Lightning Quiz is an incredible player. However, this is where one of those parts of Smash where I am a very firm believer that you do need more than one polished character in your arsenal. You know, you can get really, really far with just one character. But having two characters to at least pad out your bad matchups in a game where there are 80-something plus characters, it is almost ridiculous to infer that you could maybe solo win with a lot of characters on the roster. Every top player at least has a pocket. Granted, they'll probably stick to their guns most likely, but all of them have at least one other character they can lean into when the going gets rough. You know, so definitely something for Lightning Quiz to chew on after that game one. Maybe they try to brute force it, but they're going to have to outplay Justice like crazy for the rest of the set.
I am very curious to see where the meta of Ultimate goes, because I've been saying that forever, Fang, where you cannot just have one character. That one character covers it all. I mean, you take a look at the Aegis, right? Even though it's a little package deal, there is still two characters there. I've always said, and people might look at me a little bit weird for this, I've always said that the perfect combo of characters that covers most matchups in the game is Rob and Aegis. I feel like both of them together, that's a little bit of a hard duo to get around. I'm even characters like Pokemon Trainer too have their bad matchups. All three of them I think don't do well versus Samus, but that's just like my PT matchup chart. Regardless though, we're going into small battlefields. So how do you feel about platform placement with Min Min arms?
This is scary, because I feel like these platforms are the perfect height for Min Min to really do it. Even in a short hop, Min Min can kind of put those arms out at that platform height as well, so it's definitely something Lightning Quiz is going to have to be cognizant of. I think it can give Lightning Quiz additional escape options, but Justice has been picking times to pick Lightning Quiz out of the air immaculately, so I don't know. I'm still scared. I'm still nervous. We saw a good start at a Lightning Quiz game one, but we've seen also how quickly it can all fall apart.
And we saw that a little bit earlier, right? Like Lightning Quiz saying, you know what, I have to make something happen last game, and then it all just kind of falling apart. That's why I was so adamant. I was like, oh no, like don't go off there. It's so dangerous. The Dragon Laser actually going to poke shield, as now Justice getting the Megawatt warmed up here. Going to have Ram. It's not going to be enough here. Megawatt Nair could potentially do it, Fang. And honestly, from center stage, it could do it for sure. But we're going to take the grab. We're going to go up for the up throw. Get the DI mix and the Dragon Laser. Boom. First stock gone.
You cannot rest for a single second against Min Min, right? I mean, we just saw it with the Dragon Laser right there. It is such a powerful tool, and the amount of grabs Justice has been getting because Lightning Quiz has been conditioned to shield a bunch. It's really just getting worse and worse for Lightning Quiz as the adaptation comes out of Justice.
Well, Lightning Quiz going to be able to find a Nair. Great air dodge through the blade being here. You can always see Justice values getting back into center stage. Justice is always valuing that, hey, let me just get myself out of this weird situation and reset neutral like we were talking about before. It's going to be the forward throw here. Ram almost hitting there, but here comes Megawatt. It's out Fang, and it's looking kind of scary here. Trying to get the get up. It won't be enough. Great patience, though, by Lightning Quiz. This was one of those players that we talked about a little bit earlier in the day that actually adapts really well over time. But
Justice has just been speedrunning everyone this bracket. Literally, I believe like 3-0s almost completely across the board, I feel like, since this bracket run started so far. And these stocks have been erasing. The bracket pathing has also been incredible. There's not been a single matchup where I would say Justice has had to really struggle in thus far. And I'm very curious to see how they're going to progress even further on. We finally see the first stock being taken by Lightning Quiz, but I don't know. At this rate, it's just looking worse and worse. Justice is just so oppressive and advantage, and Lightning Quiz can only really afford a few chip hits here and there. It's just such a struggle. The kill power is just not there.
I mean, Justice going back and forth with the dash attack, trying to find the opening in. Will find the opening. Mega Wad will catch the standard get up. That's
Wow.
Justice going up in the set 2-0. No percent taken on that second stock. Bang. I don't want to see a double 3-0 in winner semis. There has to be more than this.
I don't know if there is. That's the thing. I feel like another character is potentially I know Lightning Quiz is an incredible player. I just don't see it panning out. It's just so hard to make it back. One mistake is punished with such brutality every single time. How is Justice? How is Lightning Quiz going to be able to find their way out of this one? It's just the disadvantage. One hit is just so much mileage for Justice, while one hit is just not even a scratch on Justice.
You need a character switch. At this point, you need to swap, and it's just kind of where the matchup lies. I believe in miracle stories more than a lot of other people. I believe in better playering people all the time.
Back.
But this is one of those games where sometimes you just gotta mix it up. Lightning Quiz, you need an answer, and Cloud is not the answer. Maybe somebody who's a little bit more aerial. Who knows? But Justice has it kind of down pat. Now, you know, since I'm just the stage lady, stage was good. Stage was good. The problem is with Min Min is that Min Min covers so much space, right? She has that platform right above her to help her, and then it's just... And then that's...
Spaghetti arms everywhere.
Right? Noodle arms, technically. It's
True,
a
noodle arms.
Yeah, but Lightning Quiz, you got a lot to think about. I mean, Justice on the verge of getting, I think, our first upset factor for today, at least that we've seen on screen, too. And even though it's an upset factor of 1, it's still something to point out. This is still the 2nd and 3rd seed.
I think, I don't know if Justice is PR'd from their neck of the woods as well. I know they're very prominent. I know they've had some very deep bracket runs at majors as well. And they're also a big grinder. At every tournament I've seen Justice at, they carry like a big, or at least the one I've seen them at main stage, they were carrying a big sign, and they're about money matching, and there were so many tally marks on that money match sign, it was ridiculous. So this guy is a grinder. This guy is really putting in the work to try and be the best Min Min player that they could possibly be. Lightning Quiz, though, has had a little bit of time to meditate, a little bit of time to reevaluate, and now we are going to get back to this game number 3.
I will say, and I will be the first person to say, Fang, I love being wrong when I'm proven wrong.
Me too.
But
Oh boy.
Hallows? Okay,
gives,
if you can see it, please show me.
He's got a wall jump. That's pretty cool, right?
No, that's correct, but you can already see what's going down right here. I mean, once again, you're giving Justice the platform there to kind of hide under. No punish, though. So this is going to be Lightning Quiz's opportunity to get out of the corner here. They're going to switch positions, but the Dragon is going to hit Mega Wad. Great on Lightning Quiz, making micro adjustments here, not getting up into the Mega Wad.
Oh my God.
Whoa. That was the droppest of drop zone back airs I've ever seen.
That was ridiculous. You saw the tether cancel right there to that edge guard. I've never seen that of a Min Min player. That is a whole new level of technicality right there. I love this game. This game has only been aging like a fine wine in terms of the techniques you can bring to each and every character. Each character is something a little bit special. So really cool. You know, some have it in movement, some have it in tech, and Min Min just seems to just be crazier and crazier every time we see a player who's willing to push the envelope with her. Again, there are so many players who play Min Min. There are not a lot of players who are playing Min Min like Justice is right now, and we're seeing the reward for that in spades right now.
Forward throw is going to be the option. Trying to catch the get up with the dragon laser. Here we go, looking for it, but excellent spacing though by Justice. Not overcommitting. Okay, here comes Lightning Quiz, trying to get behind. Trying to get behind to potentially get the back throw and then get the edge guard, but honestly, it's all the Justice show. The up smash won't do it. Lightning Quiz, though, still stuck on the ledge here. Justice saying, you know what, however which way you want to get back up from stage, let's tango. Here we go, trying to find the back air. It's not going to be enough, but Fang, it's looking so scary. The dash attack, though, will take it. Lightning Quiz on the board.
I feel like dash attack should be something Lightning Quiz is pivoting into more.
Yeah.
Or not even just at, like, stock percents and stuff like that, like not to take off the stock. I think just as a movement tool, or at least a burst option, we're seeing so much respect being put where Lightning Quiz is trying to play this like a normal Cloud would play any matchup. When you're at this deficit and your matchup, you know, your matchup chart is not looking too great in this match in particular, you have to start thinking outside the box. You start having to taking these little risks here and there. You know, I feel like Lightning Quiz has been playing a great fundamental Cloud. We need to see some wacky stuff out here. We need to see some mix-ups.
The pivot turnaround back throw is definitely a little bit wacky. We're definitely starting to freestyle just a little bit more. With Justice, though, going to take us back to the drawing board where it is going to be Lightning Quiz finding the dash attack. You were talking about this before, but now it's all Justice stuck off stage. There's limit. Oh, going to throw out the blade beam a little bit early. Now Justice, wow. Just Lightning Quiz is a little slippery.
Yeah. Still Justice finally managing to get their hands, their noodle arms on Lightning Quiz right now. And this is looking bad. Megawatt is out. It's rearing its head right now. And I'm very curious to see how this is going to go for Lightning Quiz at this point, because if that thing connects on a neutral getup, that's going to be curtains. Is that it? Go wall jump.
Yeah, there it is. Looking for the Megawatt getup. It will not be enough. Look at Justice, though, throwing out the Nair to try and catch the roll in. Okay.
Right, you got it.
Yep, all right. And final stock here. At least we've made some adjustments, man.
It's true. I mean, Justice trying to end it all right there. And I respect the attempt right there for sure. It's just that, again, maybe not this stage. Any other stage, that probably would have been a very acceptable down air. But, again, you got the low jump.
So Lightning Quiz going to be able to take advantage and has limit ready to go. Now, so let's see what Justice is going to be able to do. Can we take it 3-0? Can we go into game 4? You know what Lightning Quiz wants. I know what Lightning Quiz wants. A finishing touch, a cross slash at the side. But
Blade beam. Yeah.
Okay, well, not exactly what I wanted, but Megawatt is out. The Nair is only going to be on the Dragon Laser, though. It's not going to be enough. 150 on Lightning Quiz, Fang. Justice.
I could end it all, but honestly, Lightning Quiz has picked up such an impressive amount of momentum for this last stock. It could blow the whole set open if Lightning Quiz can just get this edge guard. I love the Nair attempt right there, but a little misspaced, still preserving the double jump to make sure they get back. And now we're seeing the shield tango going on right now. Oh, this is huge!
Did you see
No way!
And now oh my god, the momentum is going back and forth so quickly. The forward air is not going to be enough. Blade beam trying to get the little bit of arc. Lightning Quiz. I love being wrong. I've said this once. I've said this again. I love being wrong. This is great stuff. Great adaptation from Lightning Quiz. You talked about this, Fang, and it's all you being right. The dash attacks are the difference makers.
They're the X factor for sure. It's just having a burst option tool, right, to deal with those little situations. Because you can't play Cloud normally in this matchup. You just can't. You can't go for spacing back airs. You are playing at Min-Min's pace. Therefore, you have to start picking moves that'll match that pace every single time. And I feel either Lightning Quiz is listening to this stream right now, or my man had a little light bulb go over his head midway through, because that was good. Granted, it was mostly due in part of that massive SD from Justice on that second stock, and the momentum started to really start snowballing in Lightning Quiz's favor. We don't know how this set is going to progress from here on out, because now Justice gets the counter pick.
Yeah,
so
I was just about to say that. Losing, when you're up 2-0, losing a game is not the worst thing in the world. You may be a little bit shook for a second, but I mean, you get to kind of dictate where you get to go. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a Pokemon Stadium 2. I wouldn't mind seeing a Battlefield. Like, anywhere with platforms, I feel like is pretty good for Min-Min. But you know, you never really know. I mean, we saw Lightning Quiz go to Battlefield a lot, definitely a little bit more comfortable over there, but we shall see where we are going for this game number 4. I do believe we are going to be having one more set after this one too. They just love us so much that they
love us
for one
We're
more
out here.
But Aaron and Cantrip are going to be coming up next too. And it's very interesting because Aaron did DQ at the beginning of the day, but now they've made it all the way back to top 8, and we get to see Cantrip, who didn't have a full winners semi set before, or winners set before. So it'll be really nice to see both of them play, because that's me, Sword Fighter, Bowser Jr., and that's Wi-Fi to the extreme.
It's true. But we are going to be seeing maybe a little bit more Lightning Quiz as we're getting into this game 4 right here. Lightning Quiz managing to capture lightning in a bottle for that last game right there, but don't know how it's going to go from here on out.
I saw that one.
I really didn't mean to do that.
No, but that was good. Sometimes it just kind of like comes out. And sometimes it's good when people get the reference. It's weird when people don't. We're going back to Kalos though.
Oh, no, we're not.
Just kidding. I once made a joke, and it was like, oh, Rob has the F tilt like Sock'em Rob from Robots, and some people found that hilarious, and some people were like, what are you talking about?
What is that? I'm 12. I have no clue what that is. I've had an iPad my entire life.
Like Hungry Hungry Hippos. Like,
we got some iPad kids in the chat out here.
Okay, can I just say though, I wasn't an iPad kid, but I definitely eat with something to watch.
I'm an iPad kid now, if anything. They gave me a smartphone, and then it just went all downhill from there.
It's the same thing, right?
I'm watching Coco Melon. I'm watching Minecraft. I'm watching Roblox.
Remember the first flip phone? I was so upset I never got the first flip phone. Bro.
I had a Juke as a kid. If you remember those, the really thin phone with the wheel on it. Oh, you were one of the cool kids.
Oh yeah, but my brother had the Motorola Razr. That was like before my time. But everybody wanted one. We're going to PS2 though. This is where I was thinking we were going to go, just because the platform layout's definitely a little bit more favorable towards Min Min. But as you can see, we're already scrapping things.
Oh yeah, we're ready to go. And Lightning Quiz is finding a new lease on life after that last game. I swear we're seeing a whole new Lightning Quiz coming out. A lot more confidence we're seeing being exuded already. All right, great grab right there to start off with. And we do have the additional speed boost that the limit does provide, so I'm sure Lightning Quiz is going to use that to apply as much pressure as they can in this situation. I think we're going to see a Blade Beam pretty soon. Yeah, no, just letting the stat boost just bleed out right there. Probably not wanting to whiff and maybe open themselves up to further damage. Do you see the forward throw and the dragon coming out? I love the cross slash to stall out right there by Lightning Quiz.
Yeah, they're stalling extremely well off stage. I feel like we've been talking about how the offstage game is kind of where this matchup does lie, and I feel like both of them have been making excellent adjustments. Lightning Quiz 7 with quite possibly the best DI on that move I've ever seen, but no tech. And that is going to be Justice pulling ahead now. 78% though, it's definitely doable though for Lightning Quiz to find this stop.
I think that's the same thing that Lightning Quiz wanted to do there, was that drop off nair, but Justice is able to beat him to it, and that, I thought that was going to be another stock for sure right there after that jump got clipped. But luckily, Lightning Quiz finding their way back in it. But Justice, again, looking a lot more serious as this game goes. No more crazy, super technical stuff, just raw fun, for lack of a better term, raw fundies Min-Min. Just regular Min-Min, walling out Lightning Quiz as much as they can. That should be a start. Oh, really good jump confirmation.
We save our jumps here in the PNW. Love that. You got, especially versus this character, you have to save your jump if you are a gimpable character. And I mean, I feel like Min Min is both a gimpable character, but also gimps the best. I feel like she kind of also gets gimped pretty hard. Lightning Quiz, though, is going to get grabbed into the back throw. Looking for the Ram Ram. I mean, the Ram Ram has been the star. The Megawatt has definitely been catching a lot of these neutral get-ups. The Ram Ram has been doing it. Good on Lightning Quiz to avoid one arm, but can't avoid the second. There's always two. And Lightning Quiz on their last stock here, potentially in winners semifinals. Justice has yet to lose one.
Yeah, Justice said no more Mr. Nice Guy after that last game right there, and you can clearly tell, I mean, no more really fancy, crazy risks right here. We're just seeing just walling out at its purest form right here. Lightning Quiz, though, finally netting this first stock. There's got to be some sort of major mess up or just crazy bout of momentum for Lightning Quiz to be able to claw this one back right here.
Okay, back throws the pit. Whoa!
We have our jump. We do have our jump, but again,
Whoa.
Justice always saving that jump.
Yeah, I mean, jump stock's going up. We gotta save those.
It's true. Don't sell jump yet. Keep it.
Save your jump.
Save your jump.
That's definitely gonna be in like a summit in a line of clothes somewhere. Like jump stock's going up. Regardless, though. Justice, I mean, 103, we saw the same exact situation earlier where Lightning Quiz was able to make it happen, and you have to ask, is it possible? I feel like when you are able to control the match so well in terms of like pacing, you're unstoppable, and I feel like Lightning Quiz is doing an excellent job of mixing up the pacing of the match. Justice, though, down air into the grab of the ledge, great stuff.
A lot of respect being given. If Lightning Quiz can manage to snag this stock right here, it's going to look a lot better for them. But we see these grabs coming up from Justice. Justice wants this game over with as quickly as possible. Is trying to build up their resources to make them even tougher to deal with.
Okay, finds the hit. 106 on Lightning Quiz with limit. Will be able to make it back.
Oh, interesting.
The air dodge did not crop, though. This is so tense on this ledge. This is so close. Lightning Quiz, though, using the shield to just get back in it.
Oh, where's the dash
to jump the back hit of the Nair. This is so close. The Ram not going to be able to hit. Megawatt is out, though. Fang. And it is going to be the Dragon that takes it. Justice makes the upset factor of one upset over Lightning Quiz. And that's going to be Justice versus Samuel in winners finals. Steve versus Min Min. I wouldn't have it any other way.
But yeah, welcome back to the That's Nuts, and a lot of S's. That's Nuts analyst desk. Try saying that 5 times fast. But we're back. I can't. My tongue is turning into a pretzel just thinking about it. But yeah, really good stuff from Justice right there. Really played that really strongly after that little oopsie whoopsie. That Kalos game, that little snafu on Kalos, I like that. Yeah. But man, Lightning Quiz looked like they were trying their hardest out there to try and bring it back. Just Justice so solid in terms of just even in the reversal situations, like that Nair we saw off stage to cap off that first stock as well. And the amount of times I want to note that Justice was preserving their second arm. We saw the first arm come out to kind of force Lightning Quiz off the ledge, and they would neutral get up almost every single time into that second arm. It's what lost them a lot of stocks that game, just because maybe they felt like their options were exhausted or they had nowhere else to go. It's really just kind of a break check on that part for Lightning Quiz to pick a different option to get off the ledge with, or stall with, or plank with, or jump high. That first arm came out, and Justice thought, or rather, Lightning Quiz thought, hey, it's my time to get back on. But it was not time just yet. And that's how Justice got a lot of those stocks. Now we got Steve and Min Min and Grand, or winners finals right now.
And you know what else we have down in the lower bracket of the top 8? We have Bowser Jr. and me, Sword Fighter. So production actually asked us what we wanted on stream, and I was the one. So all of you, Aaron and Cantrip fans, thank me. I wanted this set on stream because we haven't seen Aaron all day. We talked about this a little bit earlier. DQ in the winner side of the bracket and has made it all the way through now to the top 8. And this was my player to watch for this region.
Coming in clutch.
Aaron's Sword Fighter is different.
For sure. But yeah, before we head into that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. But hang on, because I'm very curious to see what that me Sword Fighter can do. But guys, stay tuned.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Oh, I didn't see you there. I was just eating my wonderful pistachios barbecue. One of my favorite flavors. As we go on into what will be Fang and I's last match here on the Northwest qualifier, or regional finale, I should say. We got Aaron versus Cantrip, and we have an explanation on Aaron's DQ.
That's right.
Go ahead, Fang. Read it word for word.
So I did some sleuthing, and I was reading Aaron's Twitter, and I found out that they were kept late at work, and they were unfortunately not able to check in for their winners bracket matches. But luckily, the lovely TOs here did not employ the double DQ, and now we get to see Aaron make this crazy losers run. And Aaron, and I quote, said, "It is time to listen to Vocaloid and win." So to the tune of Hatsune Miku, maybe other Vocaloid characters, we're going to be seeing this Mii Sword Fighter putting in some work potentially. But the first obstacle that Aaron needs to get through in this top 8 is Panda Global's not Panda Global anymore, just Panda now. Panda's very own Cantrip.
Oh, someone get him! Someone get him!
Get him! Ah, you said the old name. Voldemort.
Right. Regardless, though, I'm bringing this match back because we only got to see one game of Cantrip, and according to Cantrip, that was not what they could really do. So, shoutouts to Smashers with Jobs, by the way, who are also really good at the game, because throwing it out there for, us older people, I guess, it was really funny. One of the younger kids in my scene came up to me and they were like, "I didn't even know you played." And I was just like, "Are you kidding me? Like, ouch!" Like, I've played 3 generations of this game, thank you. Regardless, though, we're going into game 1. We got Aaron, we got Cantrip, still in the Wendy. All right,
we're Wendy only too. We're feeling.
Oh, of course.
And we do got the Sands, and I believe if we listen to the voice of this me, you're not gonna like it.
Why not?
It's got a very interesting voice.
Let me tell you, you can say whatever you want about me is that they are truly customizable.
They are
possible. And
you have Narukami from Persona 4 with Sans head on top of it, with a very high-pitched girly voice.
Listen, it's beautiful. It's true character customization when you really think about it.
It's true.
Regardless, so it's pretty even right now. Starting out, you know what? This is the first time we're starting on PS2, like, all day. I know, at least for us Tri-State people, that's like a way of life, but it's nice to see we get something a little bit different here in Panda Cup.
That's true.
So, yeah, I mean, Cantrip going coast to coast, as I like to call it. You're going from one side of the stage to the other, trying to find your way in, and honestly, Aaron doing a fantastic job right now, still stacking on the damage, not getting too tripped up.
This is gonna be interesting because that side B at Wendy's disposal will plow through all these tornadoes, which is one of Aaron's favorite tools to utilize to pop up for those up airs. You're gonna be seeing a very simplistic style of Mii Sword Fighter, but that is what the character is. Character has one goal: get you up in the air so they can finish off with that up air, or maybe poke you out with either a back air or a forward air. Either way, though, Cantrip's skirting into that first stock right there, looking really good so far, just playing as evasively as they possibly can.
Ooh, okay. Aaron, though, gonna be able to find the back air out of shield. We're gonna go stock for stock for this game 1. I'm interested to see the adjustments. You can tell how comfortable Aaron is in this matchup, though. This is definitely not one of your, like, "Oh yeah, I play this matchup all the time" type of matchups, right? This is not, a matchup you find a lot. So it's nice to see both players kind of playing extremely well around each other. Cantrip, though, going to be able to find the anti-air forward air. Close here.
Cantrip is just not alleviating the pressure whatsoever, and I mean, you gotta, right? Mii Sword Fighter, not one of the greatest characters in the roster. Oh, if we saw the swing there with the up B hitbox right there, that could have been huge. Still, Cantrip plays very, very smartly right now, and I'm just trying to use the ranged moves that Bowser Jr. has in their disposal to kind of keep Aaron out a majority of the time, and it's just plowing through all this projectile pressure too with these side Bs. This is a very weird matchup.
Yeah, I can't say that I've ever casted this ever in my life.
Me neither.
Ooh, okay, great punish on the platform. That is going to be Cantrip. Finding the up smash there, that was great stuff. I feel like Aaron has been doing a fantastic job of reflecting the Mech Koopas, but Cantrip's like, all right, you can have your time playing around with that. I don't really care. Like, let's continue this match. And now Aaron going to be able to find the down tilt. There is the tornado and the follow-up into the up there. Great stuff from Aaron. Let's go to last stop.
Very, very big follow-up soon. One thing Aaron excels at as a player is following up over those down throw DIs every single time. For whatever reason, they are just a savant when it comes to reacting to that move a lot of the time. Very quick grab as well. It is weird how much Mii Sword Fighter is like a pseudo grappler in that aspect as well. Just because their grab is very, very quick, and they can really convert off of it with relative ease if they follow DI correctly.
Aaron, though, constantly trying to trip Cantrip out of the mech here. Doing a really good job, but going to use the side special to kind of beat the cart here. That's actually very interesting tech. Gotta think about all of these like pseudo win conditions. Great short hop forward air from the ledge, though. Coming out from Cantrip. Oh, great air dodge out. But I think Aaron's definitely going. That's data for next stop.
No, got the weak hit of it, unfortunately, right there. But Cantrip now putting Aaron in a very, very scary spot. Had his Aaron get off the ledge. I guess just like that. Oh, we're seeing whipped smash attacks left and right. The spaghetti coming out. Who's going to take this one? Oh, they both want it so bad.
Okay, here we go. Just a little bit of item play here. I mean, it happens. It happens. It's close. The next grab wins, in my opinion.
Go, my child. Hold down the neutral.
Go. That's more Mech Koopa than Rob Gyro here. It's getting so close. Here we go. Trying to find the burnout. The back air once more. Not going to be able to do it. Great. It does not matter. That's going to be Cantrip finding the forward air. I have to ask chat, is this the same Mii Sword Fighter that does the holy schmoly the combo?
The holy schmoly?
So it's the tornado into the up air, I believe, or it's the down throw into up air. It's one of them. Skiff told me about this once. And I'm
yes.
This is the same Mii Sword Fighter that does it.
Skiff is a former Dakota resident, and Aaron is the #1 player from North Dakota, which, if you didn't know, there are actually Smash players from North Dakota. There are actually people there who play Smash Brothers. It's not just farmland, believe it or not.
There are people that play Smash everywhere. Like, everywhere.
Even in Alaska.
Chat tells me yes. All right. Okay, good. I know a little something about players. You know what I mean? There was somebody from Ontario who came to one of our locals today, and I was like, make sure you see this like rank 10 Dark Samus. Like, regardless, we're back on PS2. I think this is a great stage. I think the stage had nothing to do with it. It's just all this combo right now. Let's go, Cantrip.
Cantrip looking so polished as we saw the first set, at least from the one game they played today, they were starting to struggle to get the engine warmed up a little bit, but now Cantrip is looking mighty great. Oh, this is a huge combo though. I love the chakram combo right there out of Aaron. That was wonderful. And now Aaron clapping back with the vengeance.
Yeah, Aaron is like, hey, like that was a really nice opener you got there, but what if I got my opener now? Cantrip, though, not going to be punished for the F smash, but will read the movement around the platform to get the up smash there. But here comes Aaron, going to be able to find the back here.
Oh, that was an interesting little interaction right there. Still, though, Cantrip managing to find their way off the ledge, and now putting Aaron up towards the ledge a little bit. I love how mobile Cantrip has been so far.
You have to be.
Has been just eject buttoning themselves out of bad situations where Mii Sword Fighter can traditionally trap a lot of characters in the corner. The fact that Cantrip has just been plowing their way out of the situation every single time, and Aaron hasn't really been able to catch on to it just yet, it's been really keeping the stocks really long for Cantrip.
Absolutely. I mean, Bowser Jr. also a heavy character too in the classifications. I mean, the Koopa in the cart is considered light, and you can hit the Koopa in the cart, but most of the time you are just hitting the cart itself. F-Tilt, though, is going to at least take it. Aaron now on the board. 36%, not too much actually to kind of take here. Just by the way that these, matchup strings have been going, though, I feel like Cantrip is just going a little bit further with all their combos.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Yeah, the hitboxes were getting a little.
Yeah, literally. Cantrip, though, following up on all of these combos really, really well. Aaron is just kind of struggling to find their footing right now. Oh my god, that was a huge read right there by Cantrip, but they fell out of it. That was crazy.
Going for the E-check. Great tech by Aaron. Oh.
Okay, I know what this set is now. This is just a PG Stats marketing campaign is what this set is at this point now. The most recent video on PG Stats is all about Bowser Jr. and Panda also has Cantrip in their employ. So I just want to know who was the covert agent that put this on? Who is this a psyop? What's going on here?
It's the script.
It's the script.
Regardless, though, I mean, Cantrip now pulling ahead a lot, but we saw this before, Fang. We saw kind of this like very medium percent and Aaron taking the stock, but so far Cantrip just not letting go of the second stock. We were talking about this. The mileage that Cantrip gets off of their stock here, buffered air
Still make it back though, that's the power of Junior, but no, getting clipped by the softest little baby hit of the up B.
Okay.
That was crazy.
Here comes Aaron, though. You got a little bit of rage to work with, too. But the problem is you're giving Bowser Jr. a lot of rage. The B reverse. Oh, my goodness. What is going on? Okay, not going to be able to hit. This is so close. This game, too, is now much more pivotal than it was before, Fang. I mean, I feel like Aaron is now, like, adapting super well. Unfortunately, though, for Cantrip, no hammer swing out, too.
What happened to all the momentum that Cantrip had? This up smash, though, coming back out. Cantrip now up 2. Oh, I'm flabbergasted at this point. This is going to be such a crazy win. Cantrip is also a fantastic player in their own right. I want to point that out.
Absolutely.
But I mean, Aaron was one of the players to watch coming into this bracket. This is one like #1 in North Dakota. One of the most powerful players to come out of the Midwest as well. Probably the best sword fighter player in the entire world. That is a tall order for Cantrip to have to stomach right there. But it seems like they are looking more and more polished as this set progresses. So shouts to Cantrip. Panda's very young. I'm all down for the Panda propaganda. I'm out here.
I like that. The Panda propaganda. All right,
Propaganda, if you will.
The proper Panda? Yeah, Panda opinions. Proper Panda. Yeah, everybody give us your best Panda puns now in the chat, as I would love to hear them. Or see them, because I can't do it. But, I mean, so far, it's been the same song and dance all 3 games. Aaron gets something started, and then Cantrip is like, okay, that's nice. Let me now do my combos that just hit for a little bit further. Let's go, though. Down tilt, going for the forward air. It's not going to be enough. Cantrip, the resets on neutral. Art hit into the hammer. Dodge in, and Cantrip can't do anything.
Get out of my head, Cantrip. Get out of my head. That was insane. Just the way they're reading a lot of these disadvantaged options, and also the spacing has been immaculate. You know, Meat Sword Fighter do be having a sword, but Cantrip has been using this fair incredibly this entire set so far to just range out Aaron.
But I mean, Cantrip.
Oh no way! And oh, it's another one. The reads off of these air dodges are insane on Cantrip's part. Cantrip is tapped in, and that's not up for debate.
Hey, did he go? I mean, like we talked about, Aaron going to be able to get on the board, so things are working out extremely well, but Cantrip going to be able to fire right back. Aaron, you need a string. You need it now, but it doesn't look like Cantrip even wants to give you one. I mean, so far, so good. Even the rapid jab's not even going to get interrupted by the chop rub.
It's like, what can Aaron do? This is kind of where the simplicity of Mii Sword Fighter's kit was kind of coming back to bite Aaron a little bit here. There's just really not enough versatility in the kit without changing maybe some of the custom moves to really deal with Cantrip here. I mean, Cantrip has found such ways to bail themselves out of neutral or potential situations where Aaron can get the punish, and Mii Sword Fighter's just not fast enough to catch Cantrip on the back foot either.
I feel like also Cantrip is getting hit by a lot of these Cyclones, but it doesn't even matter because Bowser Jr. forward air seems to beat it every single time. It was a great get-up attack there to save Met Koopa. We're getting close. Bang! It could go anyway. Great roll through. Punish? Yes, there it is. We're going last stock.
149. If there is a time for Aaron to pull out the clutch, it is now. But I don't know if it's going to happen here. Cantrip threatening so many things, even a jab can finish this off right here. Even a good place forward throw at the ledge can finish things off right here. Aaron is going to have to play this so incredibly carefully, but not careful enough as they get ran over. And Cantrip with the clean 3-0, bringing themselves into losers' quarters here. I think this might be giving Wadi a run for their money for the highest placing Panda in one of these online qualifier finales. That was insane. Definitely big snap of the fingers right there for Cantrip. Wild stuff right there. Wow.
As we go back to the That's Nuts analyst desk, I mean, what a great showing of a matchup that I don't get to see too often. I'll be real. I have multiple Bowser Juniors in my
That was cool.
Yeah, that's a very cool matchup. Also, just really quick side note, congratulations to Cantrip on his engagement, by the way. He actually got last month. So he's got the engage power, so yay!
Yeah.
I don't think I told him that, so take that now. So regardless, though, I mean, what a great set. I think both players played really well. It was just Cantrip was able to take all of the combos just a little bit further. And I don't think Aaron was getting enough of the finishers that we know that me Sword Fighter can do. The holy schmolies, the up airs were just not there. Regardless, though, Fang, that's gonna be it.
Oh, how bittersweet!
Very fun past it's been 3 hours of back-to-back sets, all best of 5
bangers.
You know, with bangers, absolutely. And honestly, like, what a fun block that we had. I had such a blast. You're definitely one of the best analysts to do it in this game.
Thank you.
Stop. And bracket's not over yet. Show's not over just quite yet either. We got Koopa and Layered, 2 other really fantastic tri-state casters.
2 goats.
Yeah, true. Anybody you want to shout out before, since you know this is the last finale, this is the last one.
Yes.
So any thank yous?
Well, first, I'd like to shout out you, Lyric, for being a phenomenal co-caster. I always have a blast every time we cast together. I would like to give also a shout out to Panda for bringing me on for the Panda Cup. It's been a blast. This has been something we've been working on or doing since the summer. You know, there've been 4 qualifiers for every single region up till now. It's crazy to think that this may be the last one I'll be doing for now. I don't know if I'll be at the in-person one, but maybe. I don't know. But guys, thank you so much to Panda for putting this together. Shout out to my girlfriend for supporting me, Sam. And yeah, shout out to everybody who loves Smash Bros. There is so much more Smash Ultimate to be played. I know they say that about Melee, but really there's just so much more Smash to be played in general. Shouts to Bearwit also for holding it down in production today. Big finger snaps for Bearwit in the chat. That's pretty much it. You can follow Lyric at Lyric of Wisdom.
Wait, I
also...
want to do my thank yous.
Oh yeah.
I'd also like to thank Panda for having me.
Yes.
I think this is like such a special opportunity for so many casters, and to be chosen out of so many talented casters is quite literally just such an honor. I've had a blast casting with everybody during every single part of North America. I've gotten to cast Mexico and Southeast and, you know, parts of Canada, and I've gotten to cast so many matchups and players that I don't think I would ever get to cast offline. So thank you so much to Tish and Josh and Doughboy and all the production guys. Bear, you also got Ches. Shout out to Ches, such a homie. I don't like you, Fang. I don't know if I'm going to be at the finale. Fingers crossed. But even if I don't make it, I'm so proud to be a part of this. I'd also like to thank my boyfriend, but he's currently playing grand finals at a local, so I'm not really gonna thank him. But I just
Smash history too.
It's true, and I'd like to just thank everybody who continues to support me, support Fang, support Panda. We wouldn't be where we are without all of you, and I am super excited to be passing it to 2 very special people to me too, Koopa and Laird, who are going to be taking you through the last tail end of the bracket. But for now, don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final Panda Cup Regional Finale bracket here in the Northwest region of NA. I'm Laird, he's Koopa. My friend, we are in for a top 6 of a lifetime.
Yeah, Laird, like you said it, we are here at the final qualifier for the Panda Cup Championships happening just next month. You know, we talked about, the entirety of the summer, how we got nothing but time up until then, but time's running up. You know, now this is your chance to make a statement. And like you mentioned, we got quite the top 6 coming up for you guys. We got all of, a great combination of characters here. Obviously, looking at the winner side of things, we got Samuel rocking the Steve, and as well as Justice rocking the Min Min. And again, we're gonna start things out here in the opposite side of things, though. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed that last set between Cantrip and Aaron. That was a lot of fun to watch. So Cantrip making the run in contention as one of the top 5 players in this bracket. And it's not even close. So,
definitely. They've showed up to a couple of the qualifiers for this. Obviously, they've needed to do so in order to get here, but they put on a couple of very impressive showings with a character who a lot of people claim to be just not that great in the Bowser Jr. Now, obviously, we could talk about Panda PG Stats video the other day that came out talking about how bad this character is, but, you know, as a Tri-State head, you know, like myself, Koopa, I do imagine you have something to say about that with a player who is named Yoda Cage hanging out in our region, showing really what the character can do to great effect. And Cantrip in this bracket, we don't need to look that far away, doing just the same.
Yeah, this character's a little nuts. Again, I think there's some people who don't have the privilege as we do to witness it, but you know we'll get there when we get there. Instead, we're going to start here with Lamb and Major. Yes. It's going to be Ganondorf. It's going to be Lucario. It's going to be some weird stuff happening in this set, Laird. As we take a look at the spread here, no sets to play between these two, so anything's up for grabs, or anything can happen.
Yeah, by the way, I don't know if any of you are aware of the Legend of Major, but this is probably one of the best Ganondorf players at high level. I've seen this man make upset after upset at regionals, at a bunch of big brackets, and, you know, we don't have to look much further away. Tonight, getting wins over a DDD and a Samus, 2 very, very bad matchups for this character. So, you know, your matchup spreads don't matter whenever it's Major who's behind the sticks.
Yeah, again, 5-1 in sets and 15-5 in games. You took a look at Lamb's path to success here today. Got that round 1 GQ, but got a couple of wins on the other side of things, and both players losing to Samuel on their path to get here. So definitely a little bit of a revenge factor to be played here. 3-1 in sets, 6-3 in games. And, you know, when you look at it on paper, you know, Lucario always, for me, has that X factor. I always look for X factors. Lucario's X factor is that, you know, there's always the aforementioned chance that, you know, if you don't finish your plate early enough, you know, you're going to eat a back air or an aura sphere at an alarmingly low percent, and you're going to explode because of how strong of a comeback factor aura is. You know, I've compared it to the horror movie at the end. You know, the monster at the end of a horror movie. You know, just when you think you got it, it always seems to come back in the end to try to bite you. Now there's certain characters, and I feel like Ganondorf is one of them, where, you know, he's not really going to be that afraid of you, because all Ganondorf has to do is hit you 6 times and you're already at you know, KO percent. So I feel like aura might not be as big of a factor here as it is in other matchups, because Ganondorf hits like a truck. So I'm sure both players are aware of that. Both players probably know that. So it's just a matter of, you know, how well can Lamb play around, you know, the big, scary hitboxes of Ganondorf, and, you know, how well can Major, you know, really, you know, hone into that durability that, you know, Ganon is, you know, again, heavier character, but very linear recovery, kind of easy to edge guard. So, you know, there's a bunch of different factors here that can be, you know, that could really turn the match in one player's favor versus the other. So.
Of course, but I mean, you know, I got the privilege to watch Armadillo last night, who is very widely touted as the best Lucario in the world in the Northeast qualifier, but now we're getting to see what Lamb could do on the table, and like you said, you know, this is a very slow character, a bit of a behemoth in this Ganondorf. So while you're probably going to be getting up to that 4% pretty quickly, you're going to be able to probably lose your stock before you even get past 100. And that's just the way Ganondorf works. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind. Yes, this character scales damage really quickly, and he gets us to aura earlier. Here's the thing, though. You probably don't get to experience the full extent of the aura just because Ganondorf is so good at closing your stocks at like 60, 70, 80%, and not even crossing that 100% threshold.
Exactly. So it's definitely going to be an awkward tangle between these guys. Again, Major's obviously going to want to try to wrap up these stocks as fast as humanly possible, rack up the quick 65. But Lamb also knowing that, as long as you are not being, sent to the KO screen, you can do stuff like that. A missed tech that's going to lead to a forward smash, I believe, to wrap up that stock. So excellent start here for Lamb.
Right, Major was looking for a swing there, but Lamb definitely knows their iframes incredibly well, was able to get past that up smash. Now here's one thing you got to keep in mind as well, Koopa. The pretty mobile character. He's really fast, he's got really good combo extensions with that neutral air, a bunch of other stuff. It is really hard to pin this character down, and particularly when Lamb is in crisis mode, aka when they're at over 100% and they know they could die from one hit, keeping them around is going to be the big key to this matchup. There's that up smash read, catches the roll in, does Major. Major, once they start cooking, it's going to be really hard to slow them down.
Yeah, it's tough stuff, man. Again, this game is such a game of momentum. And again, right now, Major does find themselves down. However, like we said, it only takes a few hits from Ganondorf to get yourself back in the swing of things. Goes for the drop zone there, but going to come up short. But if that connected, that sure as heck would have led to a KO, as it almost does right there after only getting the second hit.
Oh my gosh, these interceptions at the ledge have been so brutal. Looking like the Dallas Cowboys defense right now with all these picks, but unfortunately, it's not going to result in any stocks being taken here. And I do believe that Major is in a little bit of a better position, but then again, you got to keep in mind that despite the fact that Lamb is at a higher percent, he's got access to that aura, and that aura sphere in particular is going to be really devastating. Looks for the downer, will not get it. Major back at the ledge, gets the dash attack, and that should be off the top. It is, and Lamb is now down.
All right, so let's see if Major can take advantage of the rage aspect here. Not as big as a factor as it's been in past Smash. However, still definitely something you need to worry about here, as Lamb's going to be in a position to try to overextend with an auraless Lucario, and Double Team is going to do a good job of wrapping up that stock before things get too out of hand. So even stocks, lowish percent. Let's see who's going to come out on top here.
Against characters with non-true combos like Ganondorf, you gotta be very mindful of what you're throwing out at all times, because Lucario, they do have a counter, and with that aura, it's gonna be a really devastating factor there. He didn't have much aura, he was only at 20%. The thing is, he was at a stock deficit, but in the midst of my conversation, that up smash is gonna come out, Major taking yet another demon with that tool. I believe he took almost every stock with that up smash, huh?
I believe so. Yes, but like we said, man, Ganondorf is a force to be reckoned with. If you're a character that relies on these rubber band AI comeback mechanics, Ganondorf just kind of looks you in the face and does not really seem to be fazed by that. I'm pulling from a tweet I saw earlier this week talking about the Philadelphia Phillies. Ganondorf does not stop at that sign because he can't read, and he's not going to be fazed by. He's not going to be quite fazed by your scary comeback mechanic.
Hey, man, don't kick me while I'm down. All right, I'm still getting over it.
we can cope together.
Hey, much like how Lamb is going to need to get over that first round loss. Again, they did a very good job of keeping it very close all the way up till the very end. And if they could just get a little bit more mileage out of their aura mechanic, getting those stocks sub 100 on Ganondorf, they can really be in the midst of a successful series here. I think the one thing you gotta keep in mind is how good they are at tech chasing. Because whenever Major, if they're going for their tech situations or their panic options, Lamb has always been there with a smash attack. They haven't landed every time, Koopa, but they have been very close.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if the change of scenery makes a difference here. The triplats will provide maybe a little bit more room for Lamb to kind of find a landing option to get down back to the ground. Boo, but that side B in the corner there, not going to give you a lot of options. But again, you see the top platform coming into effect already, allowing a different recovery angle here. But my gosh, the max distance of that side B, grabbing Lamb by the neck. My gosh.
Right now, that Aura Sphere, excellent catch there, catching Major landing on the platform. That Aura Sphere, when it gets to this percent, it's not only good because it's strong, it's also massive. It can hit below the ledge on some characters, it can hit, above the platform, on the ground, and during a single hop at the exact same moment. There is so much versatility with that one move, and it sets up for options like that. That backer coming in super strong, taking that stock at a very low percentage on Major. Hey, that's another thing you gotta work around when you're playing against Lucario, that back air. But sides that one out, does Major with that neutral air. It is an even game here going into second stock, Koopa.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's all you can ask for in these trying times against a character, against both these characters. Keep the lead as doable as possible. Okay, good job by Major holding on to that second jump. And a great recovery there from Lamb to avoid Oh, that's it? Yeah. Wow.
That air dodge was a little ill-advised, if you want my opinion. But hey, I do have the benefit of hindsight. I think Major was trying to be tricky in the way to get back to the ledge, but they didn't have a jump, so it was a little difficult.
Yeah, that's one of the aspects of Ganon that again makes him a tough character to play sometimes. You know, just like that.
Yeah.
Two stocks lost sub 70 because unfortunately, when you play a character like that with linear recovery, with a bottom 10, 15 recovery in the game, resource management is huge in the corner there. And unfortunately for Major, they were forced to use their double jump in a position where they probably didn't want to do it. And it just teed them up to get, knocked off the stage. All it takes is a strong breeze at that point, and that's exactly if you're Land, that's exactly the sort of response you're looking for there.
Well, in this battle of heavy artillery, Koopa, we are back to an even set count, 1 apiece. This will be Major's counterpick though, and this is a flex game. Winner of this particular match will be going up in the set 2-1, which will give them momentum advantage. And on top of that, if we go to a game 5 in the set, they will have counterpick advantage to be able to go to whatever stage they want to. So this game is incredibly crucial. While neither player is in striking distance of that win, they are in striking distance of match point, which is sometimes even more effective.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if FD makes the difference here. Again, there's going to be nowhere for these players to hide. It is going to make the scrapping and neutral just that much more dangerous.
Oh, FD, man. I think it's an interesting pick to go for as a heavy against a character with a projectile that covers as many options as the Aura Sphere does. But I do love that spot dodge coming in from Lamb to avoid the side B. The side B's been a really crucial tool for Major. Look for the 2-frame on the up smash, but will not get it. Jumps right into that Aura Sphere and the backer to follow up as well. I think Major's, yep. Oh, actually got a beefy past the ledge. Go for the uppy, get the grab on that flame choke. Excellent play. Falling forward air will not connect here. Very tense situation here at these higher percentage intervals.
Yeah, absolutely. So only a handful of percent separating the two right now. All it's going to take is one strong hit in the corner, and that will net the first KO for either combatant. There you go. Nice trade with, I believe, the down B right there. The down tilt will meet its mark. That will be KO number 1 going to Major in the rubber game here, Laird.
Absolutely. You got to keep it very concise in this situation, though. Lamb has access to that counter, and he's actually going to whiff on it because the flame choke comes in. The side B will put Lamb on the ground again. Goes for the down smash, try to read a roll in, but does not happen. Lamb is out of the ballpark, but there is that up air. And with this stock deficit rage, it's going to be very scary, but now he is down by 2 stocks, Koopa. Major starting to lap his opponent percentages. Even the command grab will not take his stock at this percent.
Yeah, like we mentioned, Ganondorf's one of those characters where, the lead can slip away only in a few hits. You saw the reverse hit of up air. If that was a lesser character with a worse recovery, that probably would have netted the KO for Major. But Lucario, able to get back and get on the board with the KO here. So definitely not out of the realm of possibility yet, but definitely gonna have to play this one pretty close to the vest.
I'm loving the extensions off of these weak hit dash attacks coming in. Ordinarily, oh man, star response to the attack aren't that good, but when they combo into neutral air or up air for Ganondorf, any combos that Ganondorf has, by the way, are just really good. And there it is, weak hit dash attack into the up air. Call me an Oracle, man, because I saw that coming a mile away, and Major's able to pick game 2 win on FD. Wins the flex game and counterpick advantage should we go to a game 5.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there from Major, going up in the rubber game like you mentioned. Again, Ganon is such a great treat of a character to watch. Too much of it in one dosage could be dangerous. But again, I'm a huge fan of the character, so.
Who isn't? Honestly, I always love watching heavies. Even DDD. I think DDD is one of my least favorite heavies to watch, but then I get to see players like Big Daddy Nom Nom and Narnia, also known as Hispanic at the Disco, who always just are really fun to watch. So, I mean, King K. Rool. I just think the heavies in this game are the most fun they've ever been in the entire series because they're all viable in some way, and Major putting that on complete display during this set. They are currently up 2-1 against Lamb. We're going to Lamb's counterpick for game number 4. And if Major's able to win this one, they secure themselves a spot in top 4 and an opportunity to go further.
Yeah, let's see if Major can wrap it up in 4 games or if will be life in Lamb here. And again, you just see how comfortable Major is here just out of the range of that up smash. Yeah, definitely going for the heat check right there. And, gonna miss the half-court shot. However, still picking up right where he left off here, and wow. He got too lost in the sauce, unfortunately. That's going to net his own KO first.
Okay, but Lamb's going to give him a homie stock, jump right into that neutral air. So, again, an even game going into stock number 2. We've seen this before on the game where Major wasn't up to an incredibly good start, where it was even going to the second stock. Lamb was actually able to take momentum in his favor and pull out a victory on top of that. So, something very similar could be happening, and hey, this is their counter pick of Pokemon Stadium 2. Anything can happen here. No way! Oh! Pele kick into American air dodge read for that F smash. Major playing like his life depends on it.
Yeah, ground control to Major Tom for sure. As Major is opening up a major can of of whooping, here in this game here. It's not looking too good right now for Lamb. Unfortunately, that's that sort of fear factor we mentioned with Lucario. Ganon also gets right that same fear in you. You're trying not to get clipped by the scary stuff. And here Ganon is just kind of putting the work on you.
Right, and again, that reverse hit up air, so devastating. Lamb's gonna go to ledge, use that Aura Sphere to get back on. Then again, they're not gonna take space, they're just gonna hang out in the corner, and that's gonna cut out their options, allowing Major to get that down tilt poke on the dash in. And with that rage and the high percentage of his opponent, as well as the low ceiling of Pokemon Stadium 2, that's going to be game, set, and match. Major advances into top 4 here. And we have a Ganondorf guaranteed a position in losers semifinals, folks.
All about it, man. That was an excellent display of Ganon from Major. And again, that was, we said it ourselves a couple times, that there's some nuts stuff happening in that in that set. And again, we're brought to you by the That's Nuts Analyst Desk, again, brought to you by one of our sponsors, Wonderful Pistachios, as we see displayed here. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, we're going to take a again, anything else you want to bring up there about that set from between Major and Lamb? Because that was a lot of fun to watch. The hype definitely delivered.
I have to give it to Lamb for making it this far with a very unorthodox character pick. I just feel like Major out-tempoed them in those later 2 games. Caught a lot of rolls and spot dodges with the Flame Choke. After that one spot dodge came out on the first Flame Choke, by the way, in Game 2, I feel like Major just said, oh, okay, I have your timing figured out now. I have all your panic options figured out. And putting your opponent on the ground as Ganondorf is crucial to your success. On top of that, setting up for all of your kill confirms with weak hit dash attack, reverse hit up air, putting pressure on your opponent off stage even though you're Ganondorf and you really shouldn't be doing that. Major, with their insane level of play, is what carried them this far. And a Game 4 victory for them is going to be in the works. And we're going to head over to our next set, but like you said, Koopa, we do have a little bit of a break. So guys, get some water, grab some snacks. We're going to come back with the final rest of the bracket for the Northwest qualifier.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
Alrighty, welcome back to the Panda Cup Regional Finals. We're here in the northwest parts of North America. We're keeping the gravy train rolling after a epic 4-game set victory from Major. And we're keeping the good times rolling here with Lightning Quiz and Cantrip. So, Laird, we got some fun stuff coming up today. Again, Lightning Quiz rocking the Cloud, Cantrip rocking the Bowser Jr. Yeah, that's a character.
They both are indeed both Smash 4 additions to the character roster. But, you know, I've had the pleasure of watching Lightning Quiz on a number of occasions. They show up pretty frequently to Bamboo Battles, our Monday night series that we do on Panda. And then Cantrip, I mean, needs no introduction, rocking the Bowser Jr., one of the many social media managers, and one of the very good ones at that, for Panda. So they've got a lot to represent here at Lightning Quiz. Do not sleep on this young man, because the longer these sets go, the better and better he tends to adjust. Let's get this train running, my friend. We are starting off with Pokemon Stadium 2 for Game 1.
Yeah, and again, the choice of Bowser Jr., specifically Wendy Okupa, if you're keeping track at home, is going to be a bit, I'm sure, an interesting exchange here for Lightning Quiz. Again, kind of an oddity of a character. You know, we mentioned how unless you live in a region with a very specified, Bowser Jr. main, this character is probably going to be a blind spot for a lot of players. But Cloud, the gameplay doesn't really change much between characters. So I think that's what makes him such a great character in all scenarios. And, in the past, this has been a very good match for sword characters. So, we'll see if Lightning Quiz can find the formula to stop Cantrip, here in losers' quarters.
Yes, sir. And, there is one thing you got to keep in mind about both these characters. They have insane upset factor potential. Cloud obviously has access to that limit, as well as just one of the best backers in the game, a one-button neutral tool. And then on the other side of things, you got Cantrip, like you said before, playing a character who doesn't get a lot of representation in many regions. And, don't let that trip you out, though, because this is a good old-fashioned battle of Canada versus the United States. And we had one Canadian triumph over an American last night. Gaius and Anarchy go into a sick Game 10 grand final set. But this one's happening in losers quarterfinals, so something's got to give between these two, and Cantrip will draw first blood.
Yeah, that's something for Cantrip. And again, one of the many aspects that makes Bowser Jr. A rough character to fight against is that this character, low-key has some great durability. I don't remember exactly where, as that back air does net the KO, where the character falls in the weight charts, but definitely nothing to scoff at for sure. You see Cantrip get a lot of longevity out of these stocks, and I think that's going to make it, slightly more difficult here for Lightning Quiz.
Yeah, of course. And, I do actually know where Bowser Jr. sits off the top of my head. They are as heavy as Samus and Terry, that 108 weight tier, which I believe is tied, if I'm not mistaken, like the 5th heaviest character in the game, 5th or 6th. So, yeah, they're very, very high up there.
Definitely up there for sure, so... again, that's going to be a huge X factor here in this set. Again, there are some as good as Limit is, there are some windows where Cloud can struggle to net the KO here. That could have been a huge opportunity for Lightning Quiz, but a great mix-up under recovery there from Cantrip with the abandoned ship.
Right now, Lightning Quiz doing a good job of holding center. The thing is, against most characters, holding center seems like a fine idea, but against a character like Bowser Jr. and a player like Cantrip, who just likes to run all over the place, it's so hard to pin him down, and even when you do have him pinned down, he's so mobile that he is very, very easily to get out of dodge, using that up B as well as that side B to great effect. However, he's off stage now. He's going to use the Mecha Cooper to get back on as Lightning Quiz, but reads that roll in with a rapid jab sending the opposite direction. However, if that rapid jab was facing the ledge, that could have been a dead Cloud.
Yeah, again, excellent stuff right there from Cantrip. Again, holding on to the lead here. Now has the ability to set up at the ledge and avoids the limit Blade Beam. So all that, and again, it's just going to add on some more damage here for Lightning Quiz, but able to sneak around the side B and get it back here to kind of reset things.
Yeah, and right now, taking up so much space as their opponent at the ledge, it will be that jumping forward there to do the trick. Lightning Quiz down on their final stock of game number 1 here. Cantrip looking for an opener, and you know what he's going to be going for once he gets that. Those up air strings are so good. Arguably one of the best ladder characters in the game, and it's Bowser Jr. Not a lot of people know that about this character.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. The back air will connect, so 74% on the docket, almost a full thing of limit, so definitely not out of the realm of possibility here for Lightning Quiz.
Right, but limit is active right now. Not only do you get access to, well, he's just going to shoot it off. Okay, I was gonna say having limit means you're a little faster and you got a lot more airspeed too, but Lightning Quiz just wanted to go for their super move and I respect it. Goes for the double dip, not able to take the stock away though, but man, that was close.
Yeah, you've seen this is where Cloud can excel better than most characters in the cast layered. At the ledge, this character operates like a fine oiled machine. Just with reach and just how strong some of those aerial moves are. So just like that, Lightning was able to completely turn the percentage, in their favor. Cantrip able to, at least get back to center stage here. However, not getting the strong hit of any of those moves. And just like that, Lightning was getting a second chance here.
Oh no, but the up smash whiffed and Lightning Quiz goes for a back air instead of going for the limit punish. I think the limit would have done the trick, but Lightning Quiz right now sharking underneath the platform is going to throw out another blade beam and whiff. So right now Cantrip has an opportunity, but the backer is going to come out. That heavyweight nature though is paying dividends at Cantrip right now, trying to fight the way back on stage. The forward air is going to come out. The side B looks for the backer, will not get it. Both players now looking for their back airs. It's going to be the side B again to take space. Rolls behind, dash attack. That's going to do it. Cantrip is going to lose game one. Lightning Quiz able to bounce back at the last possible second, and it will be the Cloud up on the board first.
Yeah, not sure if that F smash was meant to be thrown out as sort of a roll read in a panic situation there, or if it was a misinput from Cantrip. Either way, the dash attack, seldomly used in that set, however, saved for the best opportunity because that is one of Cloud's, better KO, underrated KO moves.
Yeah.
If you DI it the right way, then you're most likely gonna live. But in a scenario like that, in point blank range, you in a KO percent, that you could have asked for anything better right there for Lightning Quiz. And again, all that set up by a really great exchange on the right side of the stage there. That whole double fair exchange into the back air read off the jump from the ledge. Again, Cloud is one of the best characters in the game at keeping you dungeon off in the ledge. You've seen it from players like Spargo, at a high level. Just what that character can do, and how much damage can be accrued, in those situations. So, if you're, Cantrip, you're definitely keeping that in mind. You're maybe trying to find better, effective ways to get off the ledge there, to where you're not going to put yourself in harm's way. But again, a lot easier said than done with a character like Bowser Jr. So, who can be easily hit, in those situations. So, we'll see what the doctor orders here in this next game. So.
Of course. Oh, and it will be a Lemmy switch. I respect. Or is that Iggy? That's Lemmy.
I think that's Lemmy.
That's 100% Lemmy.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Okay, I'm not an idiot. Okay, thank the Lord. Okay, so here's the thing about this matchup as well. You're talking about how good Cloud's aerials are. They're even better against Bowser Jr., and let me tell you why. There's a seldom talked about mechanic that this character has access to. If you make contact with his Koopa cart while he's in it, he takes damage, but he takes much less damage than he would otherwise. Now, if you make contact with the top of his head, aka just the Koopaling, he takes even more damage. I think like 1.3 times more damage. So Cloud's aerials are all very good at hitting that sweet spot, particularly forward air, as well as a high arcing back air. That means Cantrip will be taking more damage per hit than any other character in the game with these aerials. So I'm really glad you pointed that out, but man, it's even better than you thought.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Again, that sort of wrinkle is what makes a character like Bowser Jr. just such an oddity sometimes to play against. There you go. That back air will connect, and so far the change of paint to Lemmy has worked out so far in Cantrip's favor. The forward air being able to stay active enough through the blade beam, to catch Lightning Quiz out in the blast down there. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, shout out to the mix-up on the ledge pressure for both players. Cantrip actually just going to roll in, but Lightning Quiz is looking for a neutral get-up to go for the grab. So I respect the plays there. Even though Cloud has a pretty subpar grab game in this game, still going for it is really good positional advantage. I'm just saying that Lightning Quiz puts an exclamation mark on that back air. Definitely showing that this character, yes, the grab's not that great, but it does have some sauce.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so let's see what the response will be here, from either camp here. Again, you see this sort of ledge area part of the stage being a real trouble here, for Cantrip. Again, just having that range of the fusion sword is so huge here for Cloud.
Of course, man, and like you said, those high arcing aerials are really hard to contend with too. So Lightning Quiz now holding center stage. Cantrip trying to fight the way in. That blade beam is actually going to put a stop to that side beat, but there's the backer coming in on the small stage horizontally of Town and City. Cantrip's going to be barely living that back over center. I don't think he's going to be able to take one more of those, and definitely not a Blade Beam, but he's going to go right over top of that as well. You know, that's the thing about Lightning Quiz. I think they got to hold on to their limits a little bit longer, just because, yeah, not only do you have access to really powered up moves, but you also have access to more speed and a couple of additional buffs to the character that are going to make your attacks a lot easier to land in general.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cantrip now finds himself on the back foot here. Ooh, it's kind of stuck in the platform. Definitely the last place I would personally like to engage with a character like Cloud. You know, especially with the layout of the platforms is over the ledge like that. It's where I've seen one too many bad things happen to my friends, man, and it's tough.
It is. You hate to see it. But oh my gosh, perfect timing in the neutral getup to not get hit by the extended hitbox of that F smash. Oh, but dropping shield just the wrong moment. That ejection is going to come down, and the cart will blow up in his face. Lightning Quiz is out of a stock. However, Cantrip's still at a deficit here, and his up air string is going to be reverted into Lightning Quiz. He's getting a lot of percentage on the board. Kill percent at the ledge. So scary to surpass this man. And I love the read there. Shielding the forward air, only drop a forward air of his own. Has their opponent at 130% now in the corner. Trying to use that cannonball to cover space, but not quite enough to do it. Lightning Quiz sharking around, moving, trying to throw out hitboxes, gets another one, and there's the backer gonna land, killing at 147 against one of the heavier characters in the game. Lightning Quiz takes another step forward, 2 games ahead of their opponent.
Yeah, man, tried and true. You know, Cloud's backer, one of the best moves in the game. You know, able to space so well, does a lot of damage at the low percent, KOs at the high percents, and in those scenarios like that, man, you can just kind of throw out 2 or 3 of them in a row after a couple of jumps. And certain characters just really don't have an answer for that. You know, Bowser Jr., all the praises we've sung so far about him, is still a slower, bigger character. And unfortunately, you know, you're not going to be able to as gracefully, flow around those combos like other characters can. So, you know, we'll see if we get a character change here from Cantrip. Again, the Diddy Kong, it could be an option here. It's not.
Roy.
It's instead, no.
He picks a cooler character.
It's instead Roy, not from Fire Emblem, but in this case from the Koopa family tree. So
still our boy though.
Very
also,
much.
If you get really deep into the extended Mario Bros. 3 lore, you will know that he was originally named Bully Koopa. Why? I don't know. I think Roy's a way cooler name for him, but hey man, if you got that deep knowledge, you know, let it ring.
There you go, man. All right, so we'll see if the paint color change once again makes a difference here for Cantrip as we move into Game 3 here. Potentially looking at the barrel of a 3-0 at the hand of Lightning Quiz, who's looked robotically efficient, you know, in these KO percentage.
Here's the thing, though. Cantrip has gotten off to a pretty good start. It seems like the tempo he's opting for is a little bit different here, but still running into the brick wall. That is these blade beams. That is these Buster Sword swings on the back forward air. So many shenanigans in this matchup. And you know, whenever there is a Bowser Jr. on stream, or a Koopaling in general, you do have access to a lot more shenanigans that you can bargain for.
Absolutely. So let's see what the response is going to be here. Again, open up a big lead. But we've seen time and time again, the Lightning Quiz is not fazed by these big openings here from Cantrip. Has been very, methodical, you know, being able to get the percentage needed back.
Of course, and that's I think the best way you could describe Lightning Quiz. A very methodical player. A player who doesn't always go for the explosive option, but is consistently really good at playing to his own tempo. But speaking of playing to their own tempo, I love the mix-up of holding the Mecha Koopa to explode in the air out of side B, push yourself off stage a little bit further, as well as mix up and get all of your aerial options back. It's not something you see every day, but Cantrip uses it to great effect here to mix up how he's going to land.
All right, both players still sitting on this first stock here, nearing the KO percent. You know, so ever so slowly. It is definitely Lightning Quiz who's in much more danger here, sitting at 140.
Right, but then again, he does have access to Rage, and this is Town and City we're talking about. This is one of the better stages for Ledge Trappers. Right now, it's holding on the ground very nicely, and it will finally connect one of those Blade Beams for a stock. Excellent mitigation of the side B coming in from Lightning Quiz. Good stuff, but he's going to jump right into an up B, and it is an even game, my friend, coming back into this at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, great stuff right here from both players here. Again, you know, the lead being able to be, not slip away from, from Cantrip there. Let's see, cross slash in the corner. Gonna help Lightning Quiz get a little bit of damage out here and also reset back into neutral. And then with this FD transition, it's gonna be a lot more scrapping up close. No platforms to go hide on for either combatant.
Right, up throw, looking for a ladder extension, but again, it will be Lightning Quiz with his own ladders on the up air. Has access now to the limit again. Expect the Blade Beam. Actually, I think he might have been going for it, but got hit before he was able to get the start up. There's a high cross slash that's going to come out. Cantrip now has to recover. Nice mix-up game, has the cannonball. Lightning Quiz nearly runs into it, has their shield popped, but unfortunately they're going to avoid it. Looks for the swing out of the up B, but not going to get it. Lightning Quiz just a little bit too far away for that. Air dodge is back, right past Cantrip. That's what we call the American air dodge, baby, and it's going to work out in his favor. Not getting punished here.
Yep, baseball apple pie in the air dodge. Whoa! That was one heck of a clank right there, and definitely one I'm sure that Lightning Quiz is happy to take the trade with. The dash attack will meet its mark. Now we're potentially have Lightning Quiz on set point right now. You know, Cantrip has done such a great job of not letting the leads, stay, too far in the favor of Lightning Quiz here. Ooh, but limit on deck now. And a great connection right there. My gosh.
Good for an extension, too, off stage. Has their opponent in the corner. Looks for another pivot grab. Those pivot grabs really haven't been sticking, but I do appreciate that Lightning Quiz has been going for them. He's getting the reads very close to accurate, but not quite as accurate as he would like. And definitely Cantrip going to be thinking his lucky stars he doesn't get grabbed in that situation either. There's an up B, climb hazard coming out. Another up air. Cantrip struggling to land the platform coverage that Lightning Quiz has access to. That up air has been so crucial. It's what's allowed him to get a lot of damage. There should be the rapid jab. That should be the stock. No, well-timed air dodge. But there's the forward air to catch the cross slash. Cantrip has his opponent on the final stock of this game number 3. All backs against the wall for Cantrip.
All right, there you go. Goes for the side B, but the forward air there to meet him. That's going to be, again, Lightning Quiz setting up shop here. I love the cross slash 1-2, on shield. Again, trying to force something out of Cantrip there.
Right, but Cantrip will not be denied. Goes right through. These shields on the ground have been so effective at avoiding that side B. It's such a good combo starter for this character, but Lightning Quiz has been doing a really good job mitigating it. Gets his Mecha Koopa with a pivot boot tilt. Gonna get a lot of damage on the board too. 130. One back air should probably do it, but Cantrip will be taking center stage. Fading around. Okay, there's another up air string. This is some rage for Cantrip. He might be able to cheese out an early stock if he gets a good read, but again, Lightning Quiz not gonna be deterred, and he's gonna hop right over that Mecha Koopa, catch his opponent in end lag. Go for the F-tilt, and that will be the stock for the set. 3-0 Lightning Quiz over Cantrip, knocking the second to last Canadian out of the tournament.
Yeah, but Cantrip, again, definitely punching their ticket as one of the top 5 players in this bracket, like I said.
Sure.
And it's not even close. It's not even close.
And again, it's not up for debate.
Not up for debate. Not up for debate. There you go. I got the meme format wrong. But either way,
no, I got you.
But nonetheless, though, great job there from Lightning Quiz. Again, there's gonna always be these instances. No matter where you play, you're gonna run into a character you're probably not super familiar with. Bowser Jr. again is a blind spot for a lot of people. Again, unless you live in, I don't know, Pennsylvania, like we or something. Yeah, so. Again, definitely kind of a weird character if you're not, up to snuff if you're on your matchup chart. But again, Cloud is such a fundamentally strong character that you don't really need to kind of exert a lot of brain power, to kind of figure out what's going to work and what doesn't work, because Cloud's gameplay doesn't really change across characters that much. You're going to space out your aerials, you're going to try to capitalize on your limit opportunities, and again, what was nuts to me, again, as part of the That's Nuts Analyst Desk, brought to you guys by Wonderful Pistachios, is that the ledge pressure is where, I think is where the game was won for Lightning Quiz and lost for Cantrip. As much pressure as Cantrip is able to provide in those scenarios where Cloud has to use a resource to get back to the ledge a little bit easier, Lightning Quiz is just so efficient at the ledge, really showcasing why Cloud is such a good character as he is. It's just that, in the right hands, it's almost robotic. Like, it feels like there isn't an answer sometimes. So, because such Lightning Quiz keeping themselves alive here in the losers bracket side of things, guaranteed at least 4th place in the qualifier here. So I'm excited, man. We're queuing up some fun matches for the rest of the night, and I'm very excited to go on this journey with you. So
yes, sir. But before we get into that top 4, dude, that was a very methodical set. Yes, it was a 3-0, but it definitely took a limit on me, and it's very late here. I'm feeling in the mood for some dinner, and I can easily get access to dinner with the delivery partner of the Panda Cup, Grubhub. Now, Grubhub has been one of our avid supporters for a long time, and we really appreciate that for them. And due to the longevity of this partnership, they've actually given us a special promotion that you can use the code 5Panda at your checkout of $10 or more and get $5 off of your purchase. And this isn't a code exclusive to new diners. This is for everyone who has ever used Grubhub ever. Now, why would you go for Grubhub? Well, let me tell you about the Grubhub guarantee, which stipulates you get your food delivered on time at the lowest prices guaranteed, or Grubhub will make it right. You have access to a lot of your favorite local cuisine. I'm currently out here in the Midwest, so, I'll get access to some of my favorite bits of corn. And we also have some pretty good Chicago-style pizza around where I'm hanging out at the moment, too. And, wherever your favorite local cuisine is, you can get a handle on that, too. Now, if you guys really want to go support the Panda Cup, use code 5Panda at checkout. Like I said before, it saves you some money, and it gives us an opportunity to continue this partnership. And if you guys want to go for the win, you should go for Grubhub.
Yep, there you go. Once again, shout outs to Grubhub, the Panda Cup delivered by Grubhub. So they've been a fantastic partner throughout the last few months of this of the online tournaments, and I can't say enough about how great of a partner they've been. So we're gonna keep things going here. And
Winners finals.
Winners finals. Yeah, there we go. Bit of a rough transition on my part, but hey, here we go.
You good?
We have arrived here. Where everybody has looked to come here. We got some history between these guys. We got Samuel, again, hailing from Canada, with Justice, hailing from the US of A.
Washington, baby.
Yeah, Washington. So we see a 4-1 set lifetime head-to-head between these two here. And in two characters that, again, have been very relevant these last few months, Laird. Been in the talking points in a lot of places.
Absolutely, yeah. And let's take a look at the matchup spread between these two. A 70% win rate from Justice on the Min-Min, not bad. Not a lot of people have a very good win percentage against Steve. But on the other side, I think Samuel really struggles with the Min-Min matchup, and he might have run into his match. On the first meeting between these two, it was actually Samuel who was able to take a massive advantage, but then it was Justice who very, very significantly was able to win the rest of the matches. So it is 1-4 in favor of Justice. But Samuel's run tonight has been nothing if not eventful. Wins over a lot of people who have beaten them prior, including Major and Cheems, and on top of that, has not dropped a single game on the evening.
Yeah, again, looking awfully solid. Again, also on the other side of that, 4-0 in sets, 12-1 in games, is Justice. Has not dropped a set all evening as well, with wins over Cantrip, poking out Big Daddy Nom Nom, and Lightning Quiz. So again, whoever's left in the tournament is going to have to expel some sort of demon from the other side of things. And again, you mentioned how both these characters are so, very much in the talking points right now. Akola coming off of a big victory. Let's Make Moves Miami. Proto Bantam continuing to put in work in Japan with Min-Min.
And over here at Summit a couple months ago too.
Yeah. So again, continuing to propel the agenda that Min-Min might be the answer in some of these matchups in a meta that's been heavily dominated by Steve so far over the past couple of weeks. And we'll see, man. Again, you can see why on paper it makes sense. Min-Min is able to just annoy and to provide so much pressure from a distance that Steve's not going to have the opportunity to do the things that makes fighting Steve so difficult. You're not going to get hit by as many of the up tilts, no impact landing strings as you would in other matchups. Footstool out of shield with the anvil, it's going to be less of a factor, the farther away you keep your opponent. So it's just kind of, it's very simple. It's Occam's matchup chart. Sometimes the simple solution of keeping the character away from you is the right answer. So we shall see who comes out on top here. It's Min-Min, it's Steve, it's winners finals, and we're here at Pokemon Stadium 2.
A lot of interest in this matchup between these two characters, as well as between these two players. This is Gallant Gaming's very own Samuel, as well as Domino Effect's very own Justice, two very prominent streaming services and Twitch channels that you guys can follow. Put on a lot of events in the PNW. But, Battle DLC Pack 2, we don't need to go into much there. But on top of that, Justice has had a very firm grip over the matchup ever since these two started playing. And I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like Samuel, in this Panda Cup finale, really wants the opportunity to go to California to prove that they can hold it down for the Great White North.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a lot of on the line for everybody here, but definitely some regional pride as well. As you can see, why early Min-Min can definitely be seen here as a decent answer here, to Steve. But again, Samuel's doing a really good job, not getting hit by the crazy stuff as that anvil from the ledge, the old Acme KO option, coming out there for Samuel on that first stock. So.
Yeah, well, Samuel, I kind of spoke a little bit before about his ability to run big events, but he also likes to run his opponent into the ground with a really nice offstage gamble, going for the block and the down smash. And Justice tried to go for a tech, but didn't have enough knockback to get hit into the stage, so he accidentally air dodged instead, and Samuel is now running with it. A very dominating lead here. Hasn't dropped his first stock yet, but there is the Megawatt at the ledge into the Dragon Arm for the F smash, and Justice in this thing, if for a short moment, because there are diamonds on deck now, Koopa.
Yeah, again, great effort there from Justice, but that early SD definitely wearing heavy on the results right now, as it's still a 2-1 lead here for Samuel. Justice is gonna have to play the perfect game of arms, to bring themselves back into the fray here.
Right, but then again, Samuel's starting to accrue some resources. It's going to be very difficult. Uses the powered up minecart rail, avoids a forward air, does justice, gets back on stage. There's a Nair, looking for a follow-up, will not get it, and is just going to avoid the minecart instead of trying to interact with it. I respect that. Dash attack to clear the way. That minecart's going to come in. There is some iron still in the pocket, but there is no more gold. However, the insurance diamond is there, so that should be capitalized with a diamond as well. Should we get there, because Samuel's going to try to finish this up as soon as possible.
There you go, charging the Megawatt. That's going to net the KO here. So despite losing that stock on an SD, Justice has brought it back to within one stock here. 96% is definitely nothing to scoff at for sure. You're going to have to play this pretty careful, but definitely, pun intended, within arm's reach here.
Of course. Oh my gosh, all these walls so difficult to manage, and Justice will get caught on a DI check of that powered up minecart rail, and it will be Samuel building a house on the competition and winning yet another game tonight. They're on fire. Has not dropped a single solitary match. And that is just the second for Justice on the evening, but if this is any indication, this is going to be a grueling set for both players.
Yeah, we're definitely in here for the long haul, for sure. Again, you saw, like we mentioned, you saw certain signs there of why this matchup can be really difficult for Steve, but you also saw why Steve's such a good character in general. Steve seems to have an answer for all scenarios in every which way. You kind of twist it, so we'll see what response Justice has here. Maybe a change of stage might make a difference, but man, that was tough in certain instances.
Of course, but we're gonna get back right into this one. Justice Samuel, game number 2 will be on Justice's counter pick. I am very interested to see where he goes. I could see a Smashville potentially, but I could also see a couple of other stages locked in. FD, the least of which I would expect. Kalos is a potential good one as well, but we'll be right back to Pokemon Stadium 2, so not changing all that much up, and just going to say, you know what, let's just get right back to it. I don't need to change up much on the stage pick. I just got to change up my gameplay, and already off to a pretty good start, 44% and climbing in favor of Justice.
Yeah, again, Min Min definitely one of those characters where you might not think that the damage can rack up that quickly, but again, with the right combination of arms and the right hitboxes, things can definitely steamroll away from you. See right there, my gosh, great read right there.
He was scared of the Megawatt, and I don't blame him. That thing packs a big punch, particularly at those higher percents, but no one expects the angled down Dragon Arm afterwards, but no one else expects that anvil coming in, and the accidental usage of the down tilt in the opposite direction. Samuel right now is getting picked apart. Justice already lapping him in percentages.
Okay, the up tilt to the back air will buy Samuel the time he needs to get back to the ledge here, and again, building a little bit of an obstacle to kind of just give more things for Justice to do. The side quests on the way to the main event, if you may.
True. And again, Min Min does have an awkward time at breaking those walls, dirt or stone or otherwise. So putting them up is it's really useful in these situations. Like, okay, I need to get some mining down, I need to get my materials. But then again, when you could go through minecart as easily as Min Min can, it is no question as to why Justice is sticking on this character in the matchup. There are diamonds here, but so far the lead is very firmly in Justice's favor.
All right. This definitely is, again, shaping up very nicely for Justice here. Doing the right thing. Again, I think something to be talked about is being able to keep Steve away from the craft box, from the crafting table is huge here. You see, teeing up the shot here, gonna miss it with the Ram.
Yeah.
But again, having a nice combination here of arms.
Of course. And another thing, Koopa, a lot of people are like, oh my god, I don't know how to do the matchup. Oh, he's impossible to deal with. If you put him off stage, he can't mine. And he can't get resources. Yep. Actually, I mean, he can mine the wall, but you can punish that. And speaking of punishing that, Samuel, the Canadian, going for an American air dodge to try to get past the Min, but it will be the Megawatt to take that stock away. A 3-stock here for our man Justice, holding it down for Washington. We're going to another rubber game, as you call them, Koopa, where the winner of this one guarantees himself counterpick advantage in Game 5, as well as momentum for the rest of the set.
Yeah, again, guaranteeing a fourth game is huge, man. You know, especially the way that first game went. You know, you don't exactly look like you're playing your best, smash of the night so far, and then for Justice to rebound with a 3-stock, that's exactly the sort of response you look for in a scenario like that. You don't want a sort of rollover and give up sort of mentality. You at least want to try to keep it close. So, and again, you have the set. You have the set count. You have the set count in your favor. You got it, and I can understand why. Min looks, when is operating at her max level. She's one of the hardest characters in the world to fight against. So
of course, and you can say the same thing about Steve too, which is why Samuel has not opted to switch off the character just yet. But Justice did actually serve Samuel his first loss in his individual match on the day. So, his rhythm is definitely shattered a little bit. We're going to be going to Battlefield. I think this is a great Steve stage. What do you think, Koopa?
I also think it's a good Steve stage. Again, you see how the sort of vertical extensions that Steve's able to get. Being able to have another platform to play alongside there, just to kind of extend those even further. It's just it makes a good thing better. You know what I'm saying? So.
Of course, I think the other big thing is how close these platforms are together and how close these platforms are to the ground as well. These ones sit particularly low, so it is really rough to deal with, but then again, for Justice, that doesn't matter. I think these platforms actually will help Justice a little bit too, because Min-Min's a character who kind of likes to stay in their own zone, like, oh, you gotta come to me from the front or from the back where I can swing at you. Hanging out on these platforms is going to be really beneficial just because of the fact that there are no platform drops in Ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. Real tough stuff there if you're, for both sides.
Right now, I'm going to punch that TNT block, get rid of it, as well as try to get rid of all those other blocks too. Samuel, perfect bait though, is going to get around all of his own obstacles with his side B. Going to put a lot of damage on the board and blow himself up, just for show, I suppose, but that's actually going to give stage position advantage to Justice.
Yeah, again, just both players just trying to find the right blow here, and unfortunately for Justice, down into percent game. Ooh, okay, good opportunity to whiff punish right there with the up smash. That's definitely one of the more vulnerable states you can find Steve in. I can just kind of throw those blocks out. Ooh, but nice avoidance right there. That was a real tricky shot right there.
My man passed his 12th grade geometry class, and it definitely shows as Justice is now laying the smackdown with that hard arm angle and uses the B-hit Nair with that Megawatt to take that stock off the top. Samuel has access to diamonds now, though, so he'll be doing a lot more extra damage, but he doesn't have access to gold, so these minecarts are going to be much less effective.
There we go. Ooh, that's going to net the KO, though, so it's going to be 2 stocks to 1 here. So, good stuff for Samuel getting on the board here. Ooh, okay, it's going to accidentally do that the wrong way.
I think he did that on purpose. I think he just wanted to retreat and hold center a little bit better, because if you're Min-Min, you can ledge try from center, but my god, one combo takes his opponent up to 60%. And that's how devastating Steve can be in the right situation. Now, it's been difficult for Samuel to get around Justice and the onslaught that he's been able to bring out, but once he does get it, he is able to do so much, accidentally forward airing instead of up airing, getting a lot of extra percentage on himself. But he does have access to diamonds. Should we go to a last stock? Here's the thing, though. There's no more pickaxe.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a valid point here.
Oh,
okay, no, gonna get in. Ooh, gonna get interrupted and also take care of the craft table as well. So, again, just anything you can do to kind of just stall worth the, the mining potential of Steve is gonna do nothing but help you. So.
Morris trying to give his opponent mining fatigue at the moment. He's going to go around with that minecart. I love the roll away from Justice, recognizing that there's no burst option that Samuel has access to while the minecart's on the ground. So he does have access to the actual minecart now, the boosted up version with the gold, but he doesn't have any iron. So Justice is doing a really good job of milking him dry of the resources, man.
All right, here we go. Again, just trying to find that killing blow if you're Justice. Ooh, but there we go. No, that can be enough just yet. My gosh.
Oh no, and he was gonna try to hit the TNT away and unfortunately loses his stock for it. So there's an opportunity for Samuel to come back. He has diamond, he has gold, he has iron. He's got so much in his pocket. Tries to reflect the anvil, but unfortunately will get hard punished for it. And now this is a very intense situation. Oh, he's gonna get caught! The spike! Is it gonna spike? It will not, but it's still gonna kill off the side with that rage. And Samuel takes that one in the blink of an eye. He's gonna have counter pick advantage for game 5.
Yeah, and listen, if you are, if you're Samuel, you're definitely feeling yourself right now, for sure. And if you are Justice, you are kicking yourself. You know, that's definitely one of those. You know, we use the term, mind breaks a lot. You know, at least that there's just something that just kind of knocks the wind out of you. You know, kind of exhausts you, and you have a lead that big, and to just have it fall away out of your hands like that, it's really demoralizing. So, if you're Justice, you're trying to collect yourself, bring it to a game 5, and if you're Samuel, hey, you're taking that. You're feeling yourself at this point. So it's like you're 1 game away from giving yourself the best out of 1 out of 3 chance to make it to the Panda Cup Finals in December. So.
Of course, and another thing you gotta keep in mind, Koopa, is that was off of an SD. It wasn't even Samuel doing anything, so it's even more demoralizing because I could have won that if I just up beat instead of going for an F smash. I could have won that if I just grabbed ledge. There's so many situations that could have gone more in Justice's favor, so he's got to be kicking himself for that one. But you got to have a short memory when you're playing this game. Keep in mind your opponent's habits, not your own mistakes. You can fix those in time. But we're going to be going to small battlefield instead, smaller stage, no access to that top middle platform for Samuel. And I think that's a really good counter pick for Justice. The stage layout on the ground is very, very beneficial to him, but having that middle platform allowed Samuel to get so much access to his mining very, very effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see if the smaller platform stage here makes a difference. But right now you see Samuel starting to put the hurt on here early.
So far, pretty even game here. Samuel does not seem to be winning the resource war, though. He's going to get his opponent down with a spike out of the minecart, so good stuff there. Going to catch the roll in is Justice, but the minecart is going to beat him out again. Now, there's a lot of space for Samuel. He's going to get access to his stone tools, get a lot of mining down, has access to golden powered-up minecarts, but still hanging out at the 50% range. He has time to get diamond very soon. I think it's going to be one of the next couple materials he gets, and yep, there it is. So he has access to it going forward.
Alrighty, here we go. Let's see what the response is going to be here. Good use of the forward air right there to push the TNT away. Anything to kind of to help you out there. So
there's that forward air to finish it up, and the pickaxe is going to be expunged. But Samuel's pretty high in the rotation. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for a diamond in a short couple of moments because he does have a little bit more life in this stock to live. Unless Justice can pin him in the corner, and it looks like he seems to do just that here. There's the angle down F smash to catch the ledge. He's going to go up high. Oh, I love that bait. Samuel's been going over those platforms for the entire match, and Justice has been going for the up smash, but Samuel this time fading like he will, doesn't do that, but Justice still going to pick him up with the megawatt, and already spawning at 47. This is rough.
Yeah, great stuff right there from Justice, continuing to put the hurt on here. Getting stuck in the cart, though, and the diamond weaponry going to add a little bit of damage here. However, no resources, and Justice did a good job, playing near the crafting table. So, nice
you
grab.
gotta get past me, my friend, if you want to do anything.
Yeah.
This is what gatekeeping looks like, folks. Pay attention.
Yeah, the grumpy old troll. So, let's see what the response... Ooh.
Oh, that was the IN, I think.
Wow, my gosh.
Yeah.
All right,
you know
so
what's
just like
big
that.
about that, Koopa?
Yep.
No diamonds.
No diamonds. That's gonna be huge going forward here. For Justice. Again, trying to push it to the game 5, the first game 5 we would see tonight. Laird. So let's see if there's enough gas left in the tank here. We have seen these sort of comebacks before from Samuel, so I would not be shocked to see it happen again.
If you're struggling with the Steve matchup, there is one surefire way to make it a little bit more difficult for your opponent, and Justice is doing it in a big way. No, it's not playing min-min, it's actually making sure that you are always constantly ahead of what your opponent wants to do. See, Samuel in this situation, he really wants to go for stronger tools, but he can't get them because Justice is just clearing the way, forcing him into the corner, forcing him onto these platforms, keeping him up in the air for long, extended periods of time, and when he does bleed him out of resources, he is holding on and keeping the pedal to the metal. Now, when your opponent does have access to all their tools, you gotta not let them mine. And if they eventually mine, well, good luck, because it's going to be a lot more difficult for you.
All right, nearing the KO position right now. An up smash out of shield will get the job done. So here we go, folks. Game 5 is upon us with a trip to winners finals on the line. The pressure is on here. Again, one of these two combatants will be playing for a 1 out of 3 shot for the Panda Cup finals. So I'm at the edge of my seat now, Laird. You might not be able to see it at home, but trust me, I am.
Yes, I'm at the edge of mine too, but my camera's actually waist up, so y'all can't see that. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Koopa. I wouldn't have it any other way. These are two of the best players in the PNW. Both of them looking for their shot at greatness. Obviously, Samuel very busy running Gallant. Justice been doing his thing for quite a while, has some really good upsets at majors, and is looking for his opportunity to get a little bit more here. So the stakes have been raised. This will be Samuel's counterpick for game number 5, though, since he was able to win that flex game number 3. But it really could be anyone's game. If Justice gets ahead and he's able to keep the tempo on his side, I think it's a no question he'll be able to win this one. But if Samuel is able to maintain himself in the face of Onslaught and get his materials, I can't see it going to anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a tough one, man. It could go either way here. So, we're going to see who comes out on top, or near the end of the set here. Combatants are locked in. Players are locked in. Let's see what Game 5 has in store for us here. Min Min versus Steve.
God, I can't wait. This is a matchup that's proven to be a lot more entertaining than the naysayers would expect it to be. Because, it's a constant game of cat and mouse. Is Steve mining? Okay, can I hit him? Okay, do I have to break blocks first? This is Tom and Jerry epitomized in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. You got a bunch of loony, wacky options coming in from Steve. You also got someone who's constantly on the prowl, not allowing Samuel to get comfortable in his own zone. And frankly, it's been so entertaining to see how both players have been able to play around each other.
Yeah, very much has the energy of an office chart of how to change the coffee filter. But nonetheless, though, both players have been showing different wrinkles in their matchups. We've seen SDs, we've seen 2-stock comebacks, we've seen 3 stocks. Both players have really been putting their all into it here. And right now, it is looking like a 0 to death could potentially be on the board here if you're Justice.
Right. Oh, and there is that F smash, a 0 to death, a long-winded one, nearly taking 45 seconds to accomplish, but that is going to be big for Justice and his momentum. And by the way, no big materials for Samuel. He had to resort to using Stone in this situation, and Justice in a great situation. Not going to be able to get the JV, though, and already has 26% to his name, but Samuel on his second stock at 49 and climbing 74% and keeping that up. Justice right now will not be denied. Another F smash at the ledge. Koopa. Samuel in the corner.
Yeah, just like that. You can see what makes Mimic such a great character is definitely in the ranks of those characters where the game can just slip away from you very carefully. You saw the rebound off the block there, and what Steve's blocks give in sense of durability can also do great wonders for your opponent in being able to hit you off the rebound.
Man, it's getting so dicey for Samuel. No iron in the pocket. Well, actually, he's got 3 now on that respawn platform, but Justice, not worse for wear and not blinking for a moment. I love the punishes on those side Bs as well. Not a lot of people know how to punish it, but man, Justice does it so effectively. There's that grab after off stage, looking for more.
Just like that, we're looking on the barrel of a second 3-stock of the set so far.
Not going to do it just yet. There's a part of Dragon Arm, but it's not going to sink. There is the angle down F smash 2, keeping the damage alive. Samuel trying to fight the way back. Gonna be whiffed on and gonna give himself a little bit more opportunity to mine and get center again.
All right. Again, most likely, I feel like it's kind of delaying the inevitable here. As Samuel goes high for the recovery. It's going to be the megawatt that connects. That's going to be all she wrote. 2 3-stocks in the set from Justice, and I would say they feel that Justice has been served rightfully in this set, as they're going to be moving on in this clip of 3-2 to winter finals or grand finals. That was crazy stuff, man.
Yeah.
That was again. I say that was nuts. We saw everything you could have possibly seen out of that set. You saw, crushing. You saw crushing defeat. In that 2-stock comeback. I believe that was game 3. From Samuel, and I said out loud, that's the sort of thing that where if you're not mentally checked in, that can really, I've seen it time and time again from top players to, pools players, stuff like that sits with you, and it can really, really mess with your head and from Samuel to be able to recover from Justice to be able to recover from that, to come back and win the set, that speaks volumes about their mental fortitude, and that's not something you can watch in a YouTube video and learn how to get better at. That's something you just kind of have to have the chops for it, and kudos to them, man. That was absolutely incredible.
Yep, the young champion striving for more has an opportunity to take this whole thing home, and has advantage as well, being in grand finals on the winner's side. So excellent showing from Justice, excellent showing from Samuel as well, who fought really hard to get into that, but Justice just out-tempoed him with Min Min, which is not something you get to say every day, but excellent performances for both players. I would very much expect that to be the run back should we see grand finals happen. Actually, we will see grand finals happen, but before we move on to losers semifinals, Koopa, we're going to toss into a quick little break. So if you guys are out of water, go get hydrated, go grab a snack, because the rest of this bracket is looking to be very, very entertaining. Stay tuned.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
All right, welcome back, folks, and again, thanks you so much to all of our partners and sponsors, here throughout the Panda Cup online. Grubhub, the Panda store has been phenomenal. You can get some merch like this that myself and Laird are wearing for the Panda Cup, as well as some other great stuff you can wear, and as well as PG Stats, some of the best content in the game. So if you're looking for, tournament recaps, interviews with some of your favorite top players, and whatever else falls in between, check out their YouTube channel for sure. So we're gonna keep things moving along here, moving into loser semifinals here. So again, we got nothing but bangers left here on the playlist, Laird. It's going to be one heck of a tournament moving forward for the rest of the night.
Absolutely.
You got your Clouds, you got your Ganondorfs, and you got Min Min and Steve are there too. But this one's going to be a lot of fun between Lightning Quiz and Major.
Of course, two very good players, two very good characters. So let's say a little bit about Ganondorf here, but Major plays the character very well, and they both got big old swords, big old disjoints. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a dance with danger for both of these players. Obviously, Major could kill you at 60, Cloud can edge guard you and take your stock at literally any percent. But, man, both these players already in the ring, ready to get this train running. This is Losers Semifinals. Winner of this will advance into Losers Finals for an opportunity to spar with our main man, Samuel, who's waiting down there. But, Koopa, this is going to be a fun one.
Yep, it's going to be fun. Again, a lot of what we mentioned in the past of what makes, Cloud such a good character. We didn't really get to talk about how his recovery is definitely, lackluster without limit. And you saw the Major is not afraid to go off stage to put the hurt on. So if you're Lightning Quiz, you're definitely on a red alert here. But at the same time, you're playing, a sword character, and Ganon definitely tends to struggle in this area. So we'll see what it gives.
Yeah, not a lot of people really bring this comparison up, which is why I like to talk about it just a little bit. I feel like Cloud's the perfect middle ground between Pyra and Mithra. Mithra is very fast, has decent damage output, but not crazy. And Pyra's she's slow, but she's got really big disjoints. Cloud bridges that gap perfectly. You know, very good mobility, very good disjoints, not the most damage output in the game, but nothing to scoff at. So, you know, I feel like Lightning Quiz just has that whole thing worked out. But there's a thing, Major can read your habits like nobody else. This man is an absolute bloodhound on the sticks, and boy howdy is he could have put you at disadvantage.
Yeah, no, 100%. That was, again, a great start there for Major. And again, you know, you're going to run into some scenarios here where Lightning Quiz just might get matchup checked. You know, I'm sure Major has run into twice the number of Clouds as Lightning Quiz has run into Ganondorfs. You know, you're not necessarily as tournament ready against this character as you would be against other, you know, popular characters. So, you know, we'll see what the advantages here goes. Super low for the cross slash. Gonna meet its mark. So just like that, Lightning Quiz able to get on the board here.
One of the prominent weaknesses of Ganondorf, if he didn't have that lackluster recovery, he'd probably be one of the best characters in the entire game. But it will be Lightning Quiz making a great work of that, taking that stock away. Just in the nick of time too, and already starting to scope up, get some extra damage on the board too, but that Nair is going to combo break from Major. That Nair is one of the best moves in the game. I think like week 1, a lot of people hailed it as a top 10 move. I can still see the accuracy of that, because it's a really good 2-hit attack. You can do it with a short hop, does a lot of damage, but man, that up smash cannot be slept on either.
Yep, and sub 60 right now still. You know, definitely in a position to do some damage still here with Major. You know, again, doing a good job just staying out of range of the big hitboxes here. But again, that forward air is going to at least open up the gates here, you know, for Lightning Quiz to maybe do a little bit more damage. Oh,
left backer too. Oof, that's gonna whiff. Lightning Quiz right now in the corner against Major. This is not where you want to be against Ganondorf, but that weak hit dash attack will not come out and get up attack. Well scoped out from Lightning Quiz, but they need to take the stock soon, Cooper. Well, they took that stock soon.
Yeah, you got me there, man. And here you go, last stock, game 1. You know, with limit on deck, this is definitely the scenario you're looking for Lightning Quiz when we close the gap a bit. But just like that, the neutral air gonna come out, do a lot of damage here. And, you know, we'll see if Major can maybe set up an offstage scenario here.
Right, but Lightning Quiz might be able to do the exact same here. Nice ledge trapping. This is where he is firmly in his zone. Looks for the climb hazard, but it's not going to go for the second hit. Excellent usage of that to recover, as well as get a hitbox on Major. Put some pressure on the board. Major now struggling to get out of the corner. Finally, that pivot grab that Lightning Quiz has been going for all night is going to work. He's going to sink down, look for an option. The backer is going to connect on that roll in. Has him deep. Going to go for the climb hazard again, but Major avoids that backer. So good. Backer again. Still going to live that one, but he will get tapped by the blade beam. He's gonna recover anyway, though. This man cannot be stopped. There's the up smash, and he's gonna get answered again. My Buster Sword is better than your Gerudo Greatsword, and he is not afraid to shy away from the intimacies of that interaction.
Yeah, no, excellent stuff right there from, you know, Lightning Quiz again. A lot of bend not break right there. You know, there's gonna be some scenarios where Ganon's just gonna, he's just gonna get you, man. He's gonna be guaranteed his one. But you know, just like that. You know, if you stay resilient to the game plan, and, you know, unfortunately Ganondorf forced in a situation to reach there with the up smash, and Cloud's up smash out of shield was one of his best options for KOs. So it took just a little bit of patience on the part of Lightning Quiz, but able to come out on top there, as we'll see what Major's options are going to be moving forward.
Yeah, but, you know, it didn't really look like Major was out of that at any given moment. Did a really good job of keeping pace with his opponent, but the thing about Lightning Quiz is when he puts you in the corner, sometimes you're just stuck there, man. He puts you in jail, and he keeps swinging until your stock is gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough, man. Like, again, it's definitely nothing to be comfortable about if you're Lightning Quiz. You know, you saw right there the Major looks very comfortable in this matchup, and I don't blame him. I understand why. It's incredibly, you know, it's very feasible. You know, to just kind of to get Cloud in no man's land. You know, with a you know, strong hit Nair at 60, and he doesn't have a limit. So, you know, that's definitely a scenario you have to be patient, you know, aware of if you're Lightning Quiz. So see maybe a stage change coming up here for Major. Oh, both players locking back in.
Okay, yeah, it does seem like we will be getting a different pick. Now, another thing I'm really happy you brought up is the fact that you could catch Cloud in situations where he has a different time recovering. When there's no limit, your recovery is just a straight up in the air. And if there's anything I know about Ganondorf players, they love going for that spike. And that down air, even if it doesn't sweet spot, still sends at a really ridiculous angle. And it very easily can take Cloud stock if he doesn't have access to a jump. So it's another thing you got to keep at the top of your head. As we go into game number 2, it will be on small battlefield, so I like it. Keeping the small 2 biplat layout of the stage, but a much smaller stage, smaller blast zones, and a lot more offense potential for both these characters.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what ends up given here. It's a good parry on the jab. However, the side B will come through. And again, only the single hit in there into the down tilt. Nice stuff there from from Major. Again, showcasing Ganon stuff that you don't really get to see very often.
Yeah, another thing that we, speaking of not being able to be seen, Major has been going for these side Bs, but has not been as effective as hitting them as they were prior. When we saw them play earlier in losers quarters, they did a really good job of catching onto Lamb's disadvantage states with that move. That said, Lightning Quiz has done a really good job of just making it difficult to read the panic options. Oh my gosh, but this offstage situation going really scary, and it's going to be Major sealing the deal with an up smash. My god, that could have gone either way multiple times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a scenario where you have to be very careful here if you're Lightning. Because like you mentioned, the spike coming out here. There we go. The up air spike, one of Ganon's famous, gimping tools, the Tipman. If you're familiar with games past, sends you at such kind of an awkward angle where you're sort of in no man's land, like we mentioned. So great awareness there from Major to go for it. So let us see what our response is going to be here if you're Lightning Quiz. Down 3 stocks to 1 here. My gosh.
Right, but Cantrip so heavy, he's able to survive that back air. That would have been lethal against most other characters in the game. That other one, if it would have connected, would have been lethal too, but that one is finally going to do the trick. Lightning Quiz in a situation where they can win this. Again, you're never out of a match when you're against Ganon. He has the little mech effect where his recovery is so bad, you can just catch him in a really good situation off stage and just hard punish him for a number of different reasons and get a lot off of it. But right now, Major doing a good job hugging center. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, but now his damage is starting to come out. A nice usage of the up air to get some extra extension too. 68% on his opponent, and that is already smash attack kill percent.
Definitely not out of the woods just yet. Very, very much possible here, for him.
Ooh, yep, nice usage of that down smash there. It's going to send Major off stage. He still has a jump, so he's able to recover, but that was a really good situation, potentially, for Lightning Quiz. I love the delay get-up attack, too, to catch Major sleeping, but there's the back air, and oh my gosh, sitting across the whole long width of the stage. And it's going to be Major putting a game up on the board, pushing us to a Game 3, where it will be a flex game. Winner of this one guarantees himself counter pick advantage for Game 5, but man, Lightning Quiz needs to go back to the drawing board, because Major seems to be very much in the rhythm.
Yeah, no, excellent stuff right there from, Major, again, showing signs of life. All you got to do, man, is win the rubber game. That's huge. It guarantees the 4th game here. We haven't seen a 3-0 sweep yet tonight. So, knock on wood. Everybody's been super competitive, in every set, knowing the weight of what's, to give here. This is your last chance outside of the last chance qualifiers. So, you want to make your trip to the Panda Cup as comfortable as possible.
Right. I mean, on top of that, though, I don't want to give too much away, but if you are in the Northwest, we have Port Priority coming up next week. I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these players in contention at that event either. But again, if you can get it done now, you get it done now. Having a free pass to California for the Panda Cup finale, without having to work extra for it is a good deal for both these players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's see what the response is going to be here. Could be another stage choice here, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going to a different selection. Again, this is Lightning Quiz's counter pick because they did win Game 1, so we're going to go to whatever stage that they want to go to that Major hasn't banned yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see a run back to PS2, but we could be seeing a number of other things. Maybe a Battlefield would be in the works. I think Cloud benefits from triplats in a good way. I'd be surprised to see a Town and City or a Smashville because those blast zones are scary, but shockingly, we are going to be going to Lilac Cruise for this one.
Yeah, Lilac making its first appearance of the evening, at least during our Block the Night layer. Definitely an interesting layout choice here. The triplats, both characters are going to be able to shark through them nicely. The big thing you worry about is that ledge in the corner. That could obviously be a real bugaboo if you're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these stages, too, very, very short platforms, so you can get a lot of easy extensions for both these characters, particularly for both these characters who don't really have very high short hops. And on top of that, though, like you said, these blast zones are particularly scary. And those angled down slants here are really scary, too, because Blade Beam is just going to take that and a different angle and make the recoveries for Major a lot more difficult.
All right, there we go. That's going to be stock 1 going to Major. So, on Lightning Quiz's counter pick, it is Major that strikes first blood here. And, okay, able to hold to the jump. Good stuff. Gonna get that jump back air red, or excuse me, that jump from the ledge red by the back air, though. So, good start here for, for both players.
Right, and we're going to start even on stock number 2. Cross slash out of back air, really nice extension. Speaking of extension though, Dash Attack not going to be able to pick anything up. Lightning Quiz looking for anything, gets another up air string. A lot of damage now. Major is at 81% in the corner on the stage, but another blade being difficult by the way. So that's one thing about Lightning Quiz. He has a very firm grip on neutral, really good advantage state, excellent lead trapping. Just needs to use limit a little bit more effectively. And stop rolling in so much because Major is really good at picking those up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the Major, one game from potentially hitting the moneymaker here. Going up in the rubber game and potentially locking in a top 3 finish here. My gosh.
Yeah, and if Major wins this, they do have a run back against Samuel. Samuel actually knocked Major out of Winner's side in Winner's round 2. So Major's had this brewing in the back of his head for a long time coming, but he's got to get through Lightning Quiz first. He's making it look simple, but again, Lightning Quiz is nothing if not methodical. He'll fight his way back into this, no matter how long it takes.
Ooh, okay. Gonna try to find the killing blow here. The neutral air will find its mark. I don't know if that shield poked or if Lightning was trying to do the platform to do something. Either way, you're gonna get met by Ganon's swift boot, and that's gonna be a 2-1 lead here.
Absolutely, and that's particularly difficult if you are a young man like Lightning Quiz. Now, I've actually had the opportunity to speak with both these players at Back in Blood 5, which happened a couple months ago. Actually, last month. Wow, it's been that long already. But I'm gonna say, both these young dudes are very, very kind. They're very good people. But in bracket, they're anything but. They are sleeping giants waiting to awaken. And it seems like Major's woken up first. Lightning Quiz has a bit of an opportunity to hop back into the set. Like we said multiple times, Koopa, this player gets so much better as these sets lengthen in the amount of time that they have played. So I would not be surprised if Lightning Quiz just turns on the Jets this game and is able to make it a very close game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not be shocked to see that happen whatsoever. So, see if Lightning Quiz has anything left in the tank. But, again, the advantage that Major has is that Major, I'm sure, has fought many more Clouds than Lightning Quiz has fought Ganondorf. It's just kind of one of the facts of life where it's really, really, it's not all matchups are created equal, unfortunately. But if you lap it out hard enough, anything can happen. So
anything can happen. Again, it's so difficult to be privy to a good Ganondorf. There's not a lot of them left. You got Rickles, you got Seabass, and you got Major. Those are the only 3 that come to my mind in NA. And, while they're all very solid players, they have very good recovery mix-ups. Ordinarily, just hit this character off stage. Yeah, well, how do you do that? It's not that easy.
Exactly. It's tough stuff, man. So, both players kind of taking their time, waiting it out, seeing, what the scenario is going to be here.
Yeah. Speaking of tough stuff, picking a stage, apparently, folks. Again, there's a lot to consider, but, a little bit more concise would probably be better for both these players and have momentum. But either way, Lightning Quiz probably taking a deep breath before this match. He knows that if he loses this one, he's going to be out of the tournament at 4th place. We're going to go right back to Lilac Cruise for this one, Koopa. Game 4, Major on set point.
Yeah, again, Lilac showing up twice here, definitely a little bit of a surprise, but curious what the band's thing off the table were for Major. Nonetheless, though, we'll see if the counter pick ends up working out here, or if Major will move on. If Ganon yells in space and no one's running to hear it, it doesn't make a sound.
Well, hey man, this is the King of Darkness, the Prince of Evil, the wielder of the Triforce of Power. But right now, Soldier First Class Cloud is doing his magic and making this one work. He is off stage right now. He's going to air dodge back to preserve his limit. But I like that. The aggressive option, catching Major in startup and charge animation for his smash attack. And Lightning Quiz is able to get a lot of extra chip damage on the board. Not able to take the stock just yet, though.
Nope, not quite yet. Still playing the long game here. Again, all it's going to take is a couple of hits here, maybe a good hit in the corner, for Major to get themselves back in the swing of things. Yeah, we're not going to find out first mark just yet. Oh my gosh, good durability here.
Yep. Oh, I think that might be it. No, he's going to miss that one. Oh, but the little bouncy bonk at the bottom of the stage, man, gets sent down into the stratosphere. and that will be Major losing their first stock here. Lightning Quiz in the lead.
Alrighty, but just like that, scenarios could have shifted here. Good use of the Wonder Climb Hazard to go slightly through the stage, knowing that down tilt was coming. The up smash though will meet its mark. Great response there from Major.
Yeah, Major recognized that while Lightning Quiz does have really good shield pressure, it kind of ends there. It's just pressure, and able to punish that is that up smash. So really good deal. And taking that first stock it cannot be understated how impactful that is. Major not out of their second one just yet. That backer is going to make it really close though. The air dodge is going to get caught by a blade beam. And again, he has got to go low, but he saves his jump and his uppy, making it back. And yep, there's the slam. Looking for a follow-up, but the platform is actually going to catch him.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. What's the response going to be here? Limit on deck. If you're Major, you have to be careful. There we go. F tilt. Kind of the seldomly used move so far. It has come out on to take that stock here.
Right, there's a dash attack though. Is going to put Quiz up in the air. He's going to come back down with the down air though, make it a little bit more difficult. He's going to hold on to the stock as long as he can, trying to get as much extra credit as he can on Major, because again, having last stock versus Major is particularly scary, especially when he's on match point.
Ooh.
The double roll coming in from Major, but will not net him anything except some extra damage to his face. Lightning Quiz now at the ledge, the get up attack, doing his part to get Major some more distance away from Quiz. He's at the ledge looking for a golf club hit of that neutral air, but it's not going to work. Down air has him in the corner. Using his jump and gets spot for his troubles. Reverse edge guard for Major.
That was so sick. Oh, the
Okay, back here.
Yep,
Well,
okay.
Wasn't as sick, but it was methodical, surgical precision from Lightning Quiz to end game 4. We're going to game 5.
Wow. That was nuts stuff, man. The spike near the end there, that definitely, got our endorphins going a little bit there, but it is still, anyone's game right now. We're in game 5 territory, so. Winner of this takes all the marbles, has a date with Steve and loses finals.
Yeah, well, it all does come down to this. Winner of this one has an opportunity to play against Samuel in losers finals, but Koopa, I don't know who to give the edge to here, man. I'm going to be honest. I was about to say, if Major could do this, he wins. If Lightning Quiz could do this, they win. But, dude, I can't honestly accurately predict what's going to happen here. This will be Major's counter pick, so might be able to give themselves a position where they feel very confident, but then again, it's scary, man. It's very scary playing against Ganon or Cloud, honestly, as either of these characters.
It's tough, man. It's going to be really, really tough. Both these guys have looked so even so far, in the sets that the sets that they've won, so I'm really curious what's going to give here. Lightning Quiz has played so solid. Major's made major strides with a character you don't see very often. So I don't know. This could really be anybody's game, truthfully, at this point.
Of course, Lightning Quiz is going to hop out of the ring now. Seems like a stage pick has been selected by both players. The tension is really mounting at the moment, man. Whoever gets the lead here is going to be really difficult to reverse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But here we go, folks. Going to be for all the marbles.
Break point. Winner of this one wins the set. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see what the stage pick is. I can't imagine Major strays away from a very small stage. I wouldn't be surprised to see either a small battlefield or a Smashville, but it looks like small battlefield will be the pick. Engage the enemy is playing, which is a very good sign for Lightning Quiz.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if it makes the difference here. As again, the approaching fairs have been, a huge approach option for Cloud.
Well, the aggressive climb hazards have been another thing for Lightning Quiz, but the down smash follow-up will be avoided by Major. I love the patience from Lightning Quiz, though. Going to get a good usage of that jab for some additional pressure, keeping his opponent in the corner. Major dropping shield at just the wrong time. Going to go down deep. Caught by one hit of the cross slash. Going to fall right out of it, but the up B is going to come out as well. Lightning Quiz with a really good tech to survive. Going to find their way back into this. The climb hazard downswing will not connect, though.
Yeah, I love the idea for Lightning Quiz coming up a little short there. Spike of his own not connecting. So once again, Major getting a chance back at the ledge here. The down smash scoop off the aerial side B. That's going to KO at sub 100 Laird. My gosh.
The choke slam from the dead man. and he's going to be pile driving that sword right into Lightning Quiz's chest, but Lightning Quiz is able to do the exact same thing with his back air. Even game going into second stock, but the tension, man, it is mounting. It is at a fever pitch. Whoever takes this next stock is going to have a much easier time of winning the game with a lead.
Yeah, I agree. So here we go. You continue to put the work here on, Major is Lightning Quiz. They're looking really, really poised right now.
Holding on to the corner like it was their birthright. But it's going to be avoided. There is the F tilt going to come out, but not going to get the follow-up. Will be a choke slam, though. Dash attack is going to get avoided. Lightning Quiz with a nice get-up attack option. Still, though, Major putting some damage on the board. Going to get chipped into the corner again. Going to delay his recovery. Looking for a grab is Lightning Quiz, but he's going to get it there a little bit further away from the ledge than he would like.
Yeah, got to play it close to the ledge here, but again, it's where Cloud excels here. Get up attack and get caught by the back air, and those blade beams off stage have been huge for Lightning Quiz. I don't think he's missed a single one of them so far.
Right, and slow moving projectiles that cover that much space are super effective against characters like Ganondorf, and already showing signs of life is Lightning Quiz, getting a limit blade beam into reverse up tilt for some extra pressure. Jab box strings from Cloud. How often do you see that, Koopa?
Not often enough. Definitely an apple a day. So let's see what the response is going to be here from Major's Lightning Quiz. One stock away. Moving on here. Good get-up attack to buy himself some time.
Major knows that they need to go for a big swing to get themselves back into the match. And they're going to be going for it. The thing is, Lightning Quiz is going for the finishing blow, the coup de grace, coming in a matter of moments. But can Major swing the way back into this thing?
Ooh, there we go. For it will connect. Not being up for the KO yet, as it is all the way from across the stage. Good use of the rising climb hazard.
Whoa!
Whoa! That was crazy.
That was so nice. The climb hazard, the slam down on the ground, put Major onto that platform in a tech situation that he missed, and the up smash comes out clear as day, and it will be Lightning Quiz making the grand stand against his opponent. He was down after the flex game, and was able to win 2 straight in order to come out on top of the set. Lightning Quiz has their opportunity now to go to losers finals here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the numbers are in favor there. And again, nuts stuff happening in that set, man. Again, brought to you guys by Wonderful Pistachios, our lovely sponsor for the Panda Cup. And we're gonna keep the good times a rolling here. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Just reading the production note here.
Ah, you're good, man. Well, why are you
again,
taking care of that? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna give a word to our one of our good friends here. We talk about the That's Nuts analyst desk, but let's talk about the nuts themselves. And Koopa, you got some of that stuff on screen. I got some of my own stuff here as well. But let me explain to you why That's Nuts pistachios are some of the best nuts on the market. Now, Wonderful Pistachios, there are a shell-less variety of pistachios, which means that your gaming session will be a lot more clean and sanitary. Your keyboards and all of your controllers are going to thank you because, other snacks have a lot of grease on them. They got crumbs, but shell-less pistachios are a wonderful alternative to those. Let me explain to you why. You got 6 grams of protein per serving. It's also a low-calorie, low-fat nut, some of the lowest on the market. And on top of everything, the serving size is ludicrous. Healthy serving of these wonderful pistachios are 49 nuts per serving compared to, let's just say, the average generic potato chip, which is 15 potato chips per serving, and really, when do you stop at 15? So you're getting your protein. It's great if you're on the gym grind. On top of that, they're clean, they're healthy, they're good for you, and, I mean, I can't partake in these, Koopa, but, let's talk about some of the flavors.
Yeah. Again, let's give a shout out to Wonderful Pistachios. They are fantastic, and we're getting into the losers finals. Lightning Quiz and Samuel. I believe there's no sets played between these two. So, Major denied his run back against Samuel. So now Lightning Quiz will be carrying that torch to losers finals here.
Well, I mean, on paper, I could see this matchup being slightly Cloud favored. You have a disjointed sword that is able to go through these walls really effectively, but I mean, the matchup trends say something a little bit different. Yes, Lightning Quiz has an 82% win rate over Steve. Yes, that's very impressive. Look at Samuel, 100% over Cloud. I mean,
that's pretty good.
He's literally never taken an L in his life to this character that we know of. That's been noted. As we take a look at the bracket here, these are the 3 players left standing, Koopa.
Yeah, so again, only 3 of these combatants are left. Between Justice, Samuel, and Lightning Quiz. One of them will be the representative for the Northwest into the Panda Cup finale. So I'm really, really excited, man. It's going to be a fun watch for sure, as both combatants are in the arena, where you're now just awaiting, who's going to be who's going to come out on top.
Yep. Winner of this one has an opportunity to go against Justice in winner's side grand finals. So whoever goes up there is going to be at the disadvantage, needing to win 2 straight sets against one of Washington's best. But we have every major region of the PNW represented here. Samuel, hanging out in Vancouver, Canada. Lightning Quiz 7, who is from Oregon. And on top of that, hanging out on top of the rest of them, it is Justice from Washington. So every state is represented. Every province, if you are Canadian, is represented as well. And man, I am excited to see who claims dominance for the region over this one. It's going to be real fun.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So very much looking forward to it here.
Well,
and again, thanks. Shout out to you guys for just gonna give a quick shout out. We've been essentially on the road here, for lack of a better term, here with the Panda Cup for a few months now. It's been a great way to showcase again such great talent throughout the country, both in and internationally, and it's been a lot of fun. And this is the last one of these online ones that we're going to be partaking in. And listen, I've had a great time so far. I hope you guys at home are having a great time so far. And there's still going to be plenty of great Smash to be played throughout now and the end of the year, and it's all going to be great stuff for sure. So
yes. So lend these 2 players your energy. If you are Canadian, got to be cheering on Samuel. There's been a lot of these online qualifiers. This is actually the final one of 8. So there have been 7 prior to this. Now we have 1 player from Mexico, Chag, who has won through these qualifiers. And then on top of that, you have Anarchy, who was the sole Canadian representative to win last night. So they are in as well. Now, you have 1 Canadian left standing. Do not let the Americans have all the fun. Give Samuel your energy. But on the other side of things, do it for the country, man. Come on, Samuel. You're representing the great nation, the United States. So, again, a lot of beef between these regions. But, again, they are a very dominating part of the country, man. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and again, both players just kind of, they're a little timid. They don't want to go in the pool just yet. It's a little cold in the water, in the arena.
Yeah, both players definitely deliberating on the style of gameplay they want to attune themselves to, as well as the stage pick. It will be Lightning Quiz claiming the stage first, though. Samuel ready to rock. And actually, I've been notified that Samuel's actually at a regional at the moment. And still choosing to play in the Panda Cup. So if that's not dedication, folks, I don't know what is. But he's got to dedicate himself to a victory here if he wants a free trip to the Panda Cup finale bracket. It all starts here. This is top 3. Winner of this one advances into grand finals from the loser side to combat Justice, who's waiting up there with the Min Min. We're going to be starting on Town and City for this one. And Lightning Quiz, Samuel, going to be going at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, after the wait, we are here. So let's see who's gonna come out. So let's see who's gonna come out on top here. Again, one of the, we talked about characters that definitely do good against Steve on paper. Cloud was one of those characters early. When back when we got into an offline setting, where we can kind of showcase this stuff, was definitely an early contestant into, this character probably does pretty well in this matchup. Obviously the back air, the big hitboxes. You see that one hit affair is able to take away 3 of those blocks. So, being able to get past the walls is going to be 0 issue for this character. So, obviously you have to be mindful of when you're off stage, and, Steve can just build, a small sandbox to block you from recovering. But, he can do it against a lot of other characters too. So that's not just a Cloud specific thing. So we'll see what ends up giving here. But right now, Samuel looking for revenge.
Cloud's a very straight up kind of character. You got a little bit of cheese with that limit, but in general, it's a pretty clean, cut and dry gameplay. Steve, on the other hand, has got so many options, like that side B into the spike. And on top of that, he's got explosive kill power on top of that, particularly when he has access to those diamonds, to those powered up minecart rails, which he does at the moment as well. Look at him, just standing still, letting himself get footstooled, and just like, all right, you know what? Come on, bring it on, bro. I'm just gonna swing at you all day. Does not have an axe at the moment, but does have access to all these other tools. Has his opponent on last stock already.
Yeah, again, it's crazy how quickly things can steamroll away from you. But we'll see if Lightning Quiz can maybe tap into something deep here. Gets to grab. Gonna go for the grab release. Nothing crazy coming up.
I mean, this is where Lightning Quiz is happy, is having his opponent in the corner, but that ledge roll from Steve is so potent that it's going to go right past the back air, but the F tilt from center stage will do the trick. Lightning Quiz has limit at the moment, but then again, Samuel has limit of his own. He does have the power to minecart, but he also has access to these diamond tools, which do pack quite a hefty punch. And on top of that, he's got an insurance diamond too, so even if Lightning Quiz 0 to deaths in here, he's got access to another one.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Ooh, goes for the double fair. We've seen that work in the past. For Cloud, but just Steve just out of range for that second fair to connect.
Yeah, famously, that same option was used between Spargo and MKLeo at I think a previous summit, 2 summits ago if I'm not mistaken, and man, it was real effective.
There you go, 106. Oh, 106 on the tab, and unfortunately just out of reach for the ledge right there. It's tough stuff if you're Cloud right there at Lightning Quiz, just out of reach of the railing. So Samuel looking very solid that first game. Laird looking to get their revenge.
Well, I mean, they are hot on the trail for that, but again, Lightning Quiz seemed a little off their tempo that match. Maybe the euphoria of beating Major got them a little bit complacent going into that game, but they gotta shore up their offense in the next couple of moments, or Samuel might just run away with this thing. I mean, Steve's got really good offstage presence with those blocks, with these smash attacks offstage, as well as these forward airs, and I mean, the minecart in general is just such a difficult option for Cloud to contend with. And on top of everything, access to diamond tools or iron tools if they want to go for that for some high-hitting offense. And Cloud's such an awkward combo weight that these up tilt strings can go a long way too.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Again, there's just a lot of things about Cloud that do leave a lot to be desired, and one of them obviously is that recovery. We saw a scenario where, Cloud's kind of just stuck in no man's land. Like, if he up-Bs too quickly, he risks getting hit by something. If you up-Bs too late, he's not going to make it back. So, you got to do what you got to do there.
Of course, but right now, Samuel taking a moment to pick the stage. I don't know why it's taking him a minute here. Lightning Quiz just seems like he wants to go right back to town, but Samuel's like, give me a moment, my friend.
Yeah, I'm taking my time. But also, this is the sort of thing that, I applaud players for doing. Sometimes, you don't always have to rush into the next set just because someone wants you to. Take your time, collect yourself. Do the smart thing before going back in the brackets.
Of course, yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Again, being on your own rhythm is so important for any set, much less one with this much potentially career-changing stakes on the line. But, Samuel looks like they clearly have read the notebook of play at your own pace, make sure your opponent is on your rhythm, because right now, he is making Lightning Quiz wait. Now, Lightning Quiz saying, all right, nope, I'm waiting now. You thought you had something there, man. As far as Samuel knows, Lightning Quiz has been in this position the whole time, so now he's winning.
Yeah, it's the emotional game of emotions, if you may. So,
yeah. Well, let's get this train running. Game number 2 is going to be starting off here. I am wondering what the stage counter pick is, because we definitely know that there was a stage pick happening, and it's going to be going to Battlefield. I think it's a stage that favors both these characters. What do you think, Koopa?
I agree. We saw why Steve definitely excels in his vertical. In the vertical game here, Cloud can do a lot of the same. I believe Cloud can climb hazard from under the top platform of Battlefield and be completely untouched.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a genius. Right on cue, baby.
Yes, sir.
That's you can't really ask for a better start here if you're Lightning Quiz. Again, it is Steve. Obviously, the comeback factor is very real, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility yet.
Right. One thing I'm sure Lightning Quiz was doing was watching the stream while they were waiting for their opportunity to play losers semifinals. And I'm starting to tell that they're starting to play around these minecarts really effectively, fading away and trying to throw out hitboxes whenever Samuel goes on the approach option. And that's the way you really got to deal with that. But I said you can't mine off stage. I was mistaken, folks. Right now, Samuel doing just that, getting the necessary tools to continue the offensive onslaught.
There we go. Trying to pressure. Oh, that's all it's going to take to get started. Man, he went from 7 to 40. My gosh.
That's a 60 and climbing. Samuel with rage and an insurance diamond for the next stock. Going for a forward air and keeping the pressure up. Look at this mining. Now he has gold as well. This has gone from bad to ugly for Lightning Quiz. And he was in such a dominating lead not too long ago, but he's finally going to get the back from center, and that will take the stock. No DI check needed. But I love that push, too. Going up to meet him on the top platform. Not normally a very good option, but it does catch Samuel without the ability to go for the mining. And now he's just corralling, hanging out around that crafting table like a shepherd tending his flock.
Yeah, and Samuel looked like the son of the shepherd right now. He's getting absolutely, worked right now. Wow, okay. Puts a little bit of English on that up smash. To that KO there. So, good stuff there from Samuel, showing signs of life.
Oh, no.
No,
wait, he's gone.
No!
Oh my gosh, dude, and this is why it is so difficult to play Cloud Strife sometimes. Because sometimes you get touched once and you're in trouble. Samuel wisely holding shield, and now he has diamonds in his pocket as well. Gonna drop blocks. Gonna try to go for an anvil in that situation, but it will not come out in time. Lightning Quiz is gonna climb hazard right past his opponent. If he can take the stock soon, he'll be able to catch Samuel without a diamond on his next stock, which is huge. Lightning Quiz still saves his jump, but he's not going to be able to survive that one. That block put such an impediment on his progress, and the air dodge instead of the upbeat is going to seal the deal. Builds a house on the competition, does Samuel. And hey, with that foundation, he has one game away from loser side Grants.
Yeah. Again, we haven't seen, knocking on the wood of my desk and the wood of my door back here. We haven't seen the 3-year all night. So, I mean, if there's anything for Lightning Quiz to latch onto, is that. But again, you just saw how quickly things can turn here, man. When you're a character that, your offstage presence isn't necessarily the best versus the character that can literally make ground for him to walk on off stage, it's tough. In scenarios like that. You saw that forward air spike and that neutral air with the sword was just enough, to get Cloud, out of ledge range there. And if you're Lightning Quiz again, that's one of those things that just deflates you, man. It stinks. And, you hope that it doesn't happen again, but, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, particularly after that first stock as well, Koopa, because, Lightning Quiz had his opponent over 100%, only sustaining like 13%, I believe, on his first stock. And then Samuel just decided not to die for a while and really brought himself back into that. He was down in a stock deficit while he was taking Lightning Quiz's first stock, and then just 0 to death edge guarded him. It just happens sometimes. It's really easy to be in your old head whenever you have a start like that. But it is also your duty to have a short memory about these things and keep your momentum going on. Lightning Quiz gets a nice ledge trapping situation like before. I have no doubts that he'll be able to come out on top.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so here we go, folks. Do we see the 3-0 sweep? Do we see the game 4 and potentially game 5? We're about to find out here. We're here in losers finals here of the Northwest NA Panda Cup Regional Finals, and the winner of this goes on to Grants to face off against Justice.
Of course, my friend. I believe that will actually be runbacks for both of these players. We obviously got to see Samuel versus Justice during this block, but Justice versus Lightning Quiz happened in winners semis while you guys were listening to to Fang and Lyric on the mic before. So yeah, a lot riding on this. Both players want revenge, but Samuel seems like they want it just a little bit more at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting stuck in a slow-moving card is so funny.
It is. It's like, think about what you did, man. Think about how you could have prevented that. You have a second here as you're mashing.
It's like the trolley ride at the carnival. Like,
the carousel's like one of my favorites.
Big fan. All right, nice job using the climb hazard with the recovery there. Get some guaranteed damage, and there we go. That's going to be stock 1 going to Lightning Quiz.
Hey, Lightning Quiz on the board early. That definitely bodes well for this young man's future. Right now, he's trying to swing past these blocks, does so avoid the minecart too. It's a cross slash on the board, already 20%, 33%, 44%, and climbing with an extra cross slash, 63% unanswered so far. Lightning Quiz starting to move a little bit, playing a lot more aggressively than we've seen from them generally in the past.
Yeah. There we go. Just trying to find these kills low here. Good back throw. Ooh, but unfortunately, Cloud getting stuck in his dash animation is going to result in getting punished on for that.
Wow, I do love that run-up spot dodge to avoid the minecart, too. Not something you see. That's a very aggressive defensive option, but Lightning Quiz does it super well.
Whoa.
That was hype.
3 stocks to 1 lead here for the Lightning Quiz. Let's see if Samuel has enough left in the tank or if we're going to game 4.
Yep, I do love that play. Get up attack actually is invincible while the TNT explodes, and Samuel got hit by it. Lightning Quiz in a good position, but man, he built such a brick wall, and Cloud was able to get rid of it with 1 golf swing.
Yeah, buddy. All right, so let's see what the response is going to be here from Samuel. That special connect, not going to be enough.
Yeah, spot dodge up smash, interesting option. We don't see it from C very often. He needs the minecart to go right underneath. He's got to mash in a big way. Got to cross slash out of that to give himself a nice opportunity to recover, but not going to be enough. And Samuel will be taking that stock. However, taking a little bit more damage than he would probably like on that one.
There we go. Minecart's going to buy him some time once again until he gets started.
Yeah, and he has access to a lot of iron. No gold, though. He's going to spend all of his iron, too, just to get this diamond. It's kind of worth, but, I mean, now you don't have any resources.
Yeah, it's, at some point you have to play the game like, do I use the resource to, you know, to get the KO naturally and then hold on to the resource for later, or, but in Cloud's case, you're going to have to let it burn.
Yeah, interesting how we got 2 iron as well as a couple other materials, but it prioritized the iron, which is slightly interesting, if you want my opinion, but
I think
still,
it depends on what part of the stage you're on that you farm at, so.
That's fair, yeah.
I think like right outside of the circle is where you get iron.
True, but then again, ooh, look at that up tilt, but the back is going to come down at 160.
Wow.
He cannot live that word from center. And Lightning Quiz dominating with a 2-stock victory here. And it seems like the methodical young man has found their way back into this thing.
Yep, 3-0 tonight, folks. So everybody's adapting and everybody's learning. So, you know, again, I don't see I don't see a stage choice here. If you're Izzy, but we'll see.
Yeah, and something worth mentioning is that uppy usage from Lightning Quiz. He does it so aggressively from the ledge, he does it on platforms, and he's usually able to get a lot of follow-ups there. I'd like to take you back to that set that he played versus Major a little bit ago, where he used the second hitbox of the landing climb hazard to force a tech situation on the platform and got a follow-up with his up smash in order to win the set. Again, stuff like that has been allowed for quite a while for Lightning Quiz, and he uses his uppy so uniquely that it really is something that's difficult for his opponents to mitigate.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what ends up going down here. You know, again, this is where things can get kind of hairy. Again, the game 4 set is do you have the extra game to play around with? You know, do you maybe use it for data if you're one of those guys, or do you just try to, you know, do you chalk it up to like, okay, you know, my opponent caught me, sleeping a couple times. You know, let me see if I can rebound nicely here.
Right. It just so happens sometimes, but I actually have the PG stats pulled up here for Samuel. He's played against Cloud 4 times in his Ultimate history and has not dropped a single solitary game. That was the first time he has ever lost to a Cloud in tournament. So Lightning Quiz got to pat himself on the back for that one. And it could be a sign that the winds are changing and he has a very big opportunity to come back and win this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we shall see what ends up going down here. As both players take the stage. This could be the last game here for Lightning Quiz of the tournament. Fighting for their lives here to make it into grands.
Yeah. Again, this is Samuel's counter pick. So winning those first 2 games has secured him counter pick advantage for the next 2. Should we go there? Gotta go right to small battlefield, cut off that middle platform, and get this train running by Plats. We don't need a big blast zone. What we do need is some close quarters, high octane action, getting this train running.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we'll see if this stage is exactly the recipe that Samuel needs to win the set here and move on to grands. But right now, Lightning Quiz is showing no. He's like, no, I'm not going to give it up to you that easy. So.
Yes, and as the sets continue for Lightning Quiz, he evolves from multiple choice to short answer. So you really got to come up with a whole essay to contend with his neutral.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. So here we go. Again, just trying to fade around. Ooh, oh my gosh, gets the parry on the back there and the first minute cross slash, but having enough juice in the rest of cross slash to net that first KO. And Lightning Quiz strikes first.
in zero to death fashion, I would like to remind you folks as well. Now, something that's worth mentioning too is one of the reasons Lightning Quiz has been so keen on getting rid of those crafting tables. It's not because he wants to necessarily prevent Samuel from crafting, but anytime you pull out a new crafting table, it actually takes some of Steve's resources. And on top of that, hitting the crafting table has been giving him limit.
Yeah, that's true. You know, again, it's one of those things you're slowly trying to see. You know, you're seeing where people's answers are, you know, to combat Steve. And I think the crafting table, you know, being taken out of the equation is a huge one, and people are starting to implement a little bit more now. There we go, to double up tilde to the back air. It's going to buy some time here. And just like that, the limit blade beam is able to take that, you know, with no problems.
Right, but another back air is going to cause some problems for Samuel. He's got to start hanging out the ledge, and he's going to try to mine. Actually, no, he's not. An excellent bait. Looking like he will mine. Goes for the up smash instead. Not necessarily taking Lightning Quiz out, but does put a little bit of extra damage on the board. And it says, you got to think twice about me too, brother. But that dash that coming in at the ledge, a very strong option coming in from Lightning Quiz. Going to use the extra speed of his limit to push him off the crafting bench and also go for a lot of extra aggression there too. 43% and climbing on this final stock for Samuel already.
All right, here we go. Again, you know, seeing how, you know, the second game was lost for Lightning Quiz versus to, you know, winning in the fashion that you did the last game, into opening up with a 3-stock lead, you know, like that in the clinching game. Veins of ice. My gosh.
Of course, but that dash attack's gonna clear the way too. Lightning Quiz is gonna come back on, but he will get hit by that side B coming in from Samuel. Samuel will get grabbed here though. He has a lot of iron in the pocket. He's gonna use a lot of them right now though. He's got of what he said as I started this sentence. Ooh. Gonna go for the oh yeah, finishing touch at 80%. Catches Samuel whipping on that up smash and sends him packing to the sky.
Excellent stuff right there from Lightning Quiz, man. Again, every opportunity that was given to them, they seized it. And again, we mentioned how Steve doesn't give you a lot of instances to just kind of tee him up and hit him. And, you know, missing the up smash is definitely a scenario where it's like, yeah, you know, you can't really mess this one up. Otherwise, you're doing something wrong.
I'm just saying, Lightning Quiz, he turned into a whole exam during that game.
It's not Lightning Exam.
Yeah. This is, Samuel's GPA is about to go way down after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we'll see what happens here, man. Again, final game here between these two. Winner gets a chance to go up against Justice. I believe both of these two did play Justice in bracket today, and yeah, both lost. So there's a little bit of a revenge factor here. And if you're Lightning Quiz, you're definitely riding this momentum, man. Like we mentioned, you know, Cloud definitely looked at it in some circles as the answer to Steve in some regards. You know, having that big disjoint and back air, you know, being able to safely destroy blocks while also provide damage is not something that a lot of characters have access to. And we've seen just how in these last two games alone, you know, Cloud can be just oppressive enough, you know, to get the answer.
Yeah, you know, Quiz has been, you know, very new to the scene. Actually, a sleeper pick for one of the top players in Oregon at the moment. You know, hasn't had a lot of time to establish himself, but has posted some very good performances, particularly at Back in Blood 5, you know, the regional that happened last month. Obviously is here in top 3 guaranteed of the finale bracket for the Northwest and a qualifier. And on top of that, you know, one of Portland's best. I gotta be honest with you, man. Lightning Quiz, he's really close to getting this reverse 3-0. Samuel is on the counter pick, though, so we're going to be going to whatever stage he wants to at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, again, definitely taking their time choosing here for sure. You know, want to make sure you get the choice just right. So,
absolutely. And, you know, Samuel holding it down for his territory of British Columbia as well. I'm not sure if he's from Vancouver, but he does do a lot of work in the area. Actually was one of the main hosts and event organizers for Battle of British Columbia 4, which I had the pleasure of attending all the way back in June. But we're far away removed from that. He's actually played a lot of very good players from PNW. Got a couple sets versus H4DS, among others too. And his home region of British Columbia is very good with some players like Lemon, Ouch, Big D, and Machu, among others. So both players in the PNW very, very established because of their home scenes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just patiently waiting. You know, do we see a bit of the Serena Williams tactic here? You know, or the reverse Serena Williams. You know, icing your opponent in between games. There we go. It is now official. Both combatants have entered the arena. There's no going back now, Laird. So it's Samuel, it's Lightning Quiz, it's Game 5 of Losers Finals. Winner goes on to fight another day to qualify for that Panda Cup spot in the Grand Championships.
Yes, it all comes down to this. Who will Justice's opponent be in Grand Finals? That remains to be seen. Winner of this match will be the determining factor, though, and it seems like Samuel already out the gate with a much different start, not letting Lightning Quiz get into his rhythm, and is now being very aggressive whenever he finds himself in a scramble situation. Lightning Quiz actually on the back foot a little bit here, is having to dash back and shield a lot more than he has prior in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, just kind of patient. Again, playing the patient game right now. And again, you see how good of a move back air is being able to, provide space, do damage, and also, clear out the area of blocks that just happen to be there. As long as they're, dirt blocks or like low-level defense blocks. Oh,
what attack!
Oh my gosh.
Ain't no one ready for that except Samuel.
I certainly as heck wasn't ready for it.
So right now, though, Samuel hanging out in center stage at 122%. Not a bad strategy. You are a lot further away from those horizontal blasts. The dash attack to trade with the side B. Caught Samuel on DI in because of the side B in, and Lightning Boy is going to take an early stock lead here.
Talk about a very favorable trade in the hands of of Lightning Quiz right there. Again, the dash attack has been low-key an MVP. Has really come in handy in the instances where Lightning Quiz has chosen to use it.
Orison right now using a lot of these aerials to great effect too. Breaking out of the minecarts, catching him jumping out of the minecarts, using Cloud's amazing air acceleration to avoid these minecarts. He's doing an excellent job of mitigating one of Steve's strongest options and not letting him go for these devastating tools that he has access to soon. But hang on, if he gets a little bit more mining down, he might have diamonds in just a matter of moments. And there it is.
There you go.
Oh, what a catch!
No!
Back throw into Limit Blade Beam. Perfect pickup, and Samuel was not ready for it. He is on tournament stock here. The Northwest qualifier.
Yeah, almost like shooting clay pigeons right there. Lightning Quiz calling for pole, and then just immediately letting it rip with the Limit Blade Beam. That was just great, awareness, resource management right there. Knowing that you had, the killing blow on deck here, and diamonds are a crafter's best friend, able to power through the the blade beam and still able to get the spike. My gosh, what a
that extension was the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen during my time commentating this game, Koopa.
Yeah, that was some nutty stuff right there. So, last stock scenario here. Let's see what Samuel has left in the tank here. Again, 9% on the docket for Lightning Quiz, now 27, looking really pretty.
Right, but I think right now Lightning Quiz realizes, okay, you know what? I can give you space to mine a little bit more than I have been prior because you already have diamonds. There's nothing I gotta fight against. You're on your last stock. I don't need to combat you. And that insurance diamond, and it catches him off the anvil. The up smash, the reverse 3-0 is complete, and the Lightning Quiz has not been answered. This man advances to Grand Finals for his opportunity at a run back versus the man who sent him down here in the first place, Justice.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Congratulations to Lightning Quiz qualifying for Grand Finals here. Again, going to be able to get, his, rematch, against, one of the bigger forces here in the bracket so far. And again, I think the resilience and, being able to use Cloud's tools was huge there. What do you think here, so?
Dude, it's just some excellent adjustments, man. It's so hard to play against Steve in any capacity, but a 0-2 deficit like Lightning Quiz was at, I don't know how the kid's nerves didn't shatter. I'm going to be honest, but like you said before, ice in his veins, electricity coursing through his bloodstream. And man, that was an excellent reverse 3-0 from Lightning Quiz. And after game 2, he looked nigh unstoppable, posting some very, very dominating wins. Nearly a 3-stock in most of the games, 2-stocking in the other ones too. And my God, dude, just some really, really sick stuff coming in from that young man. He's earned his position in Grand Finals.
Yep, absolutely. But, before we get there, folks, we got one more break to take before we potentially take our journey to our potentially the one or last 2 sets of the night of the online qualifiers. So hang tight. We'll be right back with Grand Finals right after this break.
Sheldon, good to see you. I can see you're upset. But when we said ditch the shells, we were talking about pistachios, not you.
Oh, you mean these pistachios? Oh no, you look upset. You okay, John?
Can we get some arugula, please?
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?
That is what these two players are fighting for. An opportunity to go to California at the end of the year, December 15th through the 17th, for an opportunity to win all the glory and have a crack at that $250,000 prize pool without having to combat the arduous task that will be qualifying through the last chance qualifier. These two players have a very unique opportunity, only given to 7 before this. This is the final qualifier of the online series for the Panda Cup. I'm Laird, he's Koopa, and we have grand finals coming up. It will be between Justice, coming in from winner's side, and Lightning Quiz on loser's side.
Yeah, and again, oh my gosh. Kind of taken aback by that head-to-head right there. 8-1 head-to-head lifetime between these two. It looks like, again, a lot of it being on Wi-Fi. Again, you can kind of understand why. Something that has not been exploited at all in any of Lightning Quiz's matches tonight, outside of a couple of instances where stocks were taken, is Cloud's recovery. We saw it happen a couple times against, between Major and between Samuel. Min Min's a character that can do that without having to exert much pressure, like we've witnessed. Being able to really hit Cloud where it hurts, in the recovery from the middle of the stage, that's kind of good. So, we'll see what sort of, preparations or differences, Lightning Quiz can bring to the table here. But it's Min, it's Cloud, it's Grand Finals, it's a trip to the Panda Cup on the line, like you mentioned, Laird. Let's get into it here as we're starting on Pokemon Stadium 2.
God, I can't wait to see how this one shakes out. Now, if this is any indication, I think it's a completely different Lightning Quiz than Winner's Side when these two played before. Here's the problem, though. This is Cloud Strife's recovery we're talking about against the two-framing machine that is Min, and particularly Justice's Min, which is a completely different piece entirely.
Yeah, it's tough, and just like that, without even breaking a sweat, it is a 0-2 death for Min Min here.
And a 0 to death. Oh no! Lightning quiz.
Wow, so is that a double 0 to death? Like
that's a triple 0 to death.
That's
Koopa.
a triple 0 to death.
I've seen the double. I ain't never seen the triple before, man.
Ooh, baby, a triple. Like that's none of that on my bingo card tonight. I've seen some crazy stuff tonight too. Jeez.
Okay, well, presumably we won't see another one. Okay, thank goodness.
Hey man, I'm knocking on wood.
Yeah, I will say though, like that was a really good offstage interaction in favor of Lightning Quiz. But man, if he was just a little bit closer to the ledge, he would have been able to have like an even stock count. And it's just so unfortunate that it wasn't able to work that way. He's looking for it again though, but Justice is going to be able to recover very well using that initial up B to gain some extra height, mixing up his recovery even further.
Yeah, Min Min's recovery definitely isn't anything to write home about either. Especially, definitely doesn't have. I paid decent money for this recovery type recovery. But still, definitely, does a good job. And wow, if it wasn't for Limit, my gosh, you would have just gotten nicked right there. Jeez.
Yes, and in this classic battle of Washington versus Oregon, Washington very firmly on top right now, but I think Lightning Quiz has something cooking in the back pocket, but he's going to have to pull it out in game 2 because Just is able to surge onto a victory with that Megawatt F-tilt from center stage at the ledge, and you know what? He is looking as good as ever.
Yeah, what was he cooking? Indeed. We're going to have to find out for in this next game. So
Hot pot of ramen, it looks like.
yeah, that sounds pretty good right now. Not gonna
lie.
lie.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going to lie to you. I was just thinking the same thing.
But yeah, so we, again, some wild stuff in that first game. Again, the first 3 stocks in the game got finished out within less than a minute, so.
Yeah. And I feel like if Lightning Quiz optimized that edge guard just a little bit more, it would have been a very different game. I mean, probably could have gone down to the last hit, but again, that's just signs of life for Lightning Quiz. Okay, if I get you off stage, I can pick you up. Now he just needs to pay some mind in his own recovery.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's tough, man. Both these characters I think want to go for, hit both characters where it hurts the most, and that's in their recoveries. But again, I feel like one of those characters has a way easier job being able to do that than the other does. Cloud's gonna have to put himself in these very dangerous offstage positions to do so, and Min Min can just kind of stand in the middle of the stage or stand at the edge and work very effortlessly in order to do so. So
of course, man. But we're going to go to a different stage, seemingly, as Lightning Quiz jumps out of the arena first in order to pick his selection. Wouldn't be surprised to see us go to a battlefield or something with a lot more verticality, but a long flat stage is not in the cards, unfortunately. I think that would be playing right into Justice's hands.
Yeah, no, I agree. So we're gonna have to see, man. We'll see what the counter pick's gonna be here. Again, Justice sitting pretty here, won that first game pretty effortlessly.
Right.
All things considered. So yeah, man, it's just been like Min Min. We've talked about all night about. I think the theme of the night has definitely been matchup checks, and Min Min again, a character where as good as she is, she takes a certain kind of player to be able to play her. She's not necessarily a real pick up and go type character. You really have to kind of dedicate some time and energy to figuring out how this character functions. And you don't really find these these sort of players, lying around your locals.
No, you don't.
So,
but what tough. You do find are a lot of Cloud players. So, yeah, there's one right there.
He's a popular character. Can't blame him.
On top of that, Lightning Quiz has a very lopsided matchup spread between these two in Justice's favor. I mean, these two will play against each other 9 times prior to this particular set, and 8 of them, Justice has come out on top of that. So, if Lightning Quiz loses this one, 90% of the time these two go against each other, it will be Justice's favor, which is staggering statistic to say the least.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's definitely a real tough, ask, especially, you make the bracket run and the one person standing between you and, what could be one of the biggest tournament opportunities of your life is someone who more or less has your number figured out. So, but hey, I've seen crazier things happen today, and, he's beaten him once, so, and certainly he's capable of doing it twice, so.
Yeah, we've both seen crazier things today. I've seen Lightning Quiz do crazier things today as well, I'm not going to lie to you. I think this kid's got the it factor he needs in order to come out on top of this one. but man, Justice putting up a bombardment at the ledge here, and that is no jump, and yep, Lightning Quiz is going to have to submit to that stock. Justice in a good position right now, was down most of that stock, but is able to claw his way back into this thing with a lead.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there from Justice indeed. Again, trying to find the opening here. Again, Min just able to just box through those projectiles. It makes it really hard for Lightning Quiz to set up a lot of these really, good, blade beams to set up jumps or poor, defensive options off stage.
Sir, man, these dash stocks are doing a really good job for Justice. Again, as Min, you really don't need to put yourself with your hitboxes, and now, that time he's actually going to go punished, but generally, you like to cover space with the arms, but Justice has been actually trying to cover space with their own movement as well as their own body, just to put themselves a little bit closer to their opponent and knock them away at such a trajectory that they could really go for additional punishes.
All right, so here we go. The down tilt's gonna set up nice, and dash attack, rear its head here. Get a good move for Min to kind of close some space.
Yeah, Justice been using that as a really good anti-air check too.
Yes, absolutely. It's been an excellent tool for them so far. Has a bit of a lead here. Ooh, doesn't finish the jab. It gets back thrown for the pains here. Whoa.
I love that. Tether cancel to go for some extra sauce off stage, but Lightning Quiz in a good position. I love the recovery stall, but it will not be enough. He has limit, but still too far away because of the extra additional charge on that side smash with usage of the Ram 2. Justice in a good position right now to win this game. Put himself at a 2-0 lead against Lightning Quiz.
Yeah, that's tough stuff, man. Even with the limit, not able to propel yourself back up to the stage. It just kind of speaks volumes for how different this matchup is, off stage like this. So
right now, Justice is just gonna crowd the ledge. Limit has been expunged. He has that kill percent though. Lightning Quiz is able to sink one thing. He might be able to take this one, but then again, Lightning Quiz now off stage. At kill percent himself. 2-frame will not come out though. Justice trying to shark for something. Goes for a nair. Will not connect. But the fire powered up Dragon Arm will do the trick, and it will be 2-0 in favor of Justice yet again.
Yeah, as my friends Coney and Hazmat and company have put it, the sheesh laser from the dragon. Yeah, it's real funny. Those guys are comedians. But yeah, the dragon laser is going to come out and be the game ender there for Justice. Again, we have not seen the 3-0 at all tonight. I don't know, man. The way that things are going so far, we could potentially see a 3-0. Here right now. So let's see if Lightning Quiz has anything left in the tank here, to maybe keep things going. So,
yeah. Now we've seen this before. All right. Here's the big trick about this one. In the last set that Lightning Quiz played, he was down 0-2 against Samuel, reverse 3-0. In his first set against Justice, he went down the first two games, won the third one. This kid, he plays so well in these back pocket positions, and on top of that, as these sets continue to go on, he only gets better. He keeps getting better and better, and I think we're going to need to see a counter pick stage that really suits him for this one. But Justice right now, one game away from a position at the Panda Cup finale bracket without having to contend with the Onslaught that will be the last chance qualifier, which is going to promise to be a bloodbath here. If he can qualify now, he will be very happy to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what's gonna give here. Will we see a potential game 4? Will we see the 3-0 be completed? I don't know, man. It truly could go either way. I'm not gonna call Lightning Quiz out just yet, but it's just so tough, man. Min, you can just see where this match can be so polarizing. It's tough stuff.
Absolutely, man. But well, Washington right now, one game away from their region having a victory as well before we head over next weekend to Seattle for Port Priority 7, which is also a Panda Cup event. Winner of that one gets an opportunity to go to day 2 of the Panda Cup finale as well. So a lot going on. Good for Washington at the moment, and looks to be a whole lot more coming up in these next couple of weeks. But right now, it all starts here. If Justice wins just one more game, they are going to advance to the Panda Cup finale bracket and will be joining the entourage of the 7 other players from these online qualifiers who have done the trick.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we await this last match here, Again, I just want to thank you guys at home for watching, but we'll save that for later as the match is ready to be started. We could potentially end here. We could see another game. I hope there's a little bit more Smash left to be played here. So
Absolutely.
We'll see. We'll see if a small battlefield, has what it takes here for Lightning Quiz to get on the board here.
Right, and starting off early with a forward air into down tilt for a lot of extra damage on the combo extension too. 50% on the board. Onto Justice already. Down air, up tilt, so much percentage. Justice now at 80%, but then again, he has his opponent thrown off stage. This is where Min really tends to shine against a character like Cloud, but will be Lightning Quiz seizing center stage yet again, going off stage, forcing Justice to air dodge. Gonna go deep for a climb hazard, trying to catch Justice on the come up, but come up will be coming out a little bit later, and Justice still at the ledge, trying to get a roll read his Lightning Quiz. And right now, man, both these players playing really shifty, throwing out these strong hitboxes, trying to see who will give first.
All right, they're gonna dash tackle meet its mark here. So, and again, another dash attack here. It's not gonna be enough to get the net to KO just yet. However, one more will get him on the board first. So, Lightning Quiz showing signs of life here.
Took a very long moment to come back to the same stage he was on before. I think that moment that he took to breathe did dividends for him, because right now he is playing like a man possessed.
There we go. Ooh, nice. We saw Justice fade, show his hand on that before. Where you drop down with the feather recovery and then get the back air with the megawatt, and just didn't work the first time. However, worked perfectly the second time. So excellent stuff.
Of course, man. And he saw it go. We saw him go for it before, like you were saying, dude. And again, Justice is adapting too. Everyone wants to talk about, Lightning Quiz has got really good adaptation skills, but man, Justice has the exact same. That ledge trap is no different. Justice, one game away from serving Lightning Quiz a loss here in finals. And, I think that might be it. It is. And Justice, with a one-hit 0-to-death edge guard, is going to be taking this one 3-0 in his favor. And Washington will be advancing into the Panda Cup finale.
Yeah, clap it up for Washington, as you mentioned, folks. And again, that's not analyst desk. Again, brought to you by the wonderful Pistachios team. That was nuts stuff, man. Again, you just saw why this matchup is so the spread, both in game and just with the player PvP. Why the spread is so deeply in the favor of Justice right now is that and those certain characters just can't hit those marks that Min can. The Min-Min's ability to hit parts of the screen that you just can't, committally, touch sometimes is insane. And against a character like Cloud, where your recovery, your offstage game is so delicate to begin with, it just makes it an atrocious matchup sometimes. So as you saw showcased there perfectly to a T by Justice.
Absolutely, but Justice will be joining the entourage as our 8th player and our final one to do the trick and make it to the Panda Cup finale via the online qualifiers. But man, this has been a really, really fun top 8 to watch. We got Aaron as well as Big Daddy Nom Nom exiting the bracket at 7th place. You got Cantrip and Lamb both putting up very dominating performances in their own right too to get 5th place. Major, the Gandorf extraordinaire, going out at 4th place. And then Samuel, 3rd place from BC. And then Lightning Quiz 7, 2nd place. And your winner, the one from the Northwest region of NA to do it and make it to the Panda Cup finale. It's going to be domino effect, Justice.
Yeah, congratulations to Justice for punching their ticket. It doesn't matter if you're last. As long as you make it to the dance in the first place, that's all that really matters. And that rounds everything out. And I think that's going to be it for us tonight. Laird. So again, first and foremost, while we got a little bit of time here, I want to thank everybody at home who's been watching over the course of however many weeks you've been doing this. This has been an absolute joy, to take part in, throughout the throughout the summer and now leading into the fall, working with so many great other, talent and, not just, on the mics, but everyone behind the scenes that's made this possible. Everyone's done such a great job, production and all the TOs helping to make sure everything runs smoothly. So I want to tip my hat to you guys first and foremost. And Laird, thank you, so much for sitting through these long nights with me sometimes. It's been great. And again, thank you to everyone at home who's been watching this. And I hope you guys have had just as much fun as we have, truthfully.
Yes, and I have some closing remarks as well. Additionally, I would like to point out the 8 players who have qualified through the series.
Yes,
From
absolutely.
Heartland, it will be Raven King, the Ike main with a Joker pocket. From the Mid-Atlantic, MPG, the hottest rising Mega Man in the world right now. From the Southeast, it will be Jake, the Steve Extraordinaire. From South Central, Deathspade on the Bayonetta. From the Southwest, it will be Send from Paragon, who will be climbing up as well with the Ness. Chag from Mexico will be the sole Mexican representative from these online qualifiers, making it in on the Palutena, arguably the best in the world. From the Northeast, the young prodigy himself, Anarchy, on the Greninja. And today being crowned, it was Justice on the Min Min. That will round us out, go into the online qualifiers. But additionally, if you're from the Northwest, you didn't have an opportunity to play today, do not fret. Port Priority is coming up in a week, so make your way out there. It's going to be a sick event. It's going to be a big opportunity for you to qualify as well. But additionally, I'd like to thank everyone in the chat. Northwest is a very, very special region to me. I make trips out there all the time. Some of my favorite people in the community are from that region, so it just seems fitting that we're ending it off on this one. But Koopa, thank you for being here as well. Our production for the entire series, Bear Wit, Chad, or no, I almost said Chag, Chez on TOing, Doughboy for the events that he's done, among others, man. It has been my heartfelt pleasure to take part in this.
Mine too, man. So, you can check us out on the internet down below. Those are our Twitter bios. We'll be doing fun stuff as of the year closes out. But everybody at home, from the East Coast and, and from everywhere else who might be watching, thank you so much for enjoying the regional finals tonight. We'll be catching you next time. Have yourselves a wonderful night, everybody.
Chill. Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items.
Grubhub delivers convenience items?